welcome into the 24/7 Sports YouTube page and welcome to Transfer Portal Palooza. That is right, the portal is officially open, which means we will be here all day breaking news, reacting to it. Who's we, you might ask? How about this man? Coach Carl Reed is here in studio, and then over across in Studio B, we have our portal expert, Chris Hummer and Grace Remington, giving us all the breaking news all day long. But these are not the only people that you'll see today. We'll also have team site experts from across the country joining us with their boots on the ground coverage. We have Late Kicks Josh Pate, the Cover 3 podcast, and a lot of more special guests in studio. But before we get started, let's get you ready to go with this portal primer. October 15th, 2018, the day the transfer portal was born. The NCAA launched the portal to better streamline and organize the transfer process. In the beginning, it was an ambiguous and misunderstood concept. Many pictured a sci-fi-like portal players just jumped into, when in reality, it's more of a compliance database. Okay. Not as fun. But things really got interesting in April of 2021 when the NCAA said athletes can transfer and gain immediate eligibility. No more sitting out a season, thus creating college football free agency. So, how does it work? Well, first, a player tells his school he wants to transfer. Then, a compliance officer has 2 days to submit his name to the portal. And once he's in, other schools can contact the player. There are a few new rules this year. First, the NCAA implemented 2 portal windows, limiting when players can enter. One begins today for FBS players and extends for 45 days before closing on January 18th. The second opens toward the end of spring camp from April 15th through the 30th. A player doesn't need to find a new landing spot during those windows. It's just the only time they can enter their name into the portal. There are exceptions. Grad transfers can enter whenever, and players whose head coach leaves can hop in immediately for a 30-day window. Also new this year, schools are no longer limited to signing 25 initial counters per cycle. As long as they stay under the 85 total scholarship roster limit, however they get there, they're good. Finally, schools are now required to keep transfer athletes on scholarship until they graduate, eligibility expires, or they choose to transfer again. In an effort to slow down portal movement, the NCAA can't limit the supply of transfers, so they've limited the demand. Entering the portal isn't the end of the road. Players are free to withdraw their name at any time, but schools are under no obligation to keep a player on scholarship once they enter the portal. So let the chaos begin. This is what we're keeping our eye on today. UNC quarterback Drake Maye addresses portal rumors, doesn't completely shut it down, but we'll show you what he said today. Also, we have premier players on portal watch, guys like DJ Uiagalelei, Xavier Worthy, Devin Leary, just a few names that we'll toss out today. Also, Coach Prime is now on Mountain Time, how the portal will play into his turnaround of Colorado. But guys, we have so much to get to today. So I want to toss it over to Studio B. I'm calling it Studio B, standing for breaking news. But first and foremost, how chaotic is today expected to be, guys?
It's going to be pretty chaotic, and Hummer's got us covered with all the breaking news. But first, let's take a look at the numbers and what the trends have been for the transfer portal the last few years. It debuted in October 2018. The first 2 years of the portal, there were about 1,800 entries. It has since last year it doubled to 3,000 entries. So everyone's jumping on. And Chris, what are you expecting the first day of the portal to look like today?
I mean, I'm expecting what we've seen already. It's crazy. When I went to sleep last night, there were 406 FBS players in the portal. Right now, we're at close to 600 at 580. So we've already seen over 150 players enter in just a couple hours. I've had people across the country estimate that we could see 500 FBS players in the portal today. And that's not even including those from the SCS ranks. So it'll be a really crazy day.
So we're going to see a lot of action today. A lot of action in the next few days, in the next few weeks. Now, with the early signing period starting December 1st, how quickly do you anticipate these transfers to sign at their next schools?
They have to go quick. Essentially, the way this is set up, you have 2.5 weeks to make your visits and make a decision. Not everybody has to decide in that window, but a lot of transfers want to be mid-year enrollees. And if you're a mid-year enrollee, you want to be on campus as soon as possible to get through spring ball. So these guys are going to have to go very quickly. You're going to see a lot of these guys squeeze in 3, 4, 5 official visits within a matter of 2.5 weeks. It's just going to be insane.
Yep, everything happening very quickly and everything happening for a variety of reasons. Emily and Carl, you have more on that.
Yeah, absolutely. You heard Chris break down the numbers. We do expect this day to be very chaotic. A lot of names thrown out every second pretty much of the day. Why do you think this year's transfer portal will be so nuts?
Well, I think it's the perfect storm of a couple of things. Not only do you have the portal, but I think when you couple it also with NIL money and the players also want to have NIL money, I think that it doubles the amount of guys that want to go in. Even though that they all won't have access to NIL money, the big ones will. Some of the names that you're hearing, NIL money is definitely going to come into play. But players are in a position now, Emily, where they don't want to wait to play anymore. They don't want to wait to have their roles increase. And because now they have the option of going to school and being immediately eligible, you're going to see more and more kids get into the transfer portal year after year.
Absolutely nuts. We'll make sure to dig into just the chaos of what college football in the year 2022 looks like. But we want to talk about specifics. And we mentioned Drake Maye, not in the portal, but somebody that we are keeping a close eye on to see what he does. And he was actually asked about it after falling in the ACC championship game to Clemson. And this is what he had to say when asked if he would enter into the transfer portal. We'll hopefully bring you that full screen in just a little bit. But Carl, he didn't completely shut down the rumors. I'll tell you that as much before we get that full screen to you of what exactly he did say. But when you're asked, if you're a player and you're asked if you're entering the transfer portal, how difficult a question is that to answer?
Well, it's very difficult because you have to go back in the locker room. Now, and not only do you have to go back into the locker room, you have to go back in and see your coaches as well as your teammates. So that's really not a space where a player is going to feel comfortable saying right after a game, am I going to go into the transfer portal or not? But it is on their mind. But you have to be careful of how you break that news, because most of these guys, they want to sit down and be able to talk to their coach. They want to be able to sit down and let the emotions from the game go away. But if you coming in right after the game and you ask a kid, is he going to go in the portal? That's the same as asking a coach, is he going to take that job that you're talking about? And most of them aren't going to give you a straight answer in that situation.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little tease to our Deion conversation coming up in a little bit, but we have that full screen for you here. This is what Drake Maye said when asked about his intentions to enter the transfer portal. They said, will you return here to UNC? He said, that's my intention. His intention is to come back next season. He says, I'm a Carolina kid. It means something to wear that Carolina blue. That is my intention. I love this place. The fans have been great. It has been a heck of a season. Now, we know we live in the age of social media and message boards, and so many times that can kind of conjure up a rumor such as this of Drake Maye and his intentions to either stay at North Carolina or enter the transfer portal. But I want to send it back over to Studio B, because this is not just a rumor that fans have created, right?
No, it's not, Emily. And you see a lot of rumors on message boards, maybe get some unnecessary life breathed into them, but I mean, there are reporters asking Drake Maye about his intentions to transfer and not for a reason. So, Chris, what do you know about the timeline of when this started to happen and the possibility of it?
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't just a message board rumor. This is like one of the most popular behind-the-scenes conversation in college football circles for the last, I would say, week and a half. I've talked to a lot of schools that were wondering what Drake Maye was going to do. And maybe it's because the rumors pop out of nowhere and they just kind of circulate, but that's not usually how this works. If a player is getting brought up by this many schools, there's usually at least a little something to it. Drake obviously said he intends to come back, but I talked to multiple schools that were wondering what Drake Maye would do. And it would obviously be a huge thing. Like Caleb Williams can't go in the portal because he's at USC. So if Drake did go in, he would be the #1 player in the portal without question. My editor, Trey Scott, and I were kind of discussing what a nuclear scenario for the transfer portal would look like this cycle, and that would be Drake Maye. Not only would it cause everybody to drop what they're doing and try to pursue that passer, but it would also maybe change the sport because of what it means to the whole infrastructure and the landscape of that popular of a player going.
He passed for about 4,500 yards. That leads the Power 5, 35 touchdowns. So there's a lot of coaches who might want to have, his successes. Mac Brown actually said, we don't know if he was referring to Drake Maye or not, but he said he got lunch with a starter who told his coach that he fielded 15 calls from different schools. Do you anticipate players are going to have to start looking at these scenarios now, and coaches have to learn how to handle it?
Yeah, it's a very real thing. Tampering is happening all over the place in college football. It's been starting for a couple weeks now. I've had coaches across the country say that there are players getting $1 million offers to go in the portal. It's very common. So it happens. It's obviously illegal for a team to reach directly out to a player, but there's lots of third parties and agents, trainers, 7-on-7 coaches that can serve as those intermediaries. And it's happening all the time. I don't know if that player was Drake, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody reached out to Drake or Drake's family about the potential of him entering, because it's just the way of the sport. If you're not looking at potential roster additions, you're probably behind right now.
Right. It'll be an interesting day. That's one storyline we'll be keeping an eye on. Emily, let's go back to you because you've been teasing Deion for a while, so I kind of want to hear more about that.
Yeah, well, first, before we get into that, I have to get your reaction on this Drake Maye scenario, because it's one thing when a Heisman caliber quarterback enters the portal. That's obviously nuts. But he is a Carolina kid. He said it in his answer. His brother was a legend on the hardwood at North Carolina. His dad also played there. He's from the area. What does a move, if this happens, signals to just the landscape of college football right now?
Well, college football is a lot different than when his dad was playing and when his brother was playing basketball. Things have definitely changed. If you're looking at what Drake Maye said, his intention not to leave North Carolina, but I can tell you what, sometimes the facts change what your intentions are. And if somebody reaches out to that young man with upwards of $4, $5, $6 million, and he could command that in the open market in the transfer portal, potentially being the #1 quarterback in the country coming in the next season, you mean to tell me that if somebody offers this guy $5 million that he's not going to have to listen to it? I'm going to tell you what, your heart can change colors real fast when you have that kind of money coming in.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of quarterbacks that are already in the portal, a lot more we anticipate entering the portal at some point today or within the next 45 days. But if he enters, all hell will break loose. That is completely different than any of the other quarterback names that we have seen thrown about already. Okay, we talked about it. Deion Sanders, right-hand man right here. You spent the entire weekend in Jackson, Mississippi. I don't know if you got really any sleep whatsoever, but first I want to hear about your experience there and what it was like when Deion told his team that he's headed to Boulder.
Well, it was a great situation at Jackson State for Deion. I think he did a good job, and I don't think that he made that decision lightly. He's going to bring a lot of flair to the University of Colorado. Recruits already lining up to want to play there. Transfer portal kids, high school guys. He's going to bring some excitement at a high level to the Pac-12. And I think he's going to be successful very quickly because the transfer portal can change your team around, Emily, almost instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. This show is called the Transfer Portal Palooza, so we're going to look at it from that standpoint. But why not hear from the man himself, Deion Sanders?
Where's Shedeur? Shedeur? And this is your quarterback, all right? He's going to have to earn it, don't believe that. He's going to have to earn it. Yeah, the quarterback's going to have to earn it. The safety made me mad, so I didn't bring him. His brother. He's in my doghouse right now.
It's Deion mentioning his son, Shedeur Sanders. We talk about the transfer portal, likelihood of him going to Boulder, Colorado, along with his dad.
Well, I would be shocked if they did go. Those are his sons. If you saw, he did an interview last week when he was asked this very question, and he asked the reporter, do you have kids? You would expect his sons to play for him. They've been playing for him his whole life. So I expect to see them all reunited in Boulder, Colorado. When your dad is Deion Sanders and he has that type of platform for you, it's a no-brainer for you to go play football for him. And so I think that he's going to turn that thing around really quickly, like I said earlier, in the transfer portal. The key to it is going to be the guys that they sign on the offense and defensive line, because they're going to have skilled players busting at the seam. But if they can address the offense and defensive line quickly, then you can see an instant impact for them in the Pac-12.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot more than just Shedeur Sanders entering this Colorado team that went 1-11 last year, their worst record since they've been in the Pac-12. I think their worst record in team history, and so it's a lot of work for Deion Sanders. Another guy in the transfer portal that would potentially help, How about Travis Hunter?
Tell him, Coach, you won't be having that next year. The boys better get right.
Okay, I'm coming, Coach. What's the likelihood that Travis Hunter, too, leaves Jackson State, goes along with Deion Sanders to
I
Colorado?
think the likelihood of that is 100%. He's Deion's guy, and Deion is his guy. And the way that he coaches him, the way that Coach Prime brings the best out of him, there's a special relationship between Coach Prime and Travis Hunter. Obviously, because he went with Jackson State when he could have went anywhere in the country. Travis Hunter is box office. I just saw him up close and personal. He is going to be an instant impact guy in the Pac-12. And those guys in that conference, they better be aware of Travis Hunter because he is everything that he's cracked up to be.
100%. That feels pretty definitive. And what's kind of crazy, too, is that when he enters the transfer portal, our portal experts are already anticipating rating him at a 99. Is that just a waste of time giving a rating to him if he's just automatically going to Colorado? It's that definitive, 100%?
Yeah, 100%. I don't see a scenario in which he doesn't play for Deion Sanders.
Why?
You know, the relationship that they have, the way that he coaches him, and Coach Prime is really tough on Travis Hunter as a player. He's tough on all his kids. What those Colorado kids can expect, they can expect a culture change because of the expectations and the toughness that he's going to demand them to play with and the accountability that he's going to place on them. He is very, very tough on his kids, but that's something that we need that we don't have much anymore in the game of football.
You were there in person, and you got to see the kind of coach that Coach Prime is when he talks to his players and reasoning with them and communicating with them. And you've mentioned that relationship when it comes to Travis Hunter. What type of player do you think Deion's going to go after?
He's going to go after the best players in the country, the guys that we consider the 4 stars and the 5 stars, guys that have NFL potential, guys that have NFL desires, the guys that are going to the elite programs in the country. Though he's going to go after the very best of the best. They're fishing at the deep end of the ocean right now.
Oh, yeah, and there's a lot of current Colorado players right now going, what is going to happen with me? Here's a clip of Deion Sanders addressing the current roster.
Shoot, it's my job to get rid of them. Okay. I love everything about this institution. I mean, the academics prevalence, no crime, beautiful city, beautiful stadium. We've never had nothing of sort to work out in, to trade in. Our kids would go absolutely crazy to be in this situation that you're in. But you don't respect it. Okay. You don't want it. Okay. Some of y'all don't even think you deserve it. I'm coming. And usually when God sends me to a place, he sends me to a place to be a conduit of change. Okay. Uniforms may not even look like they look now. I'm coming. The cleats, I guarantee it's going to be some special. I'm coming. We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me.
All right, you hear him talk about all of the change. I think it's safe to say that there's going to be a lot of roster turnover, not just in bringing in players, but what do you anticipate this does to the current Colorado roster? How many players will hit that portal?
I expect everybody to hit that portal that's not serious and really dedicated to football. If I was a player right now on the University of Colorado football team, I would dig my heels in and I would do the work. Because one thing about Coach Sanders is he believes with his eyes better than he does with his ears. So if you show him that you're dedicated, that you're going to be smart, that you're going to be tough, that you're going to go to class, and that you're going to contribute to the team, you will have a place at the University of Colorado. But if you half-stepping or you faking, then you might want to jump into the portal like he said.
It is a new era for the Buffs. Looking forward to seeing what happens the rest of the day. Again, we are here at the very beginning, but we will be with you until 6 p.m. Eastern tonight, talking about everything that happens with the transfer portal. I have a feeling that Deion's name will be brought up once or twice, a few more times here. But let's send it over to Studio B. What's up over there, guys?
Hey, guys. Yeah, you know what? The best part of that Soundboy bite was left out. He said, I'm bringing my own luggage, and it's Louis. It's always flaunting. That man's got some bars, too. I mean, golden one-liners in every single presser. All right, Chris, so we know that Deion is interested in turning over his roster. What have you heard about players joining him in Boulder?
I think Deion Sanders is going to be one of the most aggressive coaches in the transfer portal this offseason. We saw it at Jackson State. He turned over his roster completely with transfers. landing some really high-profile players while he was there. I'm thinking guys like Antonio Doyle, a former top 100 recruit who joined him from Texas A&M. And he took 15 transfers last year. His offensive line was made completely up of FBS transfers. And I think Colorado, which just went 1-11 overall, is going to have its roster turned over completely. It's not only going to be guys like Travis Hunter. I can imagine maybe like a guy like Dominic Lovett, a transfer from Missouri, potentially joining him at Colorado. I can think of lots of players across the country who have been getting calls from Deion Sanders on the low, or not necessarily Deion, but people around that search on the low about potentially joining him in Boulder. I think Deion Sanders has made splashes before, brought in unexpected players before, and he's going to continue to do so well at Colorado, especially with the extra resources we'll have there.
And I think it's pretty telling. There was a 2025 recruit who announced his commitment to Colorado. We saw, I mean, I'm not speculating where this receiver will go, but Jimmy Horn included Colorado in his top 4. I'm not sure we would have seen that had Deion not been signed there. Yeah. But we might see, he might not be able to catch up on recruiting, but he could catch up on transfers. Where do you think his class might end up?
Yeah, the portal's where you make up ground as an incoming coach. It's almost impossible with the early signing period to bring in a ton of high-profile guys immediately just because of the timing of it. But the transfer portal allows you to overturn your roster really quickly. We saw it at like USC and LSU this year. Both of those teams took 15-plus transfers and they played for a conference championship. Colorado's roster clearly has a little bit more to go than what USC and LSU did last offseason. But Deion can turn over a roster really quickly. Like, you add Travis Hunter, maybe Kevin Coleman, a top 50 recruit from the 2021 class, comes with him too, or 2022 class, I'm sorry, with Kevin. And you add a couple of key pieces like Jimmy Horn, like you mentioned, who definitely would not have considered Colorado until a couple of days ago. And you put together the pieces of a team that can compete in the Pac-12. Remember, we're not too far away from USC and UCLA leaving. Like, there's going to be an open space for Colorado to kind of step into alongside Oregon and Washington at the top of that conference. And I think Deion's going to have the talent, at least, to get it there.
Yeah, hey, they could be the new USC, going from 4-8 to playoff contender, at least top 10 team. All really fun stuff. Emily, let's go back to you now with more news.
Yeah, I apologize, Guy. I know that I called you Studio B as in breaking news, but we actually have some breaking news couch. Carl has been super active on his phone. Carl, what do you have for us?
Pittsburgh quarterback, or should I say former Pittsburgh quarterback now, Kedon Slovis, has just called me during the taping of the show and informed me that he's entering the transfer portal. Starting quarterback at Pitt this year, will enter the portal as a grad transfer, did transfer into Pitt from USC. So Kedon Slovis from Pittsburgh has added another quarterback to the transfer portal.
Okay, he has already transferred once before, starting his career at USC. So the first question here, of course, is what went wrong at Pitt? Why is he entering the portal once again?
I think that he's looking for a team that has a more wide-open offense for the quarterback. Pat Narduzzi kind of went away from Mark Whipple. I think Jordan Addison leaving, and he thinking that he was going to get to play with Jordan Addison had some things to do with it as well, and that obviously didn't materialize. Trying to find a home that's quarterback friendly, and there is a lot of programs out there that are going to be in need of a quarterback with that Kedon he can bring a lot to the table for a program like that.
Okay. Add it to the list. The list just continues to grow of quarterbacks available and guys at every single position. Again, this day is going to be absolute chaos, and we are here for it. And we are here to bring in Steve Wiltfong. How about we talk about him? We talk about newsbreakers all the time. He is the man. I hear Steve Wiltfong is here to talk to us about, let's go to Louisville, Steve. Scott Satterfield taking the job at Cincinnati Louisville with a top 20 recruiting class right now. What does Satterfield's move do to that Cardinal class?
Well, I'm glad you reminded me because I actually need to write a story. I talked to Ruben Owens' dad this morning, the #1 ranked running back in the 24/7 Sports Composite rankings, or in the top 247 rankings, and he told me they're holding firm. You know, they talked to running backs coach Sims. The Louisville staff found out at 7:30 this morning. Satterfield met with the team at 9, but Ruben Owens and his family are going to hold on and wait and wait to see what happens with any developments with the new staff there. You know, you got Ohio State, Texas A&M, TCU, some of the other schools that they've had dialogue with, but just waiting to see what happens there with the new Louisville staff.
Yeah, and Steve, you are our director of recruiting, but you are keeping tabs on everything happening in the sport, and this is Transfer Portal Palooza. So I want to ask about the latest on Indiana transfer, Deshaun McCullough. What do you know about him?
Yeah, so I think that the school that I'm watching closest right now with Deshaun McCullough going in the portal is Oklahoma. I think that the Sooners are a program that are going to be well positioned for him in this recruitment. They've had a relationship with Brent Venables and that coaching staff from the first time that he was recruited. His younger brother, Day McCullough, is currently committed to Cincinnati, going to take a visit to Oklahoma most likely this weekend. I like the way that one's trending for the Sooners as well. Their father is the running backs coach at Notre Dame, Deion McCullough, and he worked with Jay Valai, Oklahoma assistant at the Kansas City Chiefs. So there's a connection there with several members on the Oklahoma staff. So that's a program that I really think is one to watch with both McCullough brothers right now. And then there's some other schools in the mix. Certainly, they're going to swing for a player of McCullough's talent level. I think the other thing that's exciting with Oklahoma, before I pivot, is I think that they see him being utilized in that Isaiah Simmons role the way Simmons was utilized at Clemson. I think they see some characteristic traits that he could fill that void for Venables' defense at Oklahoma. But there's going to be a lot of competition, I believe. You're going to have schools like Texas A&M, Texas, USC, Tennessee, Auburn, Florida State. Those are just a bunch of schools that I heard could get involved there.
Yeah, another name that will be a hot commodity that maybe not a lot of people know about, Virginia grad transfer, the cornerback Fentrell Cypress. Where do you see his market?
He's someone that I know my man Carl Reed knows about right there, sitting next to you, one of the top corners of the ACC this year. Second team all conference or first team all conference, depending on who's picking the team. Broke up 14 passes there as a junior, 6 foot, 184 pounds. He's going in as a grad transfer. I think that you're ultimately going to be looking at places like Michigan and Notre Dame pushing for him. But he went into the portal this morning and instantly heard from Tennessee, Ole Miss, and Syracuse. I think that Texas is another program to watch in this one, perhaps LSU and their need in the secondary. But I think that he's a guy, as you said, is going to be a hot commodity in the portal for various reasons, including being a grad transfer.
All right, let's go to Notre Dame, kind of your neck of the woods over there. The expectation is that they will be in the market for a quarterback. Who are some of the names that we should keep our eye on?
Yeah, this is a program that I think is a quarterback away from perhaps maybe even being undefeated this year, Emily. So this is a move for Notre Dame in the portal where they could really go from turning back into a college football playoff contender if they hit right. I mean, I think the name that I'm excited about most, if I'm them right now, is Devin Leary, who came into the season, ranked 7th on NC State's career passing list. Had a junior season where his 35 touchdowns set the school record, breaking Phillip Rivers' mark. Just one of the more efficient passers in the country, doesn't turn the ball over. Got a chance to see him at the Elite 11 finals this past summer as a counselor. His arm was on another level, and there were some future first-round picks floating around, including Caleb Williams. So got an electric arm there. And like I said, good decision maker with the football. Certainly, you hope he's healthy and able to get back to the form that he was at in that 2021 season at NC State, where he was a Johnny Unitas Golden Arm finalist. And then you have Hudson Card in the portal as well, high-ranked recruit out of Lake Travis, very athletic guy who can hurt you with his arm and legs. That's obviously wasn't able to catch on as the full-time starter at Texas, but certainly showed some flashes. I think he's a guy that would elevate Notre Dame's quarterback room as well. And that's certainly what you're trying to do because, Emily, Carl, I think that when you look at Notre Dame's football team right now, they're talented in every room. I just didn't see a championship level quarterback room for the Irish. Now, maybe a healthy Tyler Buckner with another year under his belt next year comes in and gets you to that level. But I think you need to add competition to that room, add another guy that can be a potential difference maker. And Devin Leary and Hudson Card come to mind right now. But I think if any quarterback that they think can elevate their room comes into the portal, I wouldn't be surprised if Notre Dame swings at him.
Yeah, you mentioned those two guys, Devin Leary and Hudson Card. They both can't go to Notre Dame if that is somewhere that they are in play. Is there another team that maybe comes to mind that should look at those two guys that could be, like you said, Notre Dame is just a quarterback away?
Well, I mean, a healthy Devin Leary can play damn near anywhere. So that's, that's a guy that I don't know who's exactly in the quarterback market. And look, there's some teams that they don't even know they're in the market. But when a guy like Devin Leary comes into the portal, you're like, well, that guy's better than the guys we have in the room. So, there's there's some guy. He's a guy that I think is a real needle mover if people find him to be 100% healthy and ready to go.
A former Notre Dame quarterback, current BC quarterback, Phil Jurkovec. Where's his market? Where do you think he could potentially land?
Well, Emily, he's a guy that, as a sophomore in his first year at Boston College, threw for over 2,500 yards in 10 starts. That's the most in 10 starts in the first 10 starts for anybody that's taken snaps at Boston College, including a guy named Matt Ryan. So he's a guy that's got great traits as a thrower and runner of the football, and a high upside guy that, thanks to this unprecedented COVID year, gets an opportunity to go into the portal and see what he can make happen after having some tough injuries these last two football seasons. Some schools that I think that you can maybe keep an eye on for Phil Jurkovec. Oregon State is a program that I think's been in touch. You got Kentucky. He's from Pine Richland there in Gibsonia, Pennsylvania, which is a Pittsburgh suburb. So I think Pitt, in light of Carl's news there with Keaton Slovis going into the portal, I think Pitt would certainly be in the market for a guy like Phil Jurkovec and his skill set. He's played a lot of downs and seen a lot of things as a veteran. And I know that he's gotten feelers from every major conference in college football so far, and also certainly group of five programs as well. But he's looking to go to a place where he can start and flourish in his last year. Oregon State, Kentucky, Pitt are programs that I think early on you can keep an eye on for him.
Yeah, we've mentioned a couple of quarterbacks that have had historic years, but that might not have been last year. So along those same lines, Virginia's Brennan Armstrong, I mean, he is UVA's all-time leader in passing. What's his market look like?
I mean, I think that's the same as all these guys, right? All these programs, you can't win at a high level if you don't have a difference maker under center. Brennan Armstrong's a guy that we've seen at the top of the college football statistical rankings for being a prolific guy at Virginia when he's been out there on the field, and so he's a guy that's certainly going to move the needle in the same fashion as a Phil Jurkovec and a Keaton Slovis, and so there'll be a market for him, and it'll be interesting to see what schools emerge.
Steve, I could just go through an entire list of every player that is hitting the portal today and ask you about every single one.
Send me messages on Twitter, say what's the latest.
I could. I mean,
dig into it.
I really do appreciate that. There's a lot of guys that I have question marks on. That's why you were so awesome, Steve. Thank you so much. I know that you're going to be very busy today, making phone calls, sending text messages, anything that you've got to do. But we will definitely bring you back on because we will be here for 8 hours. So there's definitely some time we're going to have you back, Steve. I appreciate you so much. All right, let's dig into the football of the matter here. And we have a Brewster's breakdown from our very own Clint Brewster. He is the one that's putting a number to a lot of these players, and he will break down exactly what Hudson Card might look like in the transfer portal.
Texas quarterback Hudson Card will have significant Power 5 options coming out of Austin. He's one of the most sought-after quarterbacks in the transfer portal. He really pushed Quinn Ewers for the starting job in fall camp this year. He was the starter in 2021, and he's got solid athleticism, accuracy with the ball. He's got a good arm. There's solid characteristics in his game all across the board. If you look at the highlights, he's got really good pocket fundamentals here. He can find the favorable matchups, good eye discipline. Fundamentals are really on point with him. Next play, you could see here he drops back. He can take the hit and throw off of his back leg. You'll see in some of the highlights here, he's throwing really accurate down the field off of his back foot. Here's another pass again. He throws a good vertical route. He's got the touch here. In this play, this is a great play by him. He moves up in the pocket with chaos around him. There's not a lot of room for him to work, and he still delivers a good pass off of his back foot right here. There's another vertical shot, as you can see. Right here, he's got good touch on his arm. He's really good underneath, too. He's got the accuracy underneath. He's got a pretty strong arm. He's 6'2", 201 pounds. He can really fit into any sort of offense that you want. He threw 6 touchdowns compared to 1 interception this year, completed 69% of his passes. If you would say that the transfer portal is a lot like NFL free agency, He would be the perfect bridge quarterback or stopgap quarterback, to put it in NFL terms. He can come in and win games right away for you, really lead the team. He'll be ranked as a 93 overall grade in the transfer portal, which correlates to mid-round NFL draft potential.
All right, thank you very much, Clint. As you heard him say, he has a transfer portal rating of 93. He passed for over 1,500 yards in 3 seasons at Texas. He has 3 years of eligibility left due to the COVID year. So let's bring it back out to Chris Hummer. Let's talk about possible fits. We just heard Clint Brewster say he's a stopgap quarterback for a program needing one of those. But what schools are you liking for Hudson Card?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hudson could be more than a stopgap. I think he has 3 years of eligibility left. And this is somebody this year especially that showed, even while injured with an ankle, he was running around like on 1 foot half the time, it felt like, that he was a really high-level Power 5 quarterback. He completed almost 70% of his passes. He carried Texas when Quinn Ewers was hurt. So this is somebody I think is going to have a lot of interest. I heard Steve mention it earlier, but Notre Dame is definitely a school interested in Hudson Card. There are a lot of QB-needy teams out there. I'm thinking a team like Kentucky could potentially be interested in Hudson Card. Maybe a Wisconsin could be interested in Hudson Card. There's also, if he wanted to stay in the state, there's some interesting options. On the G5 level, UTSA, depending on what Frank Harris does, is an option. That might sound a little interesting, but his high school offensive coordinator, Will Stein, is the offensive coordinator at UTSA. Maybe if Max Duggan moves on from TCU takes a little flyer on Hudson Card. I think he's going to have a lot of options out there on the table, but Notre Dame is for sure in the mix for Hudson, and I think he's going to have a lot of Power 5 suitors.
All right, another Texas player that we're keeping an eye on, it's X-Watch, Xavier Worthy. He got a lot of interest last year, and now he's going through it all over again. So have you heard anything about him?
Yeah, this has been a really hot rumor in Austin for a couple of weeks, the idea that Xavier Worthy might leave. It's been a very popular topic of conversation. From what I understand, things have cooled down a little bit on that front. Anything can happen with the transfer portal. I remember last offseason, a lot of people around Austin thought Xavier was going to leave because a school in the Power 5 offered him a mid-6 figures deal to do so. I think some of this offseason might have been a little bit of a posturing on an NIL front from Xavier, but you never know. There's a lot of things flying around out there, but as I understand it right now, Xavier's pretty happy in Austin. We saw Steve Sarkisian actually say that at a press conference when he was asked, because we're in an era where coaches are now asked about their unhappy players because they could leave. And for right now, at this moment, I think Xavier's likely to stay. But as I said, things change in a minute in the transfer portal and NIL era.
There's a lot of dancing around with the language that these coaches and players use when they're asked directly what will happen. Yeah, anything can happen. I think that's the theme of the day and of the weeks to come. Emily and Carl, let's go back to you.
Yeah, Grace, it's my intention to finish this show.
Is it?
I mean, we don't know. I mean, it's a long time. I got my snacks packed back here. We're going to do our best. It is our intention to continue to talk about all the breaking news. I appreciate you guys breaking all that down, everything happening in Austin. I want to go back to something that Steve Wiltfong mentioned having to do with the quarterback position. There's going to be a lot of quarterback needy teams, ones that will have it on their transfer portal wish list. But there are also some teams out there that might feel good about their quarterback until you see a Devin Leary hit the portal, until potentially you see a Drake Maye hit the portal. How do you manage that from a coaching perspective?
You don't want to be silly. So you like your quarterback. If Devin Leary's in the portal now, Hudson Card, a Drake Maye potentially in the portal, and it could make you want to go there. But do you even realistically have a chance to get that guy? Is there some kind of relationship? Is there some kind of fit? Do you have the NIL money in place to back it up? Because if you don't and you chase those guys and don't get them, you have now just alienated the quarterback that you have, and now he can end up in the portal, and now you don't have a quarterback on your roster you feel comfortable with. So you really have to be careful how you manage that situation if you're a college coach, because it's a big risk and reward thing for you to chase one of those guys and not have a chance to get them.
Yeah, one of those guys that I don't think we've brought up yet is DJ Uiagalelei at Clemson. Chris Hummer reported last night it's his intention to enter the transfer portal. Not quite in it yet, but if and when he does hit the portal, What is the interest level across the country going to be like for a guy like DJU?
He started all year for Clemson. They were 10-1. Obviously, he got pulled in the ACC championship, and Dabo coach Swinney has let it be known that he's going to go with Klubnik in the bowl game. But this guy has to still have some value. He did lead his team to an ACC regular season championship and to the ACC title game. Now, it was some up and down year for him. Sometimes he didn't look well, especially as a freshman. But he will be an upgrade for several teams still in the market for a quarterback. He's better than a lot of quarterbacks at the bottom half of the Power 5.
Do you anticipate a change of scenery for him will do him good? Does he need to go someplace else to really thrive?
Sometimes change of sceneries are overrated because you're going to take you with you everywhere you go. And so it's going to be more importantly how he performs, how he prepares, the way he fits into a locker room. I do think there's going to be some value for him, and hopefully the experiences that he's had at Clemson give him the start that he needs somewhere new.
It'll be very interesting to see what the market is for DJU, but let's send things over back to Studio B. Hey, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. So Chris Hummer is the one who broke the DJU news last night. Clemson hanging on to the very end, trying to make it work with him. Ultimately, though, he was benched in the ACC championship game. Cade Klubnik, the 5-star freshman and MVP of that title game, took his spot. So what ended up going wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a confluence of factors. If everybody remembers, DJ was an elite high school prospect. He was right there with Bryce Young to be the #1 overall player in the 2020 class. Obviously, things haven't worked out for DJ the way they worked out for Bryce. But he's got a ton of talent left. And we saw that his true freshman season. He came off the bench for Trevor Lawrence, had that huge game against Notre Dame that I think everybody remembers. But it's just like, it hasn't been right since. I think it's a lot of things. I think the system there doesn't necessarily fit him well. Clemson's pieces don't necessarily fit him well. He's a guy who needs to stretch the field vertically, have receivers that can win a lot of 50-50 balls. He needs an offensive line to protect him. Clemson struggled in both areas. I think it's going to be healthy for DJ to move on. I think it'll be healthy for Clemson too. Obviously, Cade Klubnik's been the future there for a long time. So I think this is best for both parties. I've seen a lot of people describe it that way, and I think that's really true. Like, it's a good breakup for both. And I think DJU can be successful at his next stop, wherever that ends up being, because he's still one of the most naturally talented players in the country. He has a right arm that 99% of quarterbacks don't have.
Looking at his 2022 stats, he passed for over 2,500 yards, 22 touchdowns, 7 interceptions for a 62% completion rate. Definitely improvement over 2021 to 2022. But we know he's a Cali boy. So when we're looking at potential landing spots for him, you think he might go back to the West Coast?
I think it's possible. Like, it's a difficult thing to find a spot for DJ just because of the landscape and how inconsistent he's been the last couple of years. I heard Steve mention Oregon State earlier for Phil Dracovic. I think that would be a very natural landing spot for DJ if he chose to go, like when he goes in the portal. I think he's got a skill set that fits that offense really well. The West Coast is kind of full with quarterbacks for the most part. Maybe UCLA, but I don't think they're going to go in that direction. I think he would fit Kentucky's offense really well, I guess depending on their offensive coordinator hire, but he's very similar to Will Levis. Excellent deep ball passer, big-bodied quarterback, in the pocket a lot, sometimes struggles on intermediate to short area throws, so he could be a natural fit there. I'm sure I'm missing a couple schools that could really be in the mix for DJ. I don't know if they know, to be honest, at this point. I think he's going to explore his options. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention DJ's brother, Mateo. He is a 5-star player in the 2023 class. He's one of the top edge players in the country. He's looking at schools like Oregon, USC, Ohio State, Georgia. I don't really know if DJ fits on any of those rosters. I think Oregon, of those 4, would be the one to keep an eye out on. Bo Nix is undecided on his NFL future. I still think Bo Nix could come back. I believe he announced his intention to play in the bowl game, which likely projects that he is coming back. But if Bo Nix leaves, I think Oregon is a really spicy potential destination for DJ. Yeah,
and on that Kentucky one, of course, it all depends how quickly they hire the offensive coordinator. And as we've discussed earlier in today, you know, if you don't have your head coach by transfer portal day, you're a little bit behind. And I feel like now offensive coordinator, all the coaching positions kind of are playing into that, because that'll help DJU or any quarterback make their decision on if they are a scheme fit.
If I was a quarterback, I definitely would not make a decision with an OC. It totally, I think I should have mentioned Virginia earlier for DJ, by the way. His former head coach, or his former offensive coordinator, Tony Elliott, is the offensive coordinator. And I think Jeff Scott, who helped recruit DJ to Clemson, who was the head coach of South Florida, is probably going to get an OC job this cycle. If he ends up somewhere, that's a potential spot for DJ. But either way, like, you need to know who you're going to have calling plays for you, because as a quarterback, it's going to make or break you.
Right. Those are all really good points. It's all about connections and never stop recruiting. All right, Emily, let's go back to you.
All right, guys, thank you so much. That's interesting about maybe 2 Uiagaleleis, a U for one special, potentially. I don't know. Try to go there. Carl, when it comes to this transfer portal, there's a lot of movement on teams, and we usually just look at it from the rebuilding standpoint, right? We have all the great examples of what LSU was able to do, what USC, Florida State, some of these teams that rebuilt by bringing in guys. As a coach, how do you avoid the max exodus of your roster?
The most important person on your staff right now is the director of player personnel. That is the person that you need to continuously manage your staff, build relationships, provide educational and career opportunities, and let guys know the importance and the value that the university they are attending is going to have on their life, so you don't use guys. Most of the guys that are going in the portal are guys that are unhappy with playing time, second string guys. But you have got to hone in on the player and his family, on the full college experience and what that brings. Remember, every parent told you through recruiting that academics was important, the degree was important. So you have to put the onus on your director of player personnel, your general manager and support staff, so that we don't lose sight of how valuable the degree that's being had is. And also, we have to have real upfront conversations, because all of these guys won't end up in the NFL. So if this is not a move that's going to improve your NFL stock, then we really need to take our emotions out. But sometimes people are uncomfortable having those uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah, the grass is not always greener necessarily. We see players that enter the portal, and I'd like to say they never come out, but they're kind of trapped in there in terms of trying to find that next spot. It's not always as simple. You do need to know kind of what your market is before you hop in. Something that we've talked about too is just how important relationships are, and this is something that Nick Saban has come out and said, nowadays, it is tough to continue to build those relationships, because you're not just recruiting players, and then as soon as they're on your team, you can leave them alone and you're good to go. Yes, a lot of the onus is put on the director of player personnel, but how much pressure is also on the head coach to make sure that he's continuing to foster those relationships so guys stay?
Well, everything that happens in the football program falls on top of the head coach. And it is tough, because when you think about even the guys that are getting in the portal now, like Chris Hummer said earlier in the show, it's a very small window that they have from entering the portal to picking a new school that they're going to report to in January. So did you even really get to know a guy? You know, it's not like recruiting out of high school where you build that relationship for 1, 2, sometimes 3 years. You're building a relationship with a kid and his family. This is speed dating. This is swipe right, you know. So in those situations, you could pick wrong, and you can fracture your locker room. You can have issues that you haven't even considered. Guys in locker rooms get jealous over NIL money. Yeah. It's a conversation that is in the locker room, and you have to be on top of that when you're dealing with your football team. And if you're not on top of that, you could be bringing a cancerous situation into your own team that you didn't even consider when you were going through the process.
Wow. I mean, how much easier would all of this be if it was just as simple as an app that you just swipe right? I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into it. I think the latest count is 597 players currently in the transfer portal.
And counting.
And counting. This is at 11 a.m. on the first day of this portal window opening, so the chaos will ensue. And here to help us break it all down, let's welcome in Andrew Ivins, a recruiting analyst and also just a guy in the know when it comes to college football. I want to start off with what's happening down at Georgia Tech with quarterback Jeff Sims. What's the latest with him?
Well, yeah, he's just officially inside the transfer portal, just got entered. Reaching out to some people inside his camp, trying to figure out what's going on. 2 schools I did here, Virginia Tech, Indiana, both schools linked to Jeff Sims. I think there's a few more suitors that have expressed interest through back channels. But with Jeff Sims right now, you know, he's still injured, right? And that was kind of the thing at Georgia Tech this season. He got dinged up there late in the season. At one point, you know, he was dealing with turf toe, then he had an ankle injury, and they played some of the other quarterbacks. And I think there was maybe some miscommunication or he wasn't seeing eye to eye with the coaching staff. Obviously, there's been a coaching change. Brent Key is promoted. Jeff Collins is out. And Sims is elected to try the market. And I know Jeff Sims, he might not have the best of passing numbers, but this is a guy that was an Elite 11 finalist. At one point, a guy that was in our top 247. And then you look at his resume, and he's got 2 ranked wins. He won at Pitt a few years ago, and he beat North Carolina at home. So I think Jeff Sims, there's going to be a ton of interest for him. I initially thought maybe the University of Florida could get involved, but kind of reaching out, talking to people inside his camp, I don't think the Gators are going to make a move on Jeff Sims. I think they have their eyes set on a few different quarterbacks, but Jeff Sims, one to certainly keep an eye on. Again, Virginia Tech, Indiana, 2 programs that are looking to get a shot of life really on offense. I think they're interested in Sims, who can throw it and also run it.
All right, from a guy throwing passes to a guy receiving them, Jimmy Horn Jr. at USF, wide receiver, said he's gotten over a dozen offers. I think he's narrowed it down to a top 4. What's the latest on Jimmy Horn?
He did. Jimmy Horn, we're seeing transfer portal top 4s and top 5s. Who would have thought we would ever get to that stage? But Sunday afternoon, he puts out a top 4. It's Colorado, Houston, Penn State, and Texas A&M. I think Colorado is the team to beat here. And if you go back to Jimmy Horn's recruitment 2 years ago, he was a late bloomer from right there in Central Florida, a guy that kind of got impacted by COVID a little bit, was dealing with some injuries, but as a senior, he put up big numbers, and he was about to commit to Jackson State, sign with Deion Sanders. And I think ultimately what it came down to is he didn't want to go to an HBCU, so he decides to go to USF with some of his teammates, puts up some monster numbers. He had a kick return for a touchdown this season. He's explosive in the slot. You're seeing it right here on film. He can pull away from guys. I mean, this is a kid as a senior won a state title in the long jump, so he's super explosive. And just talking with him and then his high school coaches this morning, it sounds like Colorado's the one to keep an eye on. I'll say this, though, I would not sleep on Houston. Houston has a receiver, Nathaniel Dell, a kid that caught 103 passes this season for 1,300 yards, could go early to the NFL draft. Well, Nathaniel Dell is also from the Sunshine State. He's been in contact with Jimmy Horn. And I think he's telling him, hey, if you come here, you can kind of be the next me. So those are the 2 schools. Penn State's probably running 3rd, and then we'll see today. I mean, he could get even more scholarship offers now with this transfer portal window open.
That's crazy. You mentioned the chaos of a top 4. That reminds you of recruiting. It's like these guys have to have their graphics guy on standby with all of these various top 4s. And when it comes to recruiting, there's obviously a trickle-down effect with all this movement in college football. How does the transfer portal impact recruiting?
I think right now the biggest thing, and what not a lot of people are talking about, is these COVID years, right? So some schools are having to make a decision. Or do I want to bring a guy back for a 5th year? Do I want to bring a guy back for a 6th year? And I think that's what's impacting high school recruiting the most. Now, with that being said, everyone is looking in the transfer portal. I go back to last week, right? Most seasons are done unless you're playing in a conference championship game. And you would think your favorite program's grinding through tape looking for a late senior bloomer. But I fielded more calls about Group of 5 transfers, kids that were going to enter the transfer portal, than anything else. So I think everyone's just kind of looking and trying to upgrade. It's definitely affecting those kids that I would say are fringe Power 5 prospects. Maybe they have to end up going Group of 5. Maybe it's, and then, your Group of 5 fringe prospects, maybe they have to go down lower to FCS. And that's not obviously the situation people want. I don't think the NCAA wanted that. But at the same time, we're also seeing a lot of lateral movement up in the transfer portal, right? Jared Verse last year, he was an FCS kid. He ended up at Florida State. Now he's going to go on to get drafted. We've seen a few other of these FCS players pick up a ton of offers here. So I think that's the biggest thing. Roster management. Everyone's still trying to figure out, how do I use my counters? I'm a big believer personally. If we take the transfer portal, that's the NFL draft, right? Or the transfer portal is free agency, excuse me. Well, high school recruiting is the NFL draft. And, you see the Philadelphia Eagles, right? They're the Super Bowl favorite. Well, their offensive line, that 9 deep, they drafted all those guys. So I think at the end of the day, you still need to recruit the high school ranks, and everyone's trying to figure out what that formula is. How many high school kids do I take? How many transfers do I take?
Got to find that perfect balance, like, say, the defending Super Bowl champs Rams did in terms of bringing in some free agents and also drafting well. We'll see how that works out in college football. It's getting closer and closer to that NFL model. Andrew, I said at the beginning of this segment that you are in the know when it comes to everything happening in college football. Is there something that you're keeping your eye on that maybe we should know about?
Emily, I am. I'm hearing another prolific passer is expected to enter the transfer portal today. I know we've seen a ton of different names. This is one no one's talking about. Hearing a good chance that a guy that threw for a ton of yards and touchdowns this season will enter his name in the transfer portal and test the waters. Can't say anything yet, but please stay locked to 24/7 Sports. Stay locked to this show, and hopefully we'll have that news out here in a little bit.
I mean, you can't just do that to us. We're already on the edge of our seat with so many quarterbacks entering the portal already. Excited to see who that is, and we will be calling you back. So keep your phone on you, keep your computer near, because we will bring you back on when that news, whatever it may be, happens. Andrew, thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, guys, as a reminder, please like this video. If you are enjoying it, share it to all of your friends, and go ahead and subscribe to the 24/7 Sports YouTube page. I know this is a lot today, but this is not all we do here at 24/7 Sports, so you're going to want to make sure that you are subscribed to this YouTube channel. Also, if you have questions for us, you can tweet them. Use the hashtag #PortalPalooza. If you don't know how to spell it, it's everywhere on the show, so we got you covered. Just go ahead and do hashtag #PortalPalooza. You can also ask us questions on the chat here on the YouTube page. So lots of ways to ask us questions, because there's so many questions today, and I have a million more for you. And I want to start here with recruiting, because, you know, maybe in the past you would recruit a guy and he committed and he signed, he did the NLI, and he was your guy. Done. Move on with the rest of your life, right? Now, you got to continue to recruit these guys even if they don't sign with you, if they go to other rosters. What does the transfer portal do to recruiting?
Well, it's changed it completely, obviously, because like you said, you know, when you get a guy, there's not going to be a development stage in terms of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. There's some coaches that made their bones from evaluation, building a relationship through recruiting, and developing that guy over a 4 to 5 year process. Now, your number 2 guys every year, they go into the portal. Your guys that are second string guys, they go into the portal. Your first string guys are going to go in the portal, a lot of cases, to check their monetary value. So now that doesn't exist anymore. So now you're almost coaching it like an AAU basketball team. And AAU basketball, guys are flying in from one airport to another, they're meeting and they're going to play. Coaches have to simplify systems a little bit because of the revolving roster. So it's not as much relationship building as it was in the past. And the coaches that adjust to this the best are the coaches who are going to dominate the future of college football.
Yeah, we haven't seen every coach really get on board with the transfer portal. Famously, Dabo Swinney said, not really for me. But you see a guy like Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly and Mike Norvell really transform their rosters with the portal. What are the pros and cons in using it to really turn over your roster at that rate?
Well, right now, I think you have to think about the pros and cons of not using it. And so if you don't like it, if it makes you sick, you better take some Pepto-Bismol so you can stomach it. You know, so you have to get on board with the way that it is today. And Lincoln Riley is a guy who's shown you all the way going back to when he got Jalen Hurts from Alabama, adding Caleb Williams as a transfer, he added Baker Mayfield, and that was still in the days where guys had to sit out. But you can turn your program around in a hurry, and you're not in a position to lose. Coaches get fired for losing, and so you're not in a position to say, I'm not going to improve my roster because I don't agree with the transfer portal. People get tired of that real quick.
Yeah, it also makes fans a lot more antsy. It's not like, okay, wait till I get my guys in and we rebuild. It'll be a couple of years. No, we want results year one with a lot of these coaching changes, right?
Fans will hate you today, so the transfer portal has to make you love tomorrows.
I like that. Needs to be a t-shirt. We could go on and talk about all the existential crises that come with the transfer portal and what it means, but we're here for news. Do you have some breaking news for us, Carl Reed?
Mumu Ben Wahad, cornerback, former 4-star from West Virginia out of Grayson High School, had just called me during the tape of the show and has let me know he has entered the transfer portal. He'll bring some credibility. I know coaches, a lot of coaches in the Pac-12 have contacted me and said they need secondary help. I talked to 2 Pac-12 head coaches today. I talked to 3 Pac-12 defensive coordinators. Mumu Ben Wahab will be on their list out of West Virginia.
Okay, so what will the market look like for him? How many, you mentioned a couple West Coast guys coming after him. It's probably a name that some of you might be hearing for the first time, so introduce us to him.
Everybody needs guys that can cover. Coming out of a program like Grayson High School, he proved that he can cover guys on the outside at corner, guys in the slot as a nickel, had some good playing time, played in about 5 or 6 games for West Virginia as a true freshman. He's going to bring some back-end value. You need guys who can run. You need guys who can cover, especially with the air raid RPO offenses. I think that he'll bring a lot of value to a team on the back end of that defense.
Oh my goodness, you are taking so many phone calls and text messages. If you are a player thinking of entering the portal and you have this guy's phone number, go ahead and tell him, and we will talk about it right here on air. Again, we're not just breaking news, we are reacting to it. And let's recap. We're here at the 11 o'clock hour if you're watching us in Eastern time, and we have already gone through so much. Let's take a look at the numbers, though. 620 FBS players are currently in the portal. Again, as a reminder, today is day 1. The window will open for 45 days and end on January 18th. So this is just the very first day that guys can enter that transfer portal. Some notable quarterbacks that we've talked about: Keaton Slovis, Hudson Card, Devin Leary. Thinking about Notre Dame potentially for some of those players, taking a look at quarterbacks, and also Arkansas hosting UNC quarterback transfer Jacoby Criswell. We've talked about another UNC quarterback in Drake Maye and what his future might look like, but there will be some interest in Jacoby Criswell. I know that you're talking and you're trying to figure out everything that's going on, and I'm excited. Do you have any news for us?
So many guys calling. I don't have any yet, but it's coming.
Okay, that's fine. That's all right. That's all right. We can't expect you to break it literally every second, but that is how quickly all of these things are going. 1 hour in, what are your thoughts early on in this day of day 1 of the transfer portal?
Well, it seems chaotic today, but a lot of these decisions have been well thought out. These have been things that are on these guys' mind for months. I do think that the NCAA did a good job this year by bringing it to this day, because you didn't have as many guys opting out over the course of the season, and teams were able to focus a little more. But although today seems chaotic, these guys have been talking to their advisors, their high school coaches, the people that they trust, so that they can be prepared for the day. So these things were well thought out. What I would say to the players as they watch this today, though, be open to the schools that are interested in you if it doesn't equate to the value that you thought you had, because that's also a risk that the players take when they go in the portal. So if you thought you were going Power 5, but this group of 5 guys calling you, don't pass up on those opportunities waiting. Go ahead and find you a fit and move on to the next destination.
Okay, we got breaking news, we have discussion, we have advice from Carl Reed. He is a do-it-all kind of guy. And speaking of doing it all, let's send it over to Studio B. Hey, Grace.
Oh, way to go, man. Adam Schefter over there. We are about to go down to the Lone Star State, where you live. We're going to talk to one of your buddies down there because Texas. Oh, there we go. Let's talk about Texas. That's one of the teams that everyone in the country is always keeping an eye on, because the question is Texas back? That's what we're asking every year. Hudson Standish from Horns 24/7. Thank you so much for joining us on the Transfer Portal Palooza show. Let's start with the quarterbacks, because they're always the big attention grabber. So we just saw Hudson Card entered the portal today. Quinn Ewers was the starter all season when he wasn't injured, but of course now you have Arch Manning coming in as a true freshman. So do the Longhorns go to the portal again to find another quarterback to challenge either of those two? Or what's the situation like there?
If Texas did go to the portal to address quarterback needs, I think it would only be as a potential third string or depth guy, maybe a graduate transfer that's looking to get into coaching, but uses this as a one-year stopgap to kind of finish out his career. I think that Texas is pretty confident in Quinn Ewers heading into 2023, and they know that they don't really need to address a instant impact portal guy with the #1 player in the nation, according to 24/7 Sports, Arch Manning. Entering the fold and going to the 40 acres in January as an early enrollee.
Staying on the offensive side of the ball, we mentioned it earlier in the show, but we're all on X Watch. Xavier Worthy is one of those players, superstar wide receiver that everyone across the country has got their eyes on. He was almost poached last year. What do you think happens with him now? Is he safe in Austin?
I mentioned last week, early in the week, that I was pretty confident that Xavier Worthy would end up in Austin. And, you know, a couple days later, I still have the same feeling. I think that unless something truly unforeseen or out of the blue happens, I expect Xavier Worthy to finish out his career in Austin and potentially be a draft eligible prospect after next season. It was an up and down year for Worthy as a sophomore, but I'm pretty confident that Steve Sarkisian and Brennan Marion are going to be able to get the most out of Worthy as a returner in 2023.
Huge sigh of relief for Texas fans there. There's another superstar player, though, on their roster that, again, was almost swiped by another program, and that's defensive back Jahade Barron. He was looking for a bigger NIL deal last year, but Texas was able to keep him. Do you think he's good here on this roster, or is he still keeping an eye out on other programs?
That's a really interesting point that I'm honestly glad you mentioned. With Jahade Barron, I think that maybe the newness of the transfer portal era almost stung Texas last year. Obviously, with NIL packages being thrown out, players are going to want to see what their value is. And with Barron specifically, I think it was close to happening last offseason, and Texas unfortunately almost got caught with their pants down, so to speak. But I don't see that happening again. I think that the star players on the Texas roster are going to make sure the Texas ecosystem is going to make sure that they're paid well with NIL deals. And that's not just Barron and Worthy. Think about Jalen Ford, somebody who was a legitimate contender for Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, a true star at linebacker, could enter the NFL draft, or he could return to Austin, make some NIL money before improving his draft stock and heading to the league.
Yeah, they're going to need to keep all the talent they can on that defense. That pass defense ranked 92nd in the country. So let's take a look at another cornerback now, J.Q. Hardaway from Cincinnati. He's a former top 247 player in the 2022 class. What's the interest that Texas has in him?
I think just about everybody in the country is interested in J.Q. Hardaway. That's a true stud player that, as a true freshman, was a significant contributor on a great Cincinnati defense. And I think that the initial thoughts from most people are that he's going to follow Luke Fickell to Wisconsin. But I think that more than likely Hardaway is going to assess all of his options across the nation. And I think Texas is going to try their best to get in the mix there. Another option at cornerback could be Florida's Avery Helm, somebody that is from the Lone Star State, and I think is a really intriguing option if Texas wants to address cornerback depth, which I strongly believe that they will.
Taking a look at the rest of the roster, what are some of Texas's biggest needs that they might be targeting during this cycle?
With Xavier Worthy and more than likely Isaiah Nayor, who missed his junior campaign due to injury, the former Wyoming transfer returning, I think that there's a solid core at wide receiver, but Texas needs depth at wideout. I think that 2 to 3 wide receivers make a ton of sense to supplement incoming top 100 players, Jonte Cook and Ryan Niblett. In addition to wide receiver, I think that just about every program in the country is looking for an edge rusher that immediately makes a difference. Much harder to find. I think that Florida State did a great job with Jared Verse from Albany. Finding some sort of value to plug in at edge rusher is a must for Texas. Other than that, I think the Longhorns are in a pretty good spot if no natural attrition happens or surprise transfers. Maybe another safety, but I think that Texas has a legitimate shot to kind of poach elite talent from the portal and not really reach for trying to find too many other guys.
All right, good news for Steve Sarkisian. All right, Hudson Standish, everyone, thank you for your time. And please stay updated to Horns 247 for all the updates on the Longhorns throughout the day and throughout this recruiting and transfer portal cycle. All right, let's go back to Studio A now for more from Emily and Carl.
Thank you guys so much. Interesting to look at what's happening in Texas. A lot of movement there, a lot of movement across the country. Let's go back to talking a little bit about the big picture when it comes to how programs just continue to turn over their roster. How does it work when a player hops right into the portal, and then all of a sudden he gets flooded with all of this conversation. What does recruiting look like in the portal?
Well, what it looks like to the player a lot of times is chaos because they have no they have no knowledge of how it's going to work when they go in. When they go into the portal, sometimes they get. I remember I talked to A.J. Cornelius, star offensive lineman from Rhode Island, and we were talking right as he was getting ready to get in the portal, and he had small expectations, and he's been offered by almost 30 schools in about 4 or 5 days, and so that kind of changes things. And at times I thought he might have been overwhelmed by the process and kind of what he's going through. From a coaching standpoint, those guys are still having to depend on relationships that they've built over the years because you're not just grasping at straws. Do you know a high school coach? Do you know a 7-on-7 coach? Do you know the trainer? Do you know somebody that's connected to that kid that gives you a real opportunity? You'll be surprised the way that some of these connections get made, but that's what you're looking for because you don't have time to chase the ghost. You don't have time to chase after somebody that you have no chance to get. So you're trying to narrow that down really, really fast and how you built those relationships.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolute chaos, right? You jump in and you're a high-profile player and you might have a ton of bites, or you might be a guy taking a chance and crickets, unfortunately, when it comes to those scenarios. But you've mentioned time and how you really have to act quickly. Anticipating some of these moves and talking to people behind the scenes and seeing if a guy might enter the portal or what his interest level might be in going to insert team name here. If you're a coach reaching out to a player who hits the portal today, are you already too late?
You're way too late. Most of the big time schools, they probably won't say this in public, but this is a private thing. They have boards already in their offices on top guys at other schools that will potentially fill needs that they have in the transfer portal. They've already studied all the top players in FCS. They've already studied all the top players in Group of 5. And so when those guys hit the portal, they already have them graded. They already have them evaluated. Recruiting department, support staff has already done the groundwork. Today is the opening day, but those evaluations have been done over the last 3 or 4 months of the football season.
Yeah, it's been happening for a while. And again, today is just day one. And coming up in a little bit, we're going to actually hear from Late Kick's Josh Pate. He's going to sit down and just digest a lot of this. We've been reacting to it live in real time. He's been able to sit down and think about it. So interested to get his thoughts. But when it comes to recruiting in the portal, what are those conversations like behind the scenes when a coach, is it just base details? Is it what we're seeing happen with you right now? Or are you just a coach calling up a player saying, hey, you want to come play at my school?
No, it's not that. It has to be a fit. You have to, because the biggest question the coach has to ask is why didn't it work at the other place? What are the players going through? I was talking to a player last night, and the situation is, were you not going to class? Did we have a problem with marijuana? Did we have a problem with discipline? You have to find all of those things out as well, because sometimes, most of the time, there is a reason why you didn't play, or there is a reason why you're unhappy with the situation. Does the guy not take hard coaching? I have to get all of those questions answered before I bring that in my locker room. Now, what I will say to college coaches, and I've said this to a lot of them at times, you have to also be careful with the information that you receive, because everybody doesn't want to see you be successful too. So sometimes coaches say things about kids that aren't always true to throw the other coach off on the receiving end, so because it can get crazy.
They have their work cut out for them. I mean, I know that we've made so many comparisons to the draft and to free agency, but this does feel like a draft evaluation, and that you're digging into their past and you're calling people that know them, and because it's not a one-size-fits-all. Right? I mean, some players, it could be something as simple as the system did not fit them, not necessarily them as a human and as a personality didn't fit with the team.
And most guys, when they're coming out of high school, don't look at whether the system fits them or not. They get caught up in the hype. They get caught up in being social media stars, and they're not saying, hey, this team runs a 3-4, but I probably am better suited to play in a 4-3. And so they go somewhere because they like it, and then they find out they're not a football fit. And they're a little smarter the second time around, usually when they're picking a school.
Yeah, I mean, people get smarter as they get older. You can't expect 17, 18, 19-year-olds to make the exact right decision. And so that's why we have mentors like you helping them out. They have people in their lives, hopefully helping them out with this transition period. Speaking of transition period, there's no really easy way to do this, so I'm just going to send it over to Studio B. What's up?
Appreciate the honesty, Emily. Corey Smith from PackPride.com is now joining us to talk some NC State news. Obviously, Corey, the biggest news of the day is they just lost their quarterback. Devin Leary has announced that he is entering the transfer portal. What started as a promising season for him, preseason ACC Player of the Year, maybe some Heisman rumblings, kind of ended abruptly with that injury on October 8th, a torn pectoral. But he is one of the best QBs in state history. So what kind of player could other programs be getting in Devin Leary?
Yeah, Devin, you're obviously being looked at as the best quarterback in the ACC. I think the big thing that teams are going to get with him, as I heard Steve Wiltfong talk about this earlier, is the fact that he has the arm talent for the NFL. He's not, an extremely mobile quarterback, but he rolls out of the pocket. He can make all the throws that you need across the board for any team across the country. I know the early talks have been kind of focused on Notre Dame and some other schools, but I think when you look at what he can do for any team across the country, it's bring a guy that's already ready for that stage, make every throw that you need. And, when you look at what he was able to do at NC State last year, before this past season, 35 touchdowns, broke Phillip Rivers' record, 5 interceptions, was the first quarterback in ACC history to throw for 35 or more touchdowns and 5 or less interceptions. You get a quarterback that's ready and doesn't make a ton of mistakes either.
So his transferring doesn't really come as a surprise after the emergence of freshman quarterback MJ Morris. Is that the biggest role here in his decision, or why exactly is he deciding to leave?
Well, I think it's a combination of that and the fact that, Tim Beck left this past weekend. I think the decision had been made well before that. So I'm not going to say that it was heavily leaning on that. But, you look back at this past year and things didn't work out as far as the weapons that he had around him. Things didn't work out as far as his fit in the system at times. And while I think a lot of people kind of looked at what he could potentially do, you needed to realize that he has a better chance to probably go out on the open market, find a place that fits him maybe a little bit better. So you lose all that, and that he leaves NC State in good hands with the fact that you have, as you mentioned, MJ Morris potentially coming back for next year, and he knows that he's able to kind of bridge that gap as opposed to him leaving it, completely bare bones.
Devin Leary finishes 6th in school history with over 6,800 pass yards, 4th in passing touchdowns with 63. So there are a lot of schools out there who would love his services. Where do you think he might be headed?
Yeah, as Steve said earlier, Notre Dame is the team we've heard a lot of. I do feel like Notre Dame was kind of a quarterback away from being a national title contender this past year. Good defense, has good receivers, and obviously they recruit at an extremely high level every single year. The other name that I think would be interesting here, and I don't know how much truth there is to it, but another school to watch would potentially be Illinois. Former wide receivers coach for NC State, George McDonald, is up there still. When you look back at some of the guys that are there too, obviously his younger brother happens to be there. He has a chance to potentially go there, but I think the pull of NIL is going to end up leading him to a bigger program, so it's going to be hard for a school like Illinois to truly compete there.
NC State was in the ACC title discussion at least for a while there. They finished 8-4, 3rd in the ACC. Are there any other possible needs that they're going to the portal for?
Yeah, the biggest need, I don't think it's going to be quarterback, given the fact that MJ Morris does come back next year. Now, if something changes there, then maybe you're starting to look around a little bit more. But I think the biggest need for NC State going into this upcoming year is going to be wide receiver. A guy like Devin Leary probably doesn't leave the program if you have top-tier wide receivers coming back for next year. You have MJ Morris coming back. You have 2 more years of him because he was a true freshman this past year. You really need to build around him with guys that, if they only have 1 year next year, sure, that's fine. But if you can find guys that have extreme talent and guys that maybe had a breakout freshman season and wanted to look for greener pastures, wide receiver is the big one. On the defensive side of the football, you're going to be looking for cornerbacks, because you do lose both your starting cornerbacks. You lose your starting safety from this past year in Tanner Ingle. So those are guys that they're really going to be looking at, the positions they're going to be keying in on. The last one being offensive line. You lose a guy like Grant Gibson that was all ACC first team. You lose another guy in Chandler Zavala that was all ACC first team at the guard position, and NC State really needs to retool there. So those are going to be the positions to watch for NC State throughout these next several weeks and months, even throughout the transfer portal.
All right, Corey Smith with the scoop from PackPride.com. And the biggest news of the day, Devin Leary, the number 2 player in the transfer portal, has decided to leave NC State. Thank you, Corey, and for all your news on the Wolfpack. Remember to check out PackPride.com. Emily, let's go back to you in Studio A.
Thank you, Grace. Yeah, let's talk about Devin Leary. You heard Corey mention the connections that he could potentially have at Illinois. When we look to piece together and hypothesize where these players might go, how important is that connection to a coach?
That connection is very important because you're looking at a guy who you already know. And in this day and age in recruiting, things happen so quick. If you can bring a great player into the fold that you already know his disposition, you already know he's going to be good for the locker room, you already know that he's going to work hard, that he's going to be unselfish, that he's going to be tough, smart, and committed, then that is a plus for your program. So when you're thinking about something like Devin Leary and there is a connection at the University of Illinois, they've got to put all their chips on the table and they got to go try to get him. But he is going to be a game changer for any program. Notre Dame is also in need of a quarterback, so they got to put all their chips in the middle of the table too, and they try to get him. Devin Leary is going to be in a position where he's going to sit back and be able to pick the best situation for him, and that is a great place to be in business.
Okay, one of our analysts, Cooper Patagna, is in the chat right now saying that Georgia and Alabama should take a look at Devin Leary. You like those options? Do you like the Illinois?
Well, I'm going to tell you what, if you're looking at Georgia and Alabama, why not? They're going to be two teams that are going to be competing for the national championship. They both are losing starting quarterbacks with Bryce Young and Stetson Bennett moving on. And so they're both going to consistently be competing at the highest level. I think that they come at them with everything that they have, and they're going to make it very, very, very rough on him to make a decision. Nick Saban and Kirby Smart know that recruiting is a blood sport, and they're going to go after this kid with everything they got if they identify that as a position in need.
Bielema, Kirby Smart, Nick Saban. Who do you say no to?
Well, I'm going to tell you what Brett Bielema did this year at the University of Illinois is nothing short of remarkable. Chase Brown has a potential Heisman candidate. He's done great things. Isaiah Williams on the perimeter. The defense led by his defensive coordinator, Ryan Walters. Brett Bielema has made Illinois relevant again, which is something that a lot of guys before him couldn't do. Excellent football coach. And if you ever sit in the room with Brett Bielema during recruiting, he will make it very difficult for you to say no.
I was going to say, that was a very eloquent answer. I meant more from a fear standpoint. I don't know who I would be able to turn down in that situation, but that's what happens when you're Devin Leary.
If I put Kirby Smart, Nick Saban, and Brett Bielema in a steel cage, I think that Brett Bielema is going to win. I'm going to go with Brett on that one.
Okay, well, yeah, just body type different from Nick Saban, but more from just like a guy that you cannot say no to.
It's tough to say no to all of them.
Honestly, yeah, and you want to be a part of those programs too, not just because of the success that they've had on the field, but the culture and the program building that they have. When you bring in a lot of transfers and guys from other programs and other cultures, how difficult is it from a coaching standpoint when you're having to kind of rebuild and reteach new guys every year what said school is all about?
Well, it's tough because they're not really ingrained into the school culture. They're more ingrained into the culture of me, and I'm coming here to do what's best for me. And it's really tough on football coaches because football is I got a culture, I got a vision, I got a thing that I'm bringing everybody into, and there's so many guys. In a sport like basketball, there's not as many guys. Guys are running in and out. That's been their culture forever. But this is new to football coaches, especially guys who've been doing this for 20 or 30 years. This is a change for them that is uncomfortable. But things are uncomfortable in life when changes come, so they have to adjust to it.
Yeah, how much do coaches take that into consideration when they're recruiting a guy from the portal? Not just this guy's an exceptional football player, but this guy will fit with our culture.
Well, you better look at it because it depends on the kind of coach you are. Do you have flexibility in how you view things? Most coaches aren't flexible. So if a guy is a particular way in his personality and you know that's going to be an issue for you, no matter how talented he is, you should pass on him if you're not willing to adjust the way that you look at things, because or else you're just going to be in a continued fight. But it is tough, and you need to ask those tough questions.
Something that they ask in recruiting as well. This is not a new concept to them, to make sure that it is a program fit, that it is a culture fit, and that's what makes those guys so successful. And I know we joke about the inability to say no to those guys. Another guy that I cannot say no to is the voice in my ear, and that is producer Kenny, and he is telling me to send it over to Studio B. So that must mean something important's going on, guys.
Yeah, we might have some more intel from the transfer portal. I know, right? Love to hear it. Chris, any new names that we're seeing or hearing about?
Yeah, lots of new names in the portal the last few minutes. Clemson wide receiver E.J. Williams just went in, former top 100 recruit. Hearing a lot of rumors flying for sure, but nothing super concrete at the moment about who could go in. I believe our guy Andrew Ivins just had a story on Austin Reed going in the portal, the Western Kentucky quarterback. He was one of the leading passers in the nation this year. I think that took a lot of people by surprise today. That was a name I heard floating around this morning as well. He's probably going to be a Power 5 passer, was a former D2 quarterback, an All-American. He excelled on the Group of 5 level this year at Western Kentucky, and I expect him to find a landing spot in the Power 5.
Vanderbilt quarterback Mike Wright also went in. Of course, Vandy, I mean, they just came off their 5-win season, which is a success. They beat their the projected win total of 3, I'm pretty sure it was, 3.5. Finally got back-to-back SEC wins this year. So why might Mike Wright be leaving?
Yeah, obviously Vanderbilt found its quarterback of the future from its 2022 class, true freshman, A.J. Swan, who played really well when he was healthy. And Mike Wright, down the stretch, really played well for Vanderbilt. He led them to a couple of upsets. He's proven to be a very capable quarterback. I think Mike is definitely going to be a starter somewhere next year. It might have to be on the G5 level, but he is someone with an FBS future for sure.
All right. Well, thank you, Chris. You guys see, he's typing away. He's checking his phone. Between him and Carl, just all of the communication, there's a lot going on here. So, Emily, let's go back to you.
I'm telling you, when we were in class and we used to have our phones out, our teacher would get mad. But in this instance, you can have your phone, you can have your computer, whatever it is that you need to see. I need to remind everybody, we have nearly 3,000 people watching right now. So if you are enjoying this content, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the 24/7 Sports YouTube page. We will have Josh Pate from Late Kick with Josh Pate joining us here in a few minutes to talk about everything that he's seen from the early transfer portal window opening. But Carl, looking ahead, again, this is just day one. Day one of a 45-day window that will extend into mid-January. January 18th is when this first window will officially close. There's a lot that's going to happen in the college football world between now and then. We're going to crown a national champion. We're also going to crown a lot of champions all across the country when it comes to these bowl games. Where do you see the impact of just this mass exodus and all this frenzy and movement in the transfer portal? How could that affect availability for bowl games?
Teams will do everything that they can to give their kids the bowl experience and the kids who decided to stay. But some programs are going to have to check the safety of their kids. If they don't have enough offensive linemen, if they don't have a quarterback, if they don't have enough defensive linemen or defensive backs, they're going to have to really, really think in terms of the safety of the kids, with them dropping from 85 players to some as low as 40 players on scholarship before they go participate in some of these bowls. And that's just the way that the game is now, and that's a way of life. So they're really going to have to sit down and try to consider what's best for the program.
Yeah, we saw, COVID issues, have to cancel some bowls. You see NFL opt-outs all the time, but this transfer portal situation seems to just add even more chaos to it. How viable is it to have the transfer portal right now before you hit all those bowls? I mean, is something going to have to change, or is it just going to wreck through all of these bowl games?
There's always unintended consequences to decisions that get made. And so when we looked earlier and we said we're tired of guys opting out during the season, so we gave them a transfer portal window. So that fixed the season, but now it hurts the bowl game. And so you can't make everybody happy. This is one of those consequences of having a transfer portal on this date, coming out this late. And it's something that the bowl games probably individually are going to have to reevaluate the way they do business.
You know what kind of hit my mind here as we're getting ready to introduce Late Kicks Josh Pate, favorite topic, I know, and that is the expanded playoff. Do you see 12 teams making up the playoff, meaning that probably fewer guys will feel inclined to transfer? Is that something that could potentially help slow this down?
That is one of the reasons that I believe that they made the 12-team playoff, to keep more guys engaged and have a chance. But make no mistake about it, the best team is going to always win, whether you have 12, whether you have 4. I love the 4-team playoff. I think that they got it right all of the time with the 4 teams. Even if you look to the lower divisions that have playoffs, North Dakota State has won 9 out the last 11 FCS championships in like a 24-team playoff. So at the end of the day, the Alabamas, the Georgias, the Clemsons, those programs are going to always be there to win the national championship in the end. And so expanding it to 12 does include more teams, but it's not going to change who the best programs in the country are.
And we've still seen players hit the transfer portal after even playing in a national championship game. So suffice to say that the expanded playoff might not necessarily slow things down. Guys could still transfer after they play in the playoff.
What players are going to look at now is what's best for me as a player, and you have to look at that. What is the best situation for me, for my NFL career, for the money that I have on the table to make, and that's what guys are looking at.
You know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at Josh Pate
Superstar.
sitting across the studio, superstar, getting ready to break down everything that's been happening. He's staring at us. I don't know if he's even mic'd up. I don't even know if he's got his IFB in, but I'm just telling you people that he is behind the camera and he will be joining us in a little bit. But I'm being told that I need to continue to talk to you as we get him ready to go. I know everybody is very excited to hear from Josh Pate. So let's go ahead and head over there. What's up?
Oh, it's time, is it?
It's time.
Okay.
Let's do it.
How many times have you guys said the word culture today so far, and how this impacts culture? It's an interesting word today, culture.
It's the word.
Culture is a word that everyone's going to use pretty much 24/7, 365 in their program, but especially coaches this time of year. You had some examples famously this year of a guy like Lincoln Riley going from Oklahoma to USC and pretty much portaling the majority of his impact players in along with him, both from Oklahoma and other programs. And it felt like at the end of the year, they had the culture thing figured out. They were good. Then there were other places, not to mention any names specifically, where portal guys were brought in, and it didn't feel like it was the best of fits. And the point is, there is no playbook on this right now. There's a playbook for recruiting high school kids, and here's the playbook. Starting in about 9th grade or 10th or 11th, depending on how deep your support staff is, you get kids on your radar. You start to develop the relationships with mom, with dad, with guidance counselors, with high school coaches, and you get basically a full psychological profile on that player. And so you feel really comfortable if you have defined your critical factors and characteristics and you know the culture and the guts of your program as to whether that kid's a fit or not. In this day and age, in this avenue over here, the portal avenue, it's not the way it is. Now, here's what's easy to do. What's easy to do is say, we're only going to go get guys who are culture fits. See, I just said it. No problem. At Pate State, we're only going to go get guys who are culture fits. Well, here's the thing. If I'm 11-1, I can say that, and it's easy because I'm like Kirby Smart. I really don't have to go into the portal if I don't absolutely want to. But not all programs have that luxury. And so that's kind of where my mind's at this morning, is the whole culture thing sounds good until rubber meets road. And all of a sudden, you're sitting there and you're in dire straits at your 2-corner position, or you're extremely paper thin at your interior offensive line position, and you know it's not a choice. It's not an either or. We have to fortify our roster. We don't have the depth here through traditional recruiting. We don't have a true freshman coming in this cycle that we know we're going to be able to start. So it's either I go get guys or I'm out the door next year. Put yourself in that position. And then ask yourself, how do you balance talent acquisition and culture? Because that's really the decision that's on the table and the plate for a lot of head coaches right now, and a lot of support staffs and analysts and position coaches and coordinators. That's what they're trying to balance. What is the balance of culture fit versus necessity? And here's the thing you're going to find. There are going to be a lot of kids whose names go in the portal, hundreds to thousands of names. If we're being real, over the next 45 days, we will see go in the portal and out of the portal. But case by case, you're not looking at 1,000 kids. Case by case, if you are a major Power 5 program that has aspirations of competing for a conference championship and you have real problems at the interior offensive line position, there may be, let's be conservative, and let's say 10 kids in there that fit your critical factors. There are 10 kids in the portal at any given time that you know could play for you. There may be 4 of them who have interest in you. There may be one of those 4 who you really like as a culture fit, and all of a sudden it's not thousands anymore, it's 1, and you really wanted 2. So what do? Do you take the 1 and roll the dice on him being the difference between you going 10-2 and 7-5 or 6-6, or do you say, Coach, there are 3 other guys over here, and they're a little sketchy, but we know they can play. If we can get them to Saturday, if we can get them on the field, we know they can play. That's where the balance of culture versus need comes into play right now. The whole concept of rebuilding, for that matter, has morphed entirely. And I'll tell you, when you watch a lot of these programs, whether it be Sonny Dykes at TCU, whether it be what Lincoln just did at USC, I think there will be a couple of more high-profile examples over the next 1 to 2 years of guys taking over programs and immediately having success. That concept of a rebuild is not what it used to be. The concept of a rebuild used to be there's an understanding from administration to booster class to everyone in between. When I take over a program, I just have a grace period. I just have a it used to be 3 years, 2-year minimum now, where we understand I got to do what Mike Norvell's done at Florida State. And credit to Florida State for giving him time. I've got to sort of go in and I got to burn the underbrush, and then I've got to cultivate the soil, and then I got to start to rebuild. And I got to plant it, but you don't plant and harvest on the same day. And that's what the concept of a rebuild used to be in college football. Now, your fan base and your donor class looks around and says, well, hold on now. I get all that. And that sounded great in 1997. But what about what he just did in 1 year? What about what he just did in 1 year? And all of a sudden you look and you say, well, that's not the way it works. And then they look back at you and they say, what do you mean that's not the way it works? They're coaching the same game you are. Some cases, they're in the same conference that you are. What do you mean you can't do it the way they did it? Well, that's just not my modus operandi. Well, they're going to look back at you and say, we can find someone whose modus operandi is to get us overnight results. Now, I'm not sitting here telling you this morning that I love that. And I'm certainly not telling you that I am pro-microwave mentality when it comes to building a roster. I am telling you that's the way it is. No different than Bruce Hornsby told you in 1987. That's the way it is. So you can either get on board with that, or you can really, really, really hit grand slam after grand slam traditionally in the recruiting world, like Kirby Smart has done, for example. And look, if you can pull off the Georgia model, you may not have to worry about this so much. But the concept of the rebuild, I'm speaking about it sort of pejoratively right now. But on the flip side, listen, if you're a fan, I think you could have a really hypocritical stance on this, because I'd be lying to you if I didn't say I feel sort of hypocritical on it. I'm not crazy about the current state of affairs, and I'm not crazy about the fact that you got to recruit an entire high school class as well as your entire roster. I'm not crazy about that. But my opinion and my feelings don't matter, because reality is reality right now. But the reason why you can feel a little jaded towards the process but also excited is because you know if you're a fan of a 7-5 team, you're 3 or 4 acquisitions away from instantly turning your program around, turning your program upside down. And we've been talking about quarterbacks a lot today, and they'll continue to talk about quarterbacks a lot today, because those are the foundational elements. Those are the engine with which the entire rest of the vehicle operates. And if you go get one, and there are several high-profile names already in the portal, and as you heard Ivans talk about a little while ago, there are going to be more in the portal by the time the sun goes down today. I'm very interested in who acquires those names. I'm very interested in what kind of names there are out there in the quarterback market right now that don't even know they're going to go in the portal. That 11 days from now look around and they kind of gauge the temperature out there, and then they say, maybe this is for me too. Maybe I want to see how this works. Because you mark my words, not everyone has their portal game plan laid out right now. And I'm talking about players. Not every player understands and has a full roadmap. Okay, when December 5th, 12:01 a.m. gets here, I'm hopping in the portal, and these are the 5 schools that I'm interested in. That's not the way it's always going to work. In some cases it is. In other cases, I feel like there are guys probably totally comfortable at their program right now who all of a sudden find out there's this 6-figure number that just got floated my way via an aunt in the back channels, and she talked to someone who's closely associated with another program. And if I know that that's a reality, And my current situation is not that. I got peanuts NIL-wise compared to that. All of a sudden, we just saw Satterfield move from Louisville to Cincinnati. And the quotes he gave were that it kind of came together overnight. Well, if a head coaching position can change that quick, you don't think a roster position could change even quicker? And at least in the head coaching world, the negotiation tactics are sort of on the up and up. In the NIL world, you could use carrier pigeon, you can use smoke signal, you can use non-traceable DMs, you can do all sorts of different things. And no one's really going to frown on it because pretty much everyone's trafficking in that. But the way it is the way it is. Okay, so I go on the road every week, talk to a coaching staff most every week when I'm in town. And I can tell you two things are true. Hardly anyone really likes this. If head coaches could get together and snap their fingers and stop this, most of them would just vote to stop it. Not all, but most would vote to stop it because it's an intensive workload that's in addition to what was already an extremely hard job. I mean, make no mistake, 30 years ago, no one ever thought they would say, I'm going to go to the NFL because it's easier there than in college football. No one ever thought we'd hear that sentence. We're hearing it all the time now. And you got head coaches. Kirby Smart, for example, won the national championship last year. And the next morning, they haven't even left Indianapolis, Indiana yet. And he sat down with major networks in tow. And he could have used that time to market himself and his program and promote and recruit. And instead, he sat there and used that airtime to say, I'm concerned about the state of the sport. I'm concerned about the direction of the sport because good coaches are leaving the sport because right now, you're putting them in an untenable spot. One of the dumbest retorts is, well, you make a lot of money, deal with it. And that's like saying, I got a 12-ounce cup here, and because I'm going to enrich it more, I'm going to pour 14 or 15 ounces of liquid in it. The cup can hold what it can hold. The coach can handle what the coach can handle. It doesn't matter if you pay them 50% more. They're not capable of 50% more than their 100% maximum potential. And Kirby Smart was telling you, and I think a lot of guys would echo this, they just don't have the voice he has. When you ask guys to recruit on a 4-year cycle, and you also ask them to recruit their position room and recruit their class that's already on campus, and then you also ask them to, by the way, continue to perfect your craft at the position you coach, and then they're trying to advance themselves personally anyway. I don't know how many hours you have in your day, but best I can tell, it's still 24 for everyone. I just described to you more than a 24-hour job. And that's if you don't sleep, by the way. So the way it is the way it is. But right now, the way it is we're looking around, and December 5th, all of a sudden, is a bigger deal than what the February National Signing Day is. That's just reality. We're here in a studio at 24/7 Sports. I mean, it wasn't 10 years ago that the early signing day didn't exist, and the February signing day was, for a lot of us, what Christmas is to the rest of the free world. And now look at what we've got. You've got an entire branded show on the Monday after Conference Championship Saturday, and you've got a transfer portal window open. But I will tell you this. I wanted to present all that as the backdrop, how I really feel about it, to remind you feelings don't matter, reality matters. And you know, there's a band, REM? You know REM? Okay, so REM had a song called Shiny Happy People. And Shiny Happy People ended up being one of their biggest hits. And as the legend goes, the band almost created the song to mock the music industry. And they made it overtly happy. I mean, they did in that song what Shawn Michaels did against Hulk Hogan at SummerSlam back in the day. And we all remember that. And they just wanted to make a mockery of the entire process and say, look at what you people like. Well, the people loved it. And so guess what REM had to do for the next 30 years? They had to get on stage and they had to sing Shiny Happy People with a smile on their face. It didn't mean they loved it. And head coaches, doesn't mean they love Transfer Portal Monday, but man, you better be trafficking in it. Because if you're not trafficking in it, someone else is going to take your job. Someone else is going to take your players and then maybe take your job. Not necessarily in that order. So the way it is the way it is right now. Will it always be that way? I think is probably a topic best saved for a more rainy day. It's gross in Nashville today, but after the dust sort of settles, after this transfer portal process is through, here's what I expect to happen. I think there are going to be some pretty robust and healthy conversations between head coaches and conference commissioners and the powers that be behind the scenes, the same ones who you just line the pockets with your expanded playoff out there. I think a lot of conversations will be had between those parties. Because here's what it's really all about. The same thing it's been about since the dawn of creation. Money. And it always will be. That you can't change. Once you've introduced people into that marketplace, you can't change that. I don't hate on anyone for trying to get their bag, but I am saying you can accomplish both things. You don't have to kill any birds with any stones here. You can have players much better off financially and also have a much more harmonious roster situation in college football. You cannot do it without conferences playing ball. And by conferences playing ball, I mean, as we look over into the corner of the room here, figuratively, follow me, there's a huge bag over here. Great big garbage bag full of cash, and it is media rights dollars. And it's in the billions. It's not in the hundreds of millions, guys. It's in the billions. And those member institutions only number in the mid-teens. So when you divide that bag up evenly per year, you're getting a whole lot of money just for having an SEC sticker or a Big Ten sticker on your helmet. If your head coaches are coming to you, biting your ear off, talking about how unsustainable the current model is, and the model is such because NIL cash creates the model, and you've got a big bag of cash over here, conferences have to eventually get in the NIL game. You have to eventually understand we have to have roster continuity. How do we get kids to agree when they enter into a scholarship to sign their name on a piece of paper that locks them into that scholarship? Well, you might say right now you can't, and I agree, but you could, because a player is not going to sign his name over for nothing anymore. Those days are gone. But a player might absolutely sign his name over for 2 years minimum if said player knows just by playing at an SEC program, I'm granted a minimum of $60,000 a year. You don't think they can afford it? Do the math right quick. $60,000 times 85 scholarship players per year. Do that math. And then juxtapose it to how much media cash the conference is actually bringing in. See, to you and I, $60,000 times 85 is a lot of money. When you value continuity in your rosters, in your conference, and keeping people happy and keeping your coaches happy, it is a value. It's a value proposition at this point. So for now, you're going to have to weather the storm. There's coming a day where conferences are going to step up and make sure we don't have shows called Portal Palooza the Monday after conference championship Saturday because we think half of the sport is about to turn over any given year. That's probably a more sustainable future thinking model. Until then, you're just going to have to hang on. A lot of names have gone in the portal already. I think several more obviously are going to go in. I have to reiterate to you what we've been talking about on Late Kick a lot when it comes to flippers versus dippers. Got it, Miranda. Flippers versus dippers is quite frankly what this show should be called, but flippers versus dippers is very easily a concept that you need to become familiar with. Not every portal entry is the same. Some kids truly are entering the transfer portal with the intention of flipping, of leaving the program they're currently at. However, the reason why the traffic's going to be so high in the portal, as it's been relayed to me by a lot of coaches, is because a lot of coaches expect a lot of portal dipping. And portal dipping is when I got a linebacker over here at Pate State that winks at me and says, "Coach, I'm not going anywhere, but I'm going to enter the portal because I do think I can get more money if people think I'm going to go somewhere else." And so you're going to have a lot of portal dippers. So I caution you guys, yes, make sure you click refresh on 247sports.com every 5 or 10 minutes and make sure that you're watching and subscribing when these kinds of shows are on because you need to be up to date and you need to know which of your players are or aren't in the portal. I wouldn't start burning the jerseys of said players the moment they enter the portal because as we all know, what could happen is they could exit the portal right back where they started 3 weeks from now, and you could spend the rest of your afternoon deleting old tweets and making sure that a paper trail of your hatred towards them is no longer visible on message boards. In fact, good rule of thumb, don't tweet negative things about college players in general. It's what Meemaw taught me. It's how I live my life. I would encourage you to do the same. But the portal flipper is one thing. The portal dipper is something that's going to become a lot more familiar to everyone. So as we move along on this Monday, by the way, this is going to be a reality tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday, some programs to keep an eye on. And this is not an exhaustive list. This list could roll out like the Dead Sea Scrolls, just all the way to the wall and beyond. Auburn interests me because Hugh Freeze is now the head coach there. And they got a lot of cultivating to do. Deion, same thing. In fact, I respect Deion because he was as brutally honest as to walk in and just flat out say, "I'm bringing some guys with me. I need a lot of you guys to jump in the portal. You're not good enough. That sounds harsh, doesn't it? Well, here's the thing about that. It would have been harsh in 2003. Certainly would have been even inappropriate in 2003. But we are in the players' rights era, are we not? So there's a lot of benefit being extended to players now. You get to do things and you get to experience a lot of things and have access to things it used to be illegal for you to have access to. What does that make you? It doesn't make you a boy, it makes you an adult, makes you a man. And if you're an adult, you do get access to things that kids don't get access to. Consequence is another thing that you get access to. Real world adult conversations are another thing that you get access to. And the reality is, if management got the axe today, far be it for me to use this metaphor, but if management got the axe today and we got new management in tomorrow, they would come in and the first thing they would tell us in a very HR homogenized way is no job is safe here. Because that's what happens in the real world. When you're getting paid in exchange for providing a service and your service hasn't been good enough and you get the manager fired because your service has been so bad and the new manager comes in, you get told your days could be numbered. You're on the clock. And there are a lot of kids in that Colorado locker room. They're on the clock. It's the same way at Auburn. It's the same way at Wisconsin. It's the same way when Dan Lanning walked in the door at Oregon. It's the same way anytime you got a new staff coming in. And then also, I want you to keep in mind, this doesn't limit itself just to the places where there has been staff churn. This doesn't just limit itself to the places where, oh, they went 2-10 this year. Certainly, those are focal point programs. Alabama could be a big player here. I mean, Alabama and Nick Saban, firstly, could be in the market for several new coaches. We'll see what happens there with Bill O'Brien, with Pete Golding, with a lot of the position coaches there. We'll see what happens. Charles Kelly, I think, is headed to Boulder. So there are a lot of positions on his coaching roster that Nick Saban will need to fill. But also, there are probably going to be several additions via the portal that they're going to be interested in. Miami, I think, is one of the most dangerous sharks in the entire ocean this cycle because Mario Cristobal, truth be told, probably likes this part of the game more than coaching itself. And he has no bowl game to get ready for. They're just sitting down there trying to build a roster. And that guy will work 25 hours a day on this if you let him. And so Miami's got plenty of resource available to them. They have got a big chunk of their roster they've got to turn over. They have got no shortage of motivation to do so. Miami's there. Florida is there. Be really interested to see what kind of moves Billy Napier makes. I mean, what about Oklahoma? What about Brent Venables? There were signs this year where they showed promise. It was kind of like trying to jumpstart a car. And you hear the engine, but the engine never really cranked. Why? Because it was very, very unfeasible to see the kinds of players exit the program and head to LA, like Mario Williams, like Caleb Williams, for example, and expect this brand on our helmet, it'll just carry us through. False. You kind of found out the hard lesson Texas has learned in the Big 12. Your brand on the logo doesn't really carry you anywhere if you don't have the horses to carry you. So the chariot without the horses, pretty ineffective. And Oklahoma this year at times, pretty ineffective because of that. Here's the good news. You don't have to torch the barn and kill the rats in Oklahoma. You just have to go get some better players. And they're doing it through recruiting already. This will be another cycle now consecutively where Brent Venables can proudly stand on the podium after signing day and say, look, we brought another good class in. They're looking to supplement those classes rather than survive off the portal. But I think Oklahoma will be a player here. What about Arizona State? Kenny Dillingham walking in the door down there. Now, unlike some of these other programs, there's uncertainty surrounding that program for reasons that really don't pertain to the current coaching staff, but more so the previous coaching staff. And I'd be lying if I told you I have a crystal clear picture of what I expect for the future of Arizona State football. Clemson is one personally I'm most interested in because Dabo Swinney has not said I'll never use the portal. That's a lie that kind of gets bastardized and misquoted a lot, but it's not anything he's actually said. What he has done is he's shown a strong resistance to using the portal. It's just philosophically not something he believes in all that much. We'll see about that. Things change. Feelings change. I used to not like sushi. I eat the stuff like 4 nights a week now. And I wonder if Dabo Swinney might not soften his stance a little bit on the transfer portal, because if you watched Clemson football this year, you watch them defensively against North Carolina, and they just put a vice grip around their neck. They suffocated them. They scored a touchdown, 3 turnovers, like quarterback hurry after quarterback hurry, tackle for loss. So NC State game, same way. But then there were other times this year where they needed to trade points. Against Notre Dame, they needed to trade points. Problem is, those receivers they had 4 years ago were not there anymore. And as it turns out, they probably had the wrong quarterback on the field too. They made that correction, albeit probably too late. They made that correction. Imagine if you're Dabo Swinney and you decide, you know what, we're going to go hit the portal. What do you have to offer? Well, you have a proven championship caliber product. You have limitless resources. You got brand new facilities up there. So if you're into slides and whatnot, they got your slide. But also, if you're a receiver and you're into having a potential future first-round talent at quarterback, and Cade Klubnik throw you the football so that you can elevate your own stock, Clemson would be the place for you because there's immediate playing time available. I think we all understand that. I think Dabo understands that. They have not been dynamic enough at the receiver position, not by a long shot. I mean, everyone loves to talk about the defensive line they had there in the mid-2000s or 20-teens, and you're right, all those guys went on to play on Sunday. But what else they had is they had guys who were going to go play on Sunday who played out wide on the offensive side of the ball too. And then they coupled those with guys like Deshaun Watson and guys like Trevor Lawrence, and all of a sudden the floodgates open in recruiting for Clemson. Why should we think that the transfer portal would be any different? Here's why. Because leadership up there has been resistant to it happening. So one of the big questions over the next 45 days is, has the philosophy changed? Not wholesale, but maybe just a little bit for Dabo Swinney. There's a lot going on. And it's kind of the new normal in college football right now. I think you could argue more has changed in this sport over the last 24 months than had changed in the last 2 decades combined. And that's a really loaded statement. But guys, if you really think about what we're doing here, we are expanding a playoff field. We are totally overhauling the way that recruiting works and talent acquisition works forever. That's done. That's been done now. We are completely overhauling the way that coaching staffs are put together. We're totally overhauling the way that calendars in this sport operate. We've got conference realignment going on and probably not done yet. All that's happened really over the span of just 24 months, in some cases just 12 months. And there's a lot to process. And it's why you may think sometimes when I talk I'm riding fences. You better believe I am. No one knows what's about to happen. No one knows what's coming. Figuring out this sport right now is like trying to nail a square of Jell-O to the wall. No one has any skill in this. And so there's going to be a lot of I told you so by people who just happen to guess right. There's going to be a lot of, ooh, this aged really poorly from people who were just making their best guess based on history. But that's where we are, and that's why we're sitting here, guys, on Monday morning, December 5th, the year of our Lord, 2022. Transfer Portal Palooza. Could things have even changed as I was talking there over the last few minutes? Probably.
I should ask my breaking news expert here. Has anything changed? Are we still rolling? I mean, I'm sure there's been 50 names that have entered the portal during your monologue. I appreciate that, by the way. I really want to ask you, though, like, are we going to be okay? Can we fix this?
Are we going to be okay?
Yeah, it wasn't total doom and gloom. You fired management somehow.
Sure.
You said we hope to not do this show anymore. I mean, are we going to be okay?
Yeah, the quality control report after my segment will probably be lengthy. Carl, though, I mean, I think you got to be hearing the same thing I hear. When you talk to coaches and they know the camera's off and the mic's off and it's just you and them in a room, hardly anyone likes this right now because they don't like uncertainty. Guys like structure. Most guys have made it to the top level of this profession because they like structure. And so if all the rules are plain and clear and everyone knows what we can and can't do and everyone understands, no, we're not operating on a level playing field, but at least I can see the playing field, they're fine with it. Man, I have not talked to many coaches who go, boy, I love this transfer portal. Have you heard anything different than that?
No, I think you're right on. Nobody that I've talked to likes this. Everybody has an issue with this, Josh. But the best guys are still having to roll their sleeves up and get involved with the game the way that it is. They wish that they could still recruit high school kids. They wish that they had time to develop those guys, that those guys had to stay on campus. They wish they still had to sit a year to transfer out because it stops a lot of the immediate, I'm going to hit the road, and the adversity guys have to go through. I have not sat down with a college coach yet who said, I love the way the game is, I love the changes that have been made, and I look forward to moving forward this way. I haven't met anybody who likes it.
Yeah, I'll also tell you this. I don't think I've ever heard more from high school coaches about college football than I have over really just the last couple of weeks once this became imminent and everyone knew what was about to happen. Because here's what they've been dealing with. You know, this is sort of sneaking up on maybe the casual fan because you've been watching the football season. That's no knock on you. But personnel folks have been dealing with this. High school coaches have been dealing with this. And there are high school coaches out there right now who have guys on their roster who are equal to or better than talent-wise guys they've had in the past who had offer lists a mile long. And some of those kids right now have offer lists that measure in inches instead of feet. And those coaches understand because they're being told by college staffs, look, we got some spots for high school kids, but when this portal comes and it opens up, we got to keep spots available for guys who are already in college. And here's what a high school coach told me the other day. They said, this is going to work for a little while. It's going to kill us. It's going to hurt us at the high school level. It's going to work for a little while at the college level. But what you're going to realize eventually is they're just getting full on dessert. And no one's really eating the meal. And all of a sudden, you're going to get 3 or 4 or 5 years down the road, and rosters are going to have been constructed in a reverse-engineered manner where you didn't build the foundation off of high school players. You instead used the shortcut supplement portal approach, and it's okay. Dessert can fill you up and fill you up and fill you up, but then all of a sudden you realize, I'm not getting long-term nourishment from this. And then you've burned your bridges, you burned your relationships, and also, where are you going to go? Like when you really need to build the foundation, where are you going to go? Because once you've gone down that road a little ways, the concern is you get addicted to the portal. And then when you say, all right, guys, forget the portal now. We'll use it sparingly, but we're going to go back to doing things the old-fashioned way. That's a 2 or 3 year rebuild process at that point because you're going back literally to the old way and you don't have time to do it. And right now, a lot of high school kids are paying the price for that.
Devil's advocate, though, don't coaches who not like their roster like the transfer portal as compared to coaches who do like their roster, obviously do not like the transfer portal? I mean, there's a benefit in it, right? You're able to have these quick rebuilds. You use the examples. It's not all bad, right?
No. Listen, the expanded playoff's not all bad. That doesn't mean I hate it any less, but it's not all bad. We'll get better out of conference games, for example. But with the portal, no, it's not all bad. But here's the thing about it. It's a two-way street. You know, you don't get to start on chapter 4 of the book. Because if you start on chapter 4 and you ignore the first 3 chapters, yeah, it's all rosy. I can only get better via the portal. But, you know, it's like watching these few sheep out here who I want to wrangle in. I got the rest of my herd behind me. And what I don't realize is there's wolves just around the bend who are trying to come and take the parts of my roster I do like. And so no one really gets to benefit from this scot-free. Everyone runs that risk. And the truth is, most coaches at the highest level trust their evaluation process. They trust their recruiting process. Most of them who elevate to the highest level. So if you were to snap your fingers and the portal as a concept went away, most of them would be very glad about that. I think the numbers would be like 90 to 10 guys who would be glad about that because they'd say, okay, the portal's not here. That means I can't use it, but that also means my enemy can't use it. That just means we go back to the way we used to do things. And I trust that we can out-recruit them and out-develop them and out-coach them during game week. I think most coaching staffs will feel that way. But yeah, you're going to see very famous examples. Not that I push back on it, of coaches like Hugh Freeze. Hugh Freeze could literally have Auburn competing in the SEC West next year, depending on how much of that roster he's able to overturn. And it absolutely should excite and engage fan bases with new head coaches and new staffs. And I'm not even telling you if I was a new coach, I wouldn't do this. I'm just telling you there are pitfalls to be considered, healthy discussions to be had about some of the downsides, because I don't think those conversations were had publicly enough.
Yeah, but can you put the toothpaste back in the tube? How do you tell fan bases to reevaluate the, how rapid that they can actually turn over a roster? You mentioned Hugh Freeze. That could be the expectation. They could compete in the West next year, but if we press pause in the portal or slow it down, I mean, fans have to realize that rebuilds take time when you can't just bring in a Caleb Williams.
Well, you don't count on fans to realize it. You put really good leadership in place, and then you remind leadership there's a reason you're not paying $30 to sit in Section 313, because you're a leader. You're supposed to understand, okay, there's noise over here, but there's also a volume knob, and you're supposed to have better foresight. You're supposed to have better perspective, and you're supposed to understand what they've done at Florida State's possible. I keep using Mike Norvell as an example because there was a lot of noise about him. I mean, you guys remember as well as I do when you've got Mike Norvell down there and he's hovering around 500, and then all of a sudden Mario Cristobal comes in the door at Miami. And then you've got Billy Napier, and they're currently engaged in a recruiting war there. And we don't even insert Florida State's name into that equation right now. And yet, Mike Norvell's just steadily improving. I would argue they played top 10 caliber football the last month of the season. Well, what happens if I am the AD at Florida State and I listen to message boards and I just let the set of my sale be based on Twitter traffic last year? Mike Norvell would be out of a job. No one wants to admit this now because it makes him look foolish. People called for his job last year. So you don't count on fans to recalibrate their expectation. You just make sure you don't operate your athletic department as if you are a fan. That's probably the best answer I can give you.
As soon as you start listening to fans, you'll be sitting with fans.
Grab that
Famous
pom-pom.
head coach said that. Josh Pate, thank you so much for all of this. I mean, we've still have a million questions for you. You are more than welcome to join us here on Carl's couch. He's getting a little lonely over there, so come back anytime.
Has he trademarked that yet? Is
Carl's couch.
So Carl's couch is still available technically if I want to grab that.
Okay.
Some valuable intellectual property.
It is. Will you go call the right people and make sure that nobody can steal that at this point, even though we're saying it live right now with thousands of people watching on YouTube. Nobody take that, Carl's couch. Josh Pate, you are welcome anytime.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Let's recalibrate and take a look at some of the top players in the portal right now. We had an audible wow from Carl right now. Fentrell Cypress, Devin Leary, Hudson Card, JQ Hardaway. When you're looking at this list, this is just top 10. I mean, we don't have enough graphics in the building to put everybody's name on there. Who stands out?
Fentrell Cypress and JQ Hardaway, just because I know the need that teams have for corners. I mean, we got top 10, top 50. You don't think the University of Alabama wants some corners, right? Oregon is in the market for corners. Washington, USC. We got some guys out there that really need some cornerback play, and I think that those guys, in addition to the quarterbacks that we have on the board, are going to be the biggest guys this round in the portal.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys on this list from smaller schools and schools that maybe you haven't heard of them quite yet, and some of these names you might be seeing them for the first time. Who on this list really stands out to you in that you might not have heard of him in this past season, but you're going to learn his name in 23?
Jimmy Horn at wide receiver for USF. They bad team this year, obviously, so you don't get a lot about him in a Group of 5 program, but he is a guy that's going to come in and make an instant impact for somebody at wide receiver. When you think about some of the programs that need big-time help at the wide receiver position. We talked about NC State. Devin Leary had some receiver issues at NC State. Those guys that Alabama had this year didn't look great at the wide receiver position to go along with Bryce Young. So we do have some programs that we know and need a wide receiver help, and Jimmy Horn Jr. has to be on the top of everybody's list that's looking for a wide receiver.
Yeah, Tennessee also a team with some wide receivers headed to the NFL draft. Yes. They would like to consolidate that a bit. Let's talk about Devin Leary, though, a name that we have mentioned multiple times on this show that we will continue to talk about all throughout this afternoon. But I want to get your perspective from it, Carl. Is he an instant impact guy? Whatever school ends up with him, are they thinking not playoff or bust, but up there in double-digit wins?
No, they're thinking playoff or bust.
Oh, okay. I was trying to walk it back, but
you come in with Devin Leary. I mean, we've already heard Notre Dame, is trying to be involved there. Devin Leary is a guy, because you got to remember, last summer we were talking about NC State being in the college football playoffs and potentially winning the ACC, and obviously they fell apart a little bit. But Devin Leary is a guy that's obviously going to get drafted into the NFL, and as soon as he steps on campus, the expectations are going to skyrocket for whatever football program he touches.
How do you know which Devin Leary is the real Devin Leary? He had the historic season 2 years ago and really brought a lot of excitement to NC State, and that went into this year. We know our friend Blake Brockermeyer, we like to give him a little hard time about his love for NC State, but he was not the only one excited about this team headed into this season. Obviously some injuries derailing it too, but how do you truly evaluate what kind of quarterback you're getting when you get two very different seasons?
Well, you're not going to know until you know. But I think that a lot of it depends on who the offensive coordinator is, who the quarterback coach is, and can they develop a system behind his skill set and his strengths, and can they put the complementary pieces around him, which is why I think Devin Leary, if I was him, I'm looking at who are the other pieces, who's playing tailback, who's playing wide receiver, do we have great tight end play? Because I think that if you surround him with the right weapons, he can instantly take you over the top.
I love it. It's going to be a lot of excitement to see where he ends up. There's a lot of great names and more names entering the portal. Just, chaos so far, and we're just getting started here. Let's send it over to Studio B to check in with them. Hey, guys.
What's up, guys? Good to see you. Now joining the show is David Eicholt from Hawkeye Insider. David, I saw you tweeting last night at 11 p.m. Central, our time, 12 Eastern. You were ready for this thing to get started. But let's start with Iowa's new quarterback, Cade McNamara. You were all over that news from the beginning. Michigan's backup quarterback transferring over after leading the Wolverines to 2021 success and losing his starting job to J.J. McCarthy. Can you kind of walk us through the timeline of McNamara's recruitment to Iowa?
Yeah, so this really advanced quickly. And, I think after Iowa's loss to Illinois 9-6, very frustrating loss, the Iowa coaching staff really took an internal look and just said, we have to go get somebody out of the portal. The offense is just not in a place where it needs to be. And Cade McNamara to Iowa really is a perfect combination of a culture fit and exactly what Iowa needs. I mean, you talk to any Michigan fan, a lot of the coaches give him credit for really helped turn the corner culture-wise with the team, and really is a big reason why they won the Big Ten championship in 2021 and also made a college football playoff appearance. And, once McNamara decided to enter the portal, Iowa was one of the first places that, reached out, and his camp showed great interest in it. And I think what he did is he looked at Iowa's defense, which is one of the best in the country. He sees the special teams, one of the best in the country and most consistent in the country. And I've always said, dudes recruit dudes. So I think McNamara's been promised that there's going to be some changes with Iowa's offensive philosophy. And he's certainly a guy that is capable of swinging in some top talent to Iowa City.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it there at the end, because reading between the tea leaves here, it does seem like there are some offensive changes coming to this much maligned Iowa offense. Could you kind of explain what those might be, if you know at this point?
I think Bud Elliott summed it up best. Cade McNamara is not a dumb player. And if anybody was going to commit to play quarterback for Iowa with the last offensive philosophy it has, they'd be pretty stupid. So, I do think that there's been a number of changes promised to Cade McNamara. I think Iowa is going to air it out more down the field. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy like an RPO change. I think Iowa's still going to stick with its zone blocking scheme. But I also think that they're not going to be throwing, the ball on a 3-yard out route when it's 3rd and 7. I think they're going to look to push the ball down the field, get back to old Iowa offense in terms of setting up the run, utilizing the play action, get the tight ends involved, but also work with a lot of skilled perimeter players, such as wide receiver. And, I think that's going to be the biggest change is the route trees and the usage of wide receivers. Iowa had only 2 receivers with 10 or more catches during the 2022 season. No, I don't know how they won 7 games. And, they were basically a quarter away from still winning the Big Ten West. So I certainly expect Iowa to air it out more, not an air raid, but I think they're going to be much more efficient in 2023.
Just brutal. But speaking of wide receivers, we might be seeing an exodus from Iowa. Keegan Johnson and Arlen Bruce, both former 4-stars, have decided to leave, in addition to running back Gavin Williams. So what's the plan here with acquiring skill players?
Yeah, so a couple of things. I think, Keegan Johnson, he's really struggled with injuries, basically dating back to the Citrus Bowl. He missed the game, missed all of spring practice, missed all of summer, really only appeared in a couple of games for Iowa, but he flashed as a true freshman. I mean, this is a guy that I expect 20 or 30 schools to really call in and offer him. And Arlen Bruce, I think it was pretty clear near the end of the season, he was very frustrated with the way that he was being used. And Gavin Williams, I think just Caleb Johnson, who I think is going to be a future star in the Big Ten, ended up passing him up. But I do know that Iowa's being very aggressive in the portal, and a name that might shock some people that Iowa has significant traction with is actually Alabama wide receiver Trayshawn Holden. I've been told that Cade McNamara has reached out to him. He's been recruiting him, and he's certainly a guy that just has a different caliber of speed and athleticism that the Iowa receiver room just has not had. So I think he's going to be a name to keep an eye on. Isaac Tesla, Division II player out of Hillsdale College, that also is home of former Iowa defensive end Zach Van Valkenburg. He's going to be a top target, but right now I expect Iowa to take 3, if not 4 wide receivers. And for a school that's notoriously known for not utilizing the transfer portal, I think Kirk Ferentz kind of got his eyes opened throughout this season, and I think they're going to be very, very aggressive in it.
Yeah, we'll get to Kirk Ferentz's approach to the portal in just a second, but first I want to wrap up talking about the roster. Obviously, they need to keep Cade McNamara standing up straight. Iowa allowed 37 sacks last season, bottom third of the country. So what's the plan with the O-line here?
I still think there's a lot of faith in the offensive line room. I think you look back at, Iowa's starting offensive line guys are depth pieces. They're freshmen and sophomores. I mean, George Barnett inherited an incredibly young room. They turned a defensive tackle, Logan Jones, into a center, trying that Tyler Linderbaum formula. And right now, Iowa still has a commitment from five-star offensive tackle Caden Proctor, who I think can provide an immediate boost to the room. But I do think that Iowa's not completely sold on taking an offensive lineman right now, but I do think that that's something they're going to be tracking in the portal in the coming days. Because as you mentioned, you got to keep Cade McNamara up straight. You got to be able to utilize the play action. And, if you're going to fix a broken offense and win the Big Ten West, it all starts with line play. But I still think there's some good talent in there. I think the bowl prep in spring is going to be very big. Keep Proctor and try to get an interior piece to stabilizing the middle. I think it's the top two priorities.
Well, you just mentioned his name, Cade Proctor. He's been offered by Colorado. We know Deion's putting in the work. We've been talking about him all morning. His name is all over Twitter. So any insight on that recruiting battle there?
That was one school right when Deion Sanders got hired. I was very curious if he was going to offer Caden Proctor. It certainly did not take long, but I know Iowa's staff has done a tremendous job, especially over the last month, in talking with Proctor and continuing to recruit him. As people know, he took an official visit out to Oregon. I know Alabama's worked very hard on trying to get him back on campus, but I'm going to check in with some people and see how big of a splash it is that Deion Sanders offered him. But I do think that Iowa's in a very, very good place in its recruitment, but I will continue to check in and keep you guys updated.
All right, David Eichholt, thank you for your time, and be sure to stay tuned to HawkeyeInsider.com. David is on top of all the news. He was first to break the Cade McNamara announcement, so keep an eye on that website. Emily, let's go back to you in Studio A.
I know it's pretty crazy we're reacting to all the news that we're getting today, but that was a big deal. Cade McNamara going to Iowa. At first glance, yes, it's low-hanging fruit to talk about this offense and Brian Ferentz and what's happening with him and will they change and will they get better. Adding in a guy like him, what does that do to Iowa immediately?
I'm going to bring a little different perspective because I saw Iowa play in person this year against the University of Illinois. Mm-hmm. And my thought process on Iowa, they have never been an explosive offense in terms of throwing the ball all around the park, but they have been explosive in terms of production, using great tight ends, quarterbacks who can throw the ball downfield, and a couple of receivers. I think their quarterback play this year was really, really low level. So I think that with Cade McNamara, when you add him to the fold at Iowa, they're going to be able to open that thing up a little bit more, and they're going to be able to do some things offensively that they weren't able to do a year ago. And what this shows me from Coach Ferentz is this is a move that he normally wouldn't make going in the transfer portal to a quarterback. This is a move for him to come back and say, I'm going to show all you guys next season that I still got 1-2 step left in me.
Yeah, and the talk around Iowa and the offense wasn't just on who was calling the plays, but Spencer Petras too. And it seemed almost to a fault that Ferentz was so in on him and so committed to him. What does that signal to a player on the roster or a guy like Cade McNamara stepping in that no matter what happens, he's got your back? I mean, that has to say something, right?
It definitely has to say something to the player because you don't have to look over your shoulders every day because there's some coaches who would be the complete opposite of that. They would go into a situation, and if you didn't play well or you were playing the way he was playing, they would just move on and go to the next situation or the next guy. So I do think that right now, Cade McNamara going to Iowa is a move that can come out to be significant when we start talking about the Big Ten race next year.
Yeah, I mean, you got opportunity in the Big Ten West. You have opportunity when it comes to having a great defense, already having that special teams in place. Just throw in a quarterback. Watch out for those Hawkeyes. I'm excited to see what kind of damage they're able to do next season. Let's go back to the big picture conversation, NIL. It's been said multiple times, and it'll be said multiple times later on this show, because as much as we talk about the culture and the scheme and the fit for a player, money and NIL has so much to do with this. How has throwing in NIL as a factor in these collectives really stirred up the transfer portal even more?
Well, that's the reason that the top players are going into the portal. When you think about a guy like Jordan Addison a year ago, what reason does a guy who won the Biletnikoff Award have to transfer? You transfer because you're trying to maximize dollars, and that's what's happening. If Drake Maye goes into the transfer portal like we talk about, what reason does he have to have? He's already valued really high as a football player. But one thing that we can't ignore, the NIL money is real. And some guys are making millions of dollars in college playing football. And so if you have an opportunity to do that, most of the time that's going to supersede the team, the school, and the fit. If you have an opportunity to make $1 million playing college football, that's something that most people are not in a position to look past.
And we're seeing that affect coaching hires too, right? Guys will intentionally go to schools who have well-built collectives and have that NIL pool. From a head coaching perspective, how much does just the viability and the healthiness of your NIL system matter when you're trying to pick where to go?
You need a collective to support you because the game has turned into that. But I've been telling players for the last several weeks, don't be a fool. You need to get with one of the top agents, one of the top marketing agents, one of the top agencies to help you secure your deals. That's going to make you 10 times the money that you can get from a collective that is designed to disperse funds evenly throughout certain positions on the team. So the collective and them having money is an important step for coaches, but for the true players, for the Devin Learys, for the Drake Mays, for those guys, if you want to maximize your dollar, you need to get on phone with one of the top agents. I'm not going to give any of them free advertising here today, but if you need to get in touch with a good one, give me a call.
Okay, give them a call. NIL, too, is a fairly new concept, too, to college football, and the fact that you're seeing these players that come straight out of high school and then they're in the recruiting game, they're able to test their market to a certain extent and see what different collectives and different schools will have, opportunity-wise. And so you're seeing some of those players, too, from the 2021 class and beyond, didn't get that opportunity because NIL wasn't necessarily part of the game at the time. You know who's part of our team here that we love to go over to Studio B because they always have great insight for us? Guys, what you got now?
Aw, that was so sweet.
My
Thanks,
leaders
Sam.
are the best.
Yeah, we have quite a few more names in the portal. Chris Hummer with me to break it all down. First, we're going to get to Austin Stogner, the South Carolina tight end who actually came over to Columbia with Spencer Rattler from Oklahoma. So what do you know about him?
Yeah, just went in the portal, and this one's a surprise. Austin Stogner was a pretty big part of South Carolina's offense this year. He caught 20 passes for 210 yards and a touchdown, really close to Spencer Rattler. They were not necessarily a package deal, but I know that Austin was a big part of the reason why Spencer even went to South Carolina in the first place, and Austin clearly played for Shane Beamer. I think Shane Beamer might have even recruited him there. So this is a pretty notable move. Austin is one of the more talented tight ends in the country. I've had people speculate that he could be a future NFL draft pick. He is a Plano, Texas native. I would not be shocked if he chooses to go back to the DFW area, as Dallas kids always tend to do. But yeah, a really talented tight end. Never really quite got going at South Carolina, but I think he could be an excellent addition for somebody.
All right, yeah, he's played for 4 seasons, so he's a senior, but gets that extra year of eligibility due to the COVID year. Another one that you wanted to hit on, quarterback Malik Hornsby from Arkansas.
Yeah, just went in officially. Obviously, Malik had announced before. He has been at Arkansas for a couple years now. I'm very familiar with Malik. He's a Texan. I've been to his high school. I've talked to him a bunch of times. Really good kid. One of the fastest quarterbacks in the country. I know, talking to people around Malik before he went in, he's going to have interest. I think a lot of Arkansas fans probably have a bad taste in their mouth after the way that ended. But Malik is going to have some quarterback offers down the line for sure. I know a couple G5 schools like Marshall definitely are very interested in Malik, and I think Malik's going to have a future at the position.
Yeah, we've seen how speedy he is. He is so fun to watch, really a treat. But not every school might see him as a quarterback. Do you think he might get some receiver offers?
Yeah, I think Malik's an elite athlete. He's like a 10-5 guy in the 100. He could definitely play receiver, and I think there's definitely some people in the Arkansas program that thought he was probably better off as a receiver. He was obviously working there this year, and I've heard that from a couple people, but I know Malik, and I'm pretty sure he wants to play quarterback. I think people in his camp think he hasn't necessarily been given that full chance to really excel in that position. And I think if he finds the right system, he can still be really dynamic.
That's true. I think with the growth of, RPO and all these super spreads, I don't know, there might be some more. We've seen double wildcats happening.
Well, if you look at UCF, John Rice Plumlee, he's not
Mm-hmm.
an elite passer by any means, but UCF was very successful with him under center. And I think Malik is already a better passer than John Rice Plumlee. So I think Malik can be very successful in the right system for sure.
Right, just a skilled athlete. A lot of programs would like to have him. All right, that's all we got from now. Emily and Carl, back to you guys.
Interesting conversation with Malik Hornsby. You mentioned John Rice Plumlee, that benefit of maybe going down to a group of 5. How much can a quarterback in particular excel by maybe taking that step that's away from the Power 5 and just excelling, hopefully, at the group of 5?
If they can get on the field, it helps them tremendously because the players got to play. Here's a key stat. 88% of the players drafted in the NFL draft in the last 10 years have started at least 3 years. So if you're not a starter, you decrease your chances significantly in terms of playing in the National Football League. So it's not always better to just sit on the bench at a bigger school. Sometimes dropping down, developing tape, and playing well can put you in a better situation to reach the dreams that you have. Getting on the field. If you're not playing, you're not going to be happy.
Yeah, Chase Bryce, another example of that with Appalachian State. We're going to take some Twitter questions. We asked you guys to use the hashtag PortalPalooza, and now we're going to answer some of those questions. Are you ready to answer questions? This could be anything.
Oh, wow.
We don't really know what it's going to be. We're literally waiting for it to pop up on the screen so we can ask you these questions. But if you have not submitted a question, and I'm just telling you this for the very first time, please submit them using the hashtag PortalPalooza. I'm being told that there could be prizes involved, potentially. I don't know about that. We're also getting questions in the YouTube chat, so be sure to submit them. Let's go to our first question here. I believe it is about Texas A&M. Drum roll, please. Okay, this is a question saying, can I enter the portal without my coach knowing?
Yes, you can.
You can?
Yes,
How?
you can. You don't. All they have to do is go to compliance or get on the computer and fill out the form. They don't technically have to have a meeting with the coach. You should, but no, you don't have to.
Have you seen that happen before?
I have seen it happen. I wouldn't recommend you do that.
Why not?
Because relationships are going to matter. And you're going to become a man one time. You're going to need a job. People are going to go back and talk to people who have had relationships with you in the past, and you just don't want to deal with it like that. Be a man. Go face the people that you need to face, and let them know you're making a decision.
Okay, if you're a coach, what's the ideal situation? How would you like a player to handle entering the transfer portal step by step?
I'd like them to come in and meet with me and let us have a conversation. And then if we determine that it's the best thing for them, then I would give them my blessing to move on.
Okay, that's interesting. That's got to be a tough conversation, but one that's absolutely necessary. This next one is from @CollegeFBPortal. What is more attractive as a transfer portal player? A team with a new head coach with a lot of hype, or an established program?
Well, you better be looking at where you're going to have the best opportunity to play. And an established program probably gives you the best idea of how it's going to be because you have a reference point from how they've handled players like you in the past and the way that they're going to play football. Sometimes with the new coach with a lot of hype, you don't know how they're going to mold and fit that roster yet. So that can be a tricky situation for you.
That is a tough one. All right, we got one more question here. Is it better to declare from the portal and commit early to avoid losing the spot, or is it better to wait towards the end?
You always want to go as early as you can so you secure a scholarship. You don't want to be left out in the cold. You want to make sure that you put yourself in a position where your future is secured.
And that's what we're seeing today. All the Portal Palooza, the chaos. Don't worry, we're not doing this every day for 45 days straight talking about this, but we will continue to keep you updated. Again, I will remind you to subscribe to the 24/7 Sports YouTube page. We will continue to monitor everything that happens over the next 45 days. Walk me through what that looks like. You enter the portal today, and we talk about it being a free agency type situation. Is it kind of like what you're doing right now, where you're sitting on the couch and your phone is buzzing constantly? What's it like for, let's say, a Devin Leary, a high-profile guy, What does his next 45 days look like?
He's going to get 30 offers in about 48 hours. Everybody's going to call him and try to take a flyer on him and try to get him in their program. He's going to have to narrow his list down almost immediately, though, to the 2 or 3 schools that he finds himself to be a fit at. Then he's going to have to go visit those schools. I'm sure he's going to talk to some marketing representatives in the collectives to see what the financial implication is going to be. And then it's time to go play ball.
Time to go. Yeah, you cannot forget about that. That is the most important piece of all of this.
The key to all of this is actually being a great football player.
Is it?
That's the key to this.
How about that, guys? Carl Reed. I appreciate all of that great insight. I want to talk about just the transfer portal in general is, you know, we talk about mass chaos, the wild, wild west of college football. Josh Pate mentioned this new age of player empowerment and how that is so important. And to me, it feels almost like an overcorrection in that we are seeing the ability for coaches in the past to go test their market value and to go hop to better positions and get the higher paying jobs. Now you're seeing players with that empowerment. But let's be real. We can't do this every year, right? I mean, how do you fix what this iteration of the transfer portal is?
Well, I don't think that you can fix it. Like you said early on the show today, it's hard to put the toothpaste back in the tube. But this is one extreme from the next. We had an extreme before in the past where the coaches had all the control.
Yeah.
They could pick when you could transfer, where you could go, if you could play when you got there, if you could receive scholarship money when you got there. Now the players are totally in control, and that's another extreme. I wish we could have came to some kind of middle ground where the coaches were willing to give some, but they weren't. So they have to take accountability too for where we are now. They were unwilling to give at all. And then the players, they would have to give some also so we can get to a better market. I don't know if this is the answer, but it is the system that we have right now.
Okay, that is a great example. We cannot, you know, you can't fix all of this. I mean, it's something that we're going to continue to evaluate, and they're going to continue to add rules. We already saw some updated guidance from the NCAA this year. I think that's going to continue to change. Pate also mentioned the possibility of conferences getting involved in some sort of payment, that sort of thing. It's going to continue to evolve. And there is another player that I want to get to, and I want to ask you about this guy. But first, let's break down former Mizzou wide receiver Dominic Lovett.
Missouri wide receiver Dominic Lovett entered the transfer portal, and he will be one of the most sought-after wide receivers in the transfer portal. Lovett's a savvy and versatile wide receiver with playmaking talent. He's very elusive. He can be used inside or outside for Missouri. He did a really great job this year without a stable quarterback room. He runs the in-breaking route here from the slot. He can make plays at all 3 levels of the defense. He's only 5'10", 187, but he's got really long arms, which makes his catch radius a lot wider. He runs a speed sweep here, so he can be used in so many different ways, especially out on the perimeter with his quickness and just getting quick yards right there. He runs the wheel route here. He's got uncanny ability to get open, get behind coverage with his route subtleties and his quickness. He doesn't have tremendous deep speed, but he's got really good elusiveness and yards after the catch right here. He runs the slot fade right here. Everybody runs the slot fade in college football with so much space to move around him, and he gets behind the defense once again here. A lot of production down the field for Dominic Lovett. He'll be ranked as a 91 overall grade in the transfer portal rankings, which correlates to a 5th to 7th round draft pick. A lot of blue blood programs going after Dominic Lovett with that production in the SEC.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, Clint Brewster, for that excellent breakdown. Carl, we all had our eyes on the other guy in Luther Burden, but here, Dominic Lovett shocks some people and enters the transfer portal. You know Mizzou well. You live in the town of St. Louis. You're well aware of Dominic Lovett. You've spoken with him. What happened here?
Well, I haven't spoken with Dominic yet about what he's going through in terms of this process, but he's always been a box office player. Coming out of East St. Louis High School, one of the premier programs in that part of the country. He was a state champion there. They just won another state championship this past fall, a ton of big-time recruits. The same program that did produce Luther Burden. And so Dominic Lovett, top receiver at the University of Missouri, one of the top receivers in the SEC, moving on to a place from talking to his high school coaches and people around him, wants to go somewhere where he can potentially compete for a national championship with a high caliber quarterback. May be interesting to see where a guy like Devin Leary ends up. Maybe he goes and plays with a guy like that. But I've heard schools such as Alabama, schools such as LSU, the University of Tennessee are schools I'm hearing. I know that there's an interest also from the University of Colorado for Dominic Lovett. He's a guy that is the complete package as a receiver. He's a route runner. He can get up and he can high point the ball, and he has excellent speed. When you think about the impact that Jamison Williams had transferring from Ohio State to Alabama, Dominic Lovett could have a similar type of impact on a high-powered football team when he makes his move here shortly.
I mean, Carl, I cannot tell you how many screenshots of the Notes app that I have seen of players either announcing that they're staying at their current school or entering the transfer portal. But by far my favorite announcement of I'm staying is what we saw from Luther Burden and the NIL deal with the potato chip company. I mean, this is the day and age that we're living in here in 2022. But I got to ask the question then, how much did NIL potentially play a role in Dominic Lovett's decision to enter the portal?
Well, there's been a lot of rumors around it in terms of that he did want more NIL money, but I'm going to tell you what, his camp has said that that's not the case.
Okay.
They have said that this is strictly about him wanting to play football at the highest level that college football has to offer. There were rumblings immediately that this was an NIL situation, but his people have been adamant that that is not the main reason for the decision.
Okay, there you go. On that note, let's send it over to Studio B. Hey, guys.
Guys, thanks for all the info. We're going to do our best to add some to that. Dominic Lovett, obviously a hot name in this transfer cycle. His yardage was third in the SEC behind Tennessee's Jalen Hyatt and South Carolina's Antoine Wells Jr. What do you think, Chris? What are you hearing some potential landing spots for him?
Yeah, when he first went in the portal, talking to people around Missouri, I heard two schools, LSU and Tennessee. I know there's some St. Louis connections on LSU staff. I had even heard that Dominic considered transferring to LSU after his freshman year, when we saw one prominent Missouri player end up at LSU anyway. I've also heard Tennessee brought up. They're obviously probably going to have to replace some really high caliber players at receiver. I know Dominic Lovett wants to play with a top tier quarterback. And as Carl said, like, I would not be shocked if an Alabama jumped in the mix. They obviously have a need at receiver. So any of those teams could work. And as Carl said, I've also heard a little bit of Colorado. Deion makes everything interesting. And he's obviously going to have Shadur at quarterback there. So that'll be really interesting.
I have a feeling we're going to be hearing Colorado just discreetly enter every single conversation we have in the next few days.
Well, it matters. Like, Deion is a person everybody wants to play for, and everybody's going to be pushing to get in that mix at Colorado. Like, it's the cool place to be now, like, in an instant. That's what Deion Sanders does for you.
Yeah, and that's what the transfer portal era does for it too. All right, we're going to welcome in another guest to the show. It's Brian Perroni from Gig'em 24/7. Good to see you again, Brian.
It's good to see you guys.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. So going into the transfer portal cycle, we kind of expected a lot of roster attrition for Texas A&M. Maybe that win against LSU turned things around for the culture and just the team dynamic in the locker room. So what can we expect now as the transfer portal begins?
So A&M already has about 15 or so guys that have either entered the portal as graduate transfers, entered this morning early, or have announced their intentions to enter. So there will be a lot of attrition, but A&M has not lost a ton of guys that it is, necessarily hoping to keep, especially with that freshman class. Like you said, the LSU game was a big turning point, and I think caused a lot of freshmen who might have been on the fence to want to stay.
So obviously Jimbo Fisher still has quarterback Max Johnson and Connor Wegman, who certainly stated his case for the starter at the end of the season. But Haynes King decided to transfer. How significant is that to the QB room?
To be honest, it hurts with depth, but he was almost assuredly going to be the third string next year. So I don't think it's really a huge loss. I think that with him being a graduate transfer, A&M probably talked to him about it and let him know that Connor Wegman is the guy and Max Johnson is the next one up after that. So I think a team is going to get a really smart quarterback and a heady leader, but I don't really see it as a huge blow to A&M.
Staying on that side of the ball with Devin Achane likely off to the NFL, do you know anything about why LJ Johnson decided to transfer?
Yeah, I think Johnson just had been sort of passed up this year with, A&M did not use a lot of other running backs. Achane, I think, had the most percentage production of any player or any running back in the SEC. But guys like Le'Veon Moss and Amari Daniels had passed LJ Johnson. I think he just sort of wanted a fresh start. He is a guy that had been injured quite a bit. And, it's just being able to go into a new program and start anew, I think is probably the best decision for him.
And I'm curious, the struggles of Texas A&M's offense are well documented, but if they're trying to retain stars on offense or acquire more skill players, Jimbo Fisher kind of has to prove that he's willing to make some changes to this dated offense. We saw they recently let go offensive coordinator Daryl Dickey, but what do you anticipate, if any, changes coming to this offense?
Oh, I think that's going to be totally up to the new offensive coordinator. Jimbo Fisher, in all of his years as a head coach, has also been the play caller, so the offense has completely been his. Daryl Dickey had the OC title, but really the reason he was let go is that they needed to have an open space to bring in somebody that will institute their offense and be the play caller. Jimbo Fisher is obviously going to have some say in that, but so I would say that it's really up to whoever they bring in, and I think that's what you'll see about which transfer portal players they'll go after and who will be the best fit. It's really going to depend on who the next OC is.
All right, Brian Peroni, everyone, thank you for joining us and for all your Texas A&M updates, and stay up to date with gig'em247.com. Thanks, Brian. We're going to stay on the topic of the Aggies a little bit with Haynes King leaving. Let's take it back to Studio B, Chris Hummer now. What have you heard about where King might end up?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are probably down on Haynes after his year at Texas A&M, but that was a tough year all around for Texas A&M's offense, and I don't really know if Haynes' style fits within Jimbo Fisher's system necessarily. Haynes is a really good athlete. Jimbo doesn't really run his quarterbacks a lot, so I think Haynes is going to be a little more popular than people think. I was hearing from a prominent school on the West Coast just yesterday about the possibility of Haynes King coming there. I think any school that moves their quarterback around quite a bit and can take advantage of Haynes' athleticism is going to be in good shape. I think it's important to note that Haynes' dad is John King, who's a very prominent high school coach in Texas, former head of the Texas High School Coaches Association. John has a ton of friends around the country. John's going to be pushing his son places, and I think Haynes is going to find a very friendly landing spot. I still really do believe he can be a Power 5 starting quarterback.
All right, well, something to keep an eye on as the days go through the cycle. Emily and Carl, let's go back to you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, you mentioned the quarterback, Haynes King. There's a lot of quarterbacks that we've been talking about today. I'm curious your thoughts on Haynes King. His career has been, kind of chaotic with what's happening at Texas A&M. I know that Jimbo Fisher's really stuck by his side, but you've seen some other quarterbacks get play, injuries, downplay, all these sorts of things. What do you expect from Haynes King and the rest of his college career?
I agree with Chris Hummer. I think he can still start on the Power 5 team. I think that the offense at Texas A&M kind of held him back in some instances. I know Jimbo stuck with him. If he gets into an updated offense, more of a wide open deal, I think that he can have a tremendous amount of success. I think he has all the tools to still be a really good quarterback in his career.
Yeah, now you have an open spot at quarterback with Texas A&M, so we'll be interested to see who potentially they go after in the portal, through recruiting, that sort of thing. We mentioned the pros and cons of rebuilding through the transfer portal, and Texas A&M is a good example of, yes, they brought in some portal players, but they've also recruited, out of this world. They're coming off that historic class from last year. So when you're weighing that decision of you've got the 85 scholarship players, now there's no cap on how many between transfer portal players and recruits that you can bring in. Is there a sweet spot? Is there like a Goldilocks amount of transfers versus recruits?
Well, we're in a new era right now. So Texas A&M, who gave their guys a lot of NIL money, you don't know how that's going to look. So we've seen now Jimbo Fisher is probably the first person that we've seen go through that. I would look at a format of 40-40-20 if I was building a roster.
We got numbers
I
here.
would go 40% grad transfers. I would go 40% transfer portal guys that have multiple years of eligibility, and I would go 20% high school recruits, and that's how I would play my roster out.
Okay, so you really like the grad transfer and how that factors into all of this. What's the advantage of having a lot of those guys on your roster?
Guys that are going to be a little bit more mature. They understand the way that college football works. They understand that it's a business. They're not as moved by their feelings and emotions as young guys are. They can help stabilize your team, especially if they're good locker room and character guys. And those are going to probably be the guys who fit roles a little better for you than some of the young guys who are still in their mind that they got to be stars and their unwillingness to play roles. Guys that are going to sell out on special teams. Maybe they're trying to just get an extra degree in terms of a master's, or they might be trying to show NFL teams they have value by playing on special teams and things of that nature. So that's what I would be looking at. If I was building a roster together, that would be the format I would be using.
And just a reminder, grad transfers are a different situation. They are allowed to enter the portal at any time, so that makes this a little bit unique. But they're also a short-term investment. You can't rely on building for the future when it comes to grad transfers. So is there maybe a position that you would stay away from if you're looking at grad transfers? I think of the quarterback as a position that you would like to have for a while and to continue to build around. But is there a risk involved if you bring in just a one-year Band-Aid?
Something that we've probably said too much today and that people still talk about too much. 2 words: future and building.
We shouldn't care about the future?
The future's today.
Okay.
We have to win today, and we have to put a product on the field right now this season that's good for the program. We can't look anymore. In 2 years, you might be gone. Next year, you might be gone. And college football now, the way that it is, you're 1 week away from being out of the top 25. You're 2 weeks away from being totally out of your conference race, and you're 3 weeks away from being fired. So you don't have the luxury of looking at next year. You don't have the luxury of looking at how we're going to build this thing. You have to put a team together that can win football games for you this season, and that needs to be the main focus, or you're not going to be having a job.
Man, so we can't say future anymore. We can't talk about building. I mean, all of those things. When I think of building and the future, I think of Colorado. I mean, we're going to be talking about that all day, all week, all year, all millennium, because it is just that crazy with Deion stepping into that role at Colorado. And we mentioned the expectations and how different they are when you are able to churn over that roster and bring in guys immediately and make an immediate impact. But you have to take into consideration the Pac-12 as a whole, where Colorado plays, what kind of team they are historically. What should the expectations be for Deion Sanders in year one?
The expectation should be that he comes out on fire and leads them to a bowl game, because that's what his plan is and that's who he is. You hire Deion Sanders to win. You don't hire him for him to build and take a long time. When you make a move like that, they're doing exactly what they set out to do. They set social media on fire. Yeah. They set the college football world on fire, and they put on notice that every recruit needs to view Boulder, Colorado as a destination. And I know what? He's not waiting. He expects to win right now, and he thinks that he has the formula and the keys to do that, and I'm excited to see what he does.
Yeah, something that Colorado's athletic director mentioned too is bringing in fans, having that fan excitement. Obviously, bringing in a personality that is Coach Prime will help put butts in seats in the stadium to make sure that everybody's all excited about Colorado. Another guy who could make a big impact on that is Travis Hunter. Here's a Clint Brewster breakdown.
Jackson State defensive back Travis Hunter took to the transfer portal today. Everybody remembers how good he was back in high school. He was the top overall prospect in the 2022 class. He made eye-popping plays throughout his career. Now he plays at Jackson State with Deion Sanders. You can see right here how special he is in coverage. Off man, looking back at the quarterback as he's covering the wide receiver. He had 2 interceptions in limited time this season. He also had 7 pass breakups. As you can see with some of the plays here, he's in lockstep out on an island in man coverage, and he's just so fluid, so smooth in coverage. Like I said, 7 pass breakups in limited time this season, and just how he can play the ball in the air is extremely special. Then you see him on offense right here. He can be used on offense. He takes the end around here. He's got the speed. He's got the athleticism. He's just such a special player with the ball in his hand. He'll be a 99 overall grade for us, meaning that he has the potential to be a top 5 NFL draft pick. Could we see Travis Hunter in Boulder? We'll see.
And that's about as high as you can possibly get, and I think that that's pretty fair, Carl, right?
Hey, when you're playing Madden football, and back in the day when we used to play the EA Sports College football, if you had a player that had a 99, that's the team and that's the kid you want to play with. I can tell you what, Travis Hunter is everything that everybody has said he is. He's box office. And I'm excited to see what the future holds for this young man.
I was thinking about that, the Madden ratings, and that Clint is going to get hit up all the time by these players. Boost up my transfer rating, boost up my transfer rating. We promised that we would bring back Andrew Ivins, and as promised, here he is. Not sure if we have the news quite yet that you teased to us a little bit, but I want to turn back time. Around this time last year, Travis Hunter just broke the recruiting world by announcing, no, he's not going to Florida State. He's going to Jackson State. You followed his recruitment so closely. What can you tell us about what's next for him?
Oh, I think everyone's going to know more than anyone else. I was at Jackson State's season opener. They played in Miami Gardens against Florida A&M in the Orange Bowl Classic, and Trey Scott, our editor, he sent me down there, and I was there to write about Travis Hunter. Ended up writing about Coach Prime and Deion Sanders and how he was ready to take the next step and probably go to the Power 5 level. But just seeing him interact with Travis Hunter, you can tell those guys have a special bond. I would not be surprised if Travis Hunter were to follow Deion to Boulder and suit up for the Buffs. I mean, he's already kind of teased it there on social media. I think it was Twitch or something like that. I will say this, though. I mean, Travis Hunter, generational type talent, a kid that can get it done, graded out at the HBCU level as a top 10 player. And you know, as a freshman, was missing some time due to injury. What happens if Georgia or Alabama were to come calling? You know, Keely Ringo, the Bulldogs perimeter corner, you know, he's going to go off to the NFL. Travis Hunter, he visited Georgia and Kirby Smart and the Bulldogs a few times in the past. So I think you just got to kind of play through that. And then last year we saw Alabama in the transfer portal. They took some of the biggest names that were available on the market. So we'll see. I expect him at Colorado, but I think if there are 2 schools to keep an eye on, it would certainly be Georgia, number 1, and then Alabama.
Yeah, Travis Hunter saying on a live stream, "I'm coming, coach," when talking to Coach Prime. You mentioned a few other schools that could be interested in him. I think every school is interested in his services, but what's the benefit on behalf of Travis Hunter to maybe look elsewhere?
Development, going up against the best every day in practice, getting the best nutrition, getting the best strength program at Jackson State. I mean, if you watch those videos, the documentaries with Coach Sanders and Coach Prime and all that stuff, I mean, you can see the difference between a top flight SEC program and Jackson State. Now, I'll say this because a lot of people are pushing back on Deion leaving the HBCU, leaving the SWAC and going out to the Pac-12. Deion did transform a lot of it, and he, I think, provided the model for schools. I mean, he had analysts that were brought in. I mean, never before had HBCUs had coaching analysts like the SEC schools do and the ACC schools do. So he built out his support staff, and then he brought in a strength coach that had worked at Georgia and was an assistant strength coach and really got a new program there. So he turned that around, but I think that would be the big difference. Travis Hunter would be getting the best facilities, the best coaching, and all that stuff if he were to go to an Alabama or a Georgia. And then again, he'd be going up against the best in practice every day.
All right, we appreciate all of that surrounding Travis Hunter, but we did say we'd bring you back on for what you teased us last time you joined us here, a prolific passer entering the transfer portal. Who is it, Andrew?
Well, he entered Austin Reed, kid out of Western Kentucky, ranked number 2 in the country at the FBS level when it comes to passing yards, touchdowns, and completions. This is a kid who started off his career at Southern Illinois, transfers to West Florida, where he wins a D2 national title. Last year, he entered the portal, ended up picking Western Kentucky over BYU. A lot of people didn't think he would start. Ends up winning the starting job and gets Western Kentucky to an 8-5 record. A lot of people are wondering, where is Austin Reed going to go? And my sources are saying keep an eye on Purdue and Jeff Brom. Austin Reed, he has 1 year of eligibility left because of that COVID year, so he's going to play a 6th season. Sounds like he wants to take the next step from a developmental standpoint. And Jeff Brom, who just coached up Aiden O'Connell, a quarterback that could be a day 2, day 3 selection in the upcoming draft. That system is very conducive to these type of quarterbacks. So keep an eye on Purdue. Keep an eye on Jeff Brom. What if he were to take the Louisville job? I think Austin Reed would instantly become a name for the Cardinals and UL fans to keep an eye on.
I mean, that's something that Carl Reed tweeted out earlier, is to keep in mind Jeff Brom for that Louisville job. I don't know if you could hear while you were just telling us all of this great information. Carl's going, wow. I mean, we're shocked here. We're floored. This is what Transfer Portal Palooza is all about. How shocking is this news, though?
To be honest, I stumbled on the Austin Reed stuff this morning because I was calling a quarterback trainer about another one of his kids. And he told me that his phone will not stop ringing since this morning. And I was lucky he picked up my phone call. I mean, it's just crazy right now. I think these quarterbacks are really, it's going to have people recalculating how you go about the quarterback recruiting process. I'm talking the kids at the prep level. I mean, look right now, if you're an undecided class of 2023 arm and you haven't made your decision, well, guess what? You're pretty much screwed, because all these schools are now sitting around and seeing guys that have started 4, 5, 6 games, guys that have been number 2s, guys that have been on campus, have gone and had to do classes and juggle the course load and all that stuff. So I think it's really changing it. And I'm not surprised. I mean, these arms move around as is. It used to be, you had to apply for a waiver or you got to be a graduate transfer. But now these quarterbacks have the opportunity to move at free will. And I think this is just kind of opening the door to even more guys that are going to move when we get in these transfer portal windows.
Man, it is absolute chaos. And the fun part about today is just expect the unexpected. So let's dare to dream here. If you had your pick of the litter, where would you like to see Austin Reed go?
I'd love to see him at Purdue. I mean, this is a kid who he actually was an offensive coordinator for a 7-on-7 team out of Tallahassee. Spent some time around him this spring, called a tournament in Atlanta. We just talked about him and his process. And he was a kid that, had no stars next to his name coming out of high school. He has to go the FCS route, ends up at a Division II school, wins a national title there, right? Then goes to Western Kentucky. No one thought he was going to be quarterback 1. They had a West Virginia transfer, Garrett Dodge, in there, and he ends up beating him out. And he's a guy that's been playing with a chip on his shoulder. I'd love to see him go somewhere where he could excel. And I think Jeff Brom can get him to the next level. Now, with that being said, I think the University of Florida certainly would be an appealing option. We don't know what's happening with Anthony Richardson. If he's going to go pro, they need a veteran arm in that quarterback room. And Austin Reed's a kid from St. Augustine, which is about 90 minutes away from Gainesville. So, hey, would Billy Napier and that staff look towards Austin Reed? From what I've heard, they are planning on taking a transfer portal quarterback. They've already been in contact with a few different guys. I'm not sure if Austin Reed is one of them, but I think you need to keep an eye on that. And then what about Florida State? We don't know what's going to happen with Jordan Travis. Again, Austin Reed from the Sunshine State. West Florida is kind of close to Tallahassee, so he's familiar with that region. I'm not sure he's a fit for what Mike Norvell and Alex Atkins want to do on offense. But again, this is a guy that has thrown for a ton of yards, over 10,000 yards in his career, played in some big moments. So those are two schools, I think, in addition to Purdue, to keep an eye on.
Hey, let's stick in the Sunshine State. Florida International tight end transfer Rivaldo Fairweather. What do you know about him?
He's a guy that I remember seeing play his senior year of high school when I went to see another blue chip prospect down here in South Florida. I was like, hey, who is this kid? He ends up going to FIU, grows like a weed. They put some weight on him, and he emerges as one of the top tight ends in all of Conference USA. He finished up this past season with a monster game against Middle Tennessee, had over 180 yards receiving. I think it was 3 touchdowns. And since he's entered the portal, I was just speaking with him, trading some messages. He's picked up offers from Auburn. He's picked up an offer from Maryland. I think UConn, ECU has offered. I got a call from Ohio State about him. I mean, everyone is doing their homework on this kid. And I think what's intriguing about him is his ability to run after the catch with the football in his hands. Now, I don't think he's going to ever be able to chip a large defensive lineman, but a lot of schools seem to be looking for these pass-catching tight ends. They're hard to find. And Rivaldo's a guy that's going to have no shortage of suitors. And he's really just an interesting one to follow that development. Averaged over 13 points on the hardwood as a senior in high school, multi-sport, and that basketball background shows up when he runs routes. So I think he's only going to have more schools in his ear before the end of the day.
Love those multi-sport athletes. You can definitely see it translate to football. Andrew, thank you so much, as always, for all that great information. Guys, I have a lot of exciting things to tell you. There are people entering the studio that you're going to be excited to see here. Bud Elliott from the Cover 3 podcast and his friend Chip Patterson also will join him, and they're going to take over for a while and talk about all the craziness of today. Again, the transfer portal Palooza. We will check back with you after that, but I'm thinking that, Carl, you and I need to digest what we just heard.
Yeah.
Austin Reed, what is your initial reaction to hearing that news?
Well, he's a guy that came up the hard way, transferred a couple schools, D2 national champion, big time season at Western Kentucky. If you need a quarterback,
I'm sorry. I'm being told that we have to go to the Cover 3 podcast right now because they have a lot of great information for us. We're gonna check back in though. A lot of great quarterbacks. Guys, take it away.
Hey guys, welcome into the 24/7 Sports Transfer Portal Palooza. I'm Bud Elliott, joined by my Cover 3 podcast co-host Chip Patterson, and today is the day. It is the first day that the FBS Transfer Portal officially opens. Your transfer portal window will run for a couple of weeks, and we will probably see more than 1,000 transfer portal players jump in, change schools, maybe find a better fit. Chip, what's going on, man?
I'll tell you what, this is something that we've been talking about for several weeks coming into this. Just the idea that a lot of different factors, some of which we will get into over the next hour, have contributed to this being one of those times unlike any other in college football. You may call it free agency. You may call it whatever you want, but what it is a landscape shifting time in the sport, because right now, all at once, coaches are recruiting, trying to get ready for the early signing period, They are also recruiting players that might be in the transfer portal, as they have now made themselves open and available to contact with other schools. And Bud, they also have to recruit their own daggone roster, trying to make sure that their own players are committed. And you've got the crazy boards, you've got the contact list, and your staff is absolutely exhausted at the end of the season. Man, I'll tell you what, I do not envy these college staffs right now, but for us, those of us who get to talk about all of the uncertainty, the moving, the shifting, it's kind of fun.
It really is, and the dynamic has shifted within these personnel offices quite a bit. It's not that they're ignoring high school players, but right now, everybody is focused on the portal, as you said. Chip, let's have a bit of a reset here just to remind the viewers at home what the rules are for the portal, who can transfer, who cannot transfer, okay? So a couple years ago, the NCAA basically said, all right, we can't keep restricting player movement when you have coaches dipping out all the time. So we're going to give you one free transfer that you can use as an undergraduate without having to sit out for a full year. Now, if you want to transfer again, and you've not graduated, you do have to sit out and lose a year of eligibility. That's why you'll see a couple kids transfer who have transferred twice, and it's still okay if they have graduated. We refer to those guys as a graduate transfer or a grad transfer. If you look at our 24/7 Sports Portal Hub, you'll see some guys are denoted as a grad transfer as well as how much eligibility they have left. So can guys transfer year after year after year? No, but if you got one free, you can use that. If you've graduated, you can go again.
And those years of eligibility are also so significant, as we still have the extra year that the NCAA granted to anybody that was on a roster during that 2020 COVID-impacted season. And those years are sort of still in the ecosystem, if you will. So we're going to have a lot of these players who, they might be using their one-time transfer, but they've also now got 2 years of eligibility left, even if they've been in college football for a while. Or in some cases, the grad transfers that may have exhausted their eligibility otherwise, but also now still have that final year of eligibility. I know we're going to talk about some of those players right now over the next hour or so. Ones who it feels like they've been in college football forever, but because of that extra year of eligibility that everybody got in 2020, they can now cash in on the one-time transfer and the COVID eligibility and go chase one extra year and maybe a payday in college football.
Absolutely, Chip. And you're still seeing a scholarship crunch at the FBS level, because while the NCAA wanted to win the press conference back during the COVID year and they wanted everybody to play, remember, we had a lot of kids who were worried, if I play and my team only gets to play 4 games due to the virus, what happens, right? Like, does that year count as a year of eligibility? So the NCAA granted that extra year as an enticement to get everybody to actually play and so they get their games played. However, it didn't really back up its talk by granting extra eligibility on the roster. So you have a lot of rosters now that are bloated with a lot of dudes who have extra years to play, but maybe their teams say, I don't know, we got some younger guys we don't want to lose. Why don't you go ahead and take it on down the road? That's a trickle-down effect, Chip, because you're seeing those guys who are still decent players drop down a little bit, and that ultimately ends up, I know we had Andrew Ivins talking about this in the last hour, that kind of impacts where some of these high school kids can go. I do think, though, that this is a unique year within the transfer portal for 2 reasons. And I want to talk about that a bit before we get to these big-time names, just to sort of reset this. Why are we seeing so many players enter the transfer portal this season? And to me, there's 2 reasons. The first is that the recruiting class of 2021, which was that COVID class, was probably the most difficult high school recruiting class to evaluate ever. Why? Some states didn't play high school ball at all. Some states played, very limited high school football, and some states, played a normal schedule, but it also like they were playing games on Tuesdays and stuff, and it was all weird. You had very limited, if at all, high school players visiting college campuses. So in a way, Chip, that recruiting class was kind of like blind dating. When they showed up, like, oh, that's what you really look like. Oh, okay. In some cases,
on both sides of that
great.
too, where a prospect, didn't get a chance to get as much of a relationship with the coaching staff, didn't get a chance to get as much a relationship with the university. The coaching staff didn't necessarily get the same kind of time with them in camps and being able to go see them up close and in person. And there's another piece of this too, Bud, because we've also got new rules in college football and in college sports in general in terms of what you might be able to capitalize on. And isn't that another part of this too, where if you committed to a school before this new NIL era, then you were not necessarily at the time when you were trying to decide from one school to another, you were not granted those same opportunities that recruits now are. And if you are, wanting to feel the love just a little bit, then the transfer portal is an option for you to open up that communication with these staffs, potentially get a look into what those NIL opportunities might be. And look, also might be an opportunity for you to run the number up at your current school with the NIL opportunities. And so that's why I think that for some of those players who are now seeing the way that the recruiting process has changed in the 2023 cycle, the way it's going to be different in the 2024 cycle, they might want to feel some of that love too. They might want to, have their own rose ceremony now that the landscape has shifted just a little bit. And I think that the transfer portal, which again does not guarantee that you're leaving, like we've already seen I believe that Alabama has already had, the transfer portal just opened today, but it's like so-and-so intends to enter the transfer portal. So-and-so announces that they have withdrawn and they will not be entering the transfer portal. In my mind, while incredibly unfair and maybe a little reckless to speculate, I think it's like, okay, so you wanted to flirt, and then all of a sudden you realized that things were a little bit better back home for whatever reason it took to convince you, and you decided to come on back. And so I think that we are going to talk about a lot of players that are going to be on the move. And I think that thanks to 24/7 Sports, we're going to have a good idea that some of these announcements really are intending to leave. But don't forget, we've also got a lot of players that would like to see what the marketplace looks like, literally see what their value is on the open marketplace. And they may find that the best offer is in fact where they started.
Chip, that's exactly right. So 2021 was really the last class that was not able to kind of get the legal bag. Now, I know that you're not supposed to use NIL as a recruiting inducement, buddy, and of course none of these kids do. Yeah, but there are already reports that some of these high school quarterbacks are getting $2 million per year. If you're an established player, think about it, man. For 1 year, there's no guesswork as to whether you can play at this level. You can't tell me that these quarterbacks in the portal are not worth more than the highest paid coordinators. Think about what these guys get paid in the NFL relative to their coaches. There's no coaches making more than starting quarterbacks who are good in the NFL. There's really no sport in which assistant coaches or coaches make more than players. These guys are going to cash in, and that is why I think this is a unique year, because going forward, most of your 4- and 5-star kids are going to be getting deals that are not official until they step on campus, but they're prearranged. Everybody knows how this goes. These guys are looking to explore their market value and see what kind of offers they can get. I think if you're a really good quarterback, you're getting over $1 million. If you're a starting left tackle, I know we'll get to that, you're probably getting over $500,000. And keeping your guys on campus as well is huge. Let's go back to last year's transfer portal before we get to some of these top names. If you saw the SEC title game here on CBS, you saw right tackle Warren McClendon go down for Georgia. Well, they kept Amarius Mims last year after he jumped in the portal, and he jumped in to that starting lineup against LSU and played really well. So keeping your own players on your roster, including guys who are important depth, who might be needed more in the coming years, is also a really key part of this.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely massive. And again, that's why right now you are working the portal while also actively recruiting your own roster. An amazing, amazing time in college football.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to some of the top kids. And I think we'll start here with the offensive side of the ball and the sexiest position of all, quarterback.
When we're talking about Devin Leary right now, and I'll start because that was news that was official here on Monday morning, you've got a quarterback who started the year as the ACC preseason player of the year, and the season did not go the way he wanted. Clearly the injury that shut down his season altogether. But when we think about where Devin Leary might end up going, I already see an opportunity for him to be able to reconnect with Eli Drinkwitz, who the Missouri head coach, that we talk about the players that have been in college football for a long time. Devin Leary was part of the recruiting process when Eli Drinkwitz was still an NC State offensive coordinator. And I just think that that's one place that you're immediately going to go to. But Devin Leary is also one of the top quarterbacks that's available here. And so then it becomes a little bit of a question of whether the bidding war is going to be underway or whether personal relationships are going to end up winning out.
Right. They're going to look at fit. They're also going to look at the health of Devin Leary. Remember, he was lost for the season. He went down against Florida State, and they did come back to beat the Noles, which, as a Nole, that hurt a little bit. But he had a surgery, I believe, in October, right? So we have to assume he's going to be healthy for this coming year. We saw him at the Elite 11 where he and Caleb Williams were trying to hit the goalpost as we were filming some TikToks and things. And that kid has a live arm, and he's played a lot of football. He's mature. He's not going to get rattled. To your point, Eli Drinkwitz, the head coach at Missouri, I remember Eli offering him and getting his commitment, and Leary's from New Jersey, and thinking, man, Eli's kind of got something here before other big schools found Leary and tried to flip him at the last minute. And Leary remained faithful to NC State, to Eli Drinkwitz. We have seen a lot of success typically when these coordinators go elsewhere and they go back and they get the quarterback who they liked at a previous stop. I'll point you to the example here of Kenny Dillingham, who was at Auburn before he joined. Yeah, exactly, with Bo Nix going out to Oregon. You actually see this quite a bit. So it wouldn't shock me if Devin Leary ends up in Missouri, but he may have, and better is in the eye of the beholder, but he might have better options too. Notre Dame certainly going to be in the quarterback market. I think Kentucky will be in the quarterback market. Heck, I just got a notification here that Anthony Richardson,
Richardson's gone?
Yeah, exactly right. So the market for quarterbacks is going to be hot and heavy, and that's not even including, and I know we'll talk about this a bit later because there's kind of one name hanging out there that you kind of have to talk about because it would be a domino that would upset the entire quarterback market. But there's going to be a lot of teams that need QBs, man, and there's not a ton of dudes in there at this moment who are just surefire, no doubt studs yet.
So we know what the longest timeline is for this window, a couple weeks for the transfer portal window. If you're a player and or coach, when do you want to get this done by? Is there any kind of urgency, do you think, for a player like a Devin Leary to go ahead and try to find a landing spot? What's the leverage in that situation as it pertains to timing?
So I think, look, these guys do still have to go to school. As much as we want to talk about the ball, there is the school element, and so some schools are going to be on the quarter system or the semester system. So when that happens, when you have to be enrolled by, is going to be a limiting factor in your decisions somewhat, assuming that you are going to want to be in for January OTAs, for spring practice, for off-season conditioning, so you can start to learn your new teammates, and also so that you can get in there and start to recruit other new teammates to come with you. Whatever school lands Devin Leary is likely going to also be able to land a receiver or two, because Devin Leary, while he didn't have a great year this year and he got hurt, is still seen as a draft prospect. It just makes sense that you would want to go and play with that guy. And I think that'll be the case for a couple of the quarterbacks we're going to talk about. But I would expect most of these dudes to get this stuff done within the next couple weeks before the portal window closes. I don't think you're going to see very many guys who go in now, hang out, and wait for the spring portal window. I think you're going to want to see this done before the new year.
Ooh, busy couple of weeks as we try to track this all. What do you think the wish list looks like for former Texas quarterback Hudson Card? His decision to leave the Longhorns clearly is not a major surprise because, you've got Quinn Ewers right there. We've got Arch Manning coming in next year. But for Card, what are going to be some of the places where he might be looking to link up or schools that are going to be interested in him?
I think you'll see quite a few schools be interested in Hudson Card. He was a capable player for Texas this year. We saw when Quinn Ewers went down. He almost beat Alabama, right? What if he had finished that and ended up beating the Tide? That would have been pretty huge. Notre Dame is another one that I think you have to look at for Hudson Card. It just makes sense that he would be able to do something there. Now, on the other hand, what about some bigger names, maybe if they need one? Like if you're Florida, do you kick the tires on Hudson Card? We've already seen him play against one of the better SEC teams in Alabama and play decently. He actually had a couple decent games for the Longhorns this year. I think he will have some of the highest interest in the transfer portal.
Card and Leary, Florida, Notre Dame. Like there are a couple of big names, big programs where, maybe it is going to be a domino effect. Maybe we can start connecting dots, but it does seem a little bit uncertain to me. I'll tell you what I feel pretty confident about, and not based on any kind of sourcing. I rely on Chris Hummer for such things, but DJU's going out west, right? I mean, I personally can imagine him in the blue and gold. I personally, even though their games are not the same, they are both big quarterbacks. Chip Kelly just had a big old quarterback lead his offense for a couple of years, was pretty successful doing it. I think Chip Kelly looks at DJU and is like, hey, I think I can make that work. Obviously, coming from California, there would be a little bit of a go-home angle to this for DJ Uiagalelei. And maybe Oregon might be in the mix as well. What do you see in terms of trying to narrow down the potential landing spots for DJU?
So, Chip, I think you nailed it there with DJ going out west. And we see on screen here some of the nice throws that he's made. DJ was a former number 1 or number 2 overall player as a recruit. He was a good baseball player too. He has a cannon. He's a big dude. He kind of reminds me of like a Dante Culpepper type player, right? The release is not super quick, but it does come out of his hand pretty hot. And look, we have seen guys with a change of scenery all of a sudden have a revitalization of their career. And if you guys watch us on the Cover 3 podcast Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 11 Eastern, you have heard us talk about the lack of experience for Clemson's offensive coaching staff. I think it was they only had 1 year of Power 5 experience outside of Clemson, and we've criticized it. Like, why would you promote entirely from within if you're Dabo Swinney after the terrible offensive year that you had in 2021? So I am not writing off DJ Uiagalelei. I have more questions about Clemson's coaching staff offensively than I do about DJ. I think UCLA would be a perfect fit, right? Chip Kelly can simplify some things for him. If Michael Penix had not decided to come back to Washington, which obviously that's huge for the Huskies, and he'll be one of the early front runners for the Heisman, I would have to imagine, in that offense. I thought that could have been a good landing spot. I'll also be interested to see what happens with his brother Mateo, who's one of the highest rated recruits in the country, more of a jumbo tight end type athlete for you at 24/7 Sports. Where does he go? And where do we see that play into this recruitment? Are those guys going to be some sort of package deal? I don't know, but that'd be something fun to speculate about on a message board. But I imagine he goes back west where he's from, and I think he could do well out there. I really do. He's got some talent.
Isn't there a lot of fun message board speculation right now? I feel like fans are just window shopping everybody else's roster. They look at their own roster, and every fan, and I love this, but every fan believes that they've got unlimited NIL war chest. The resources are just overflowing, and you're going to be able to go out there because your school is the best, and you're just going to be able to pluck everyone else out. I adore it because the passion is there, but there is a limit to the amount of resources that are floating around right now. And these coaching staffs, these programs, these NIL collectives, they've got to decide who is getting what kind of resources are going to be allocated where. And there is a finite amount of roster spots with a roster crunch and still an early signing period to come. Very, very fascinating. Any other quarterbacks? Who else is on your radar right now? You hinted at it. Like, are we going to keep talking about like the he who shall not be named in terms of quarterbacks that could mess up the market? Or are we going to leave that as a tease for later in the show?
Let's leave that for a tease just for right now, because I do think it's an entirely separate discussion, and it would reset a lot of the stuff that we're talking about if it happens. But I think you need to take a look at Austin Reed at Western Kentucky, who has entered the portal. That's a unique offense. So Austin Reed, if you guys don't know, was at West Florida, which is an FCS or D2 school, lower division school. He's got some juice. The arm's okay. Now, his numbers this year were not as good as the guy who played for Western Kentucky last year, who's now doing fairly well when he plays for the Patriots. But they run a real wide open offense. Zach Kitley was their OC. He then went to Texas Tech this year. But I still think Austin Reed will be a desirable player in the transfer portal. He did have good numbers, just not quite as good as that crazy high-flying attack that the Hilltoppers had last year. I saw on Twitter earlier just some discussion, what if Austin Reed checks out Purdue? That could be interesting. Of course, who's coaching Purdue next year? Do we know? Is it still going to be Jeff Brom? I know we'll talk a little more about that coming up in about 15 or 20 minutes. You guys want to make sure you stay and watch. Also, like and subscribe to our channel if you can for us. Austin Reed's one to watch. Also, look, Keaton Slovis. Okay, there's been a lot of speculation at Pitt, who was at USC. Let's remember the timeline here. JT Daniels was at USC, gets hurt. Keaton Slovis comes in, has a pretty nice freshman year. Then Jackson Dart comes in the year after when Keaton Slovis gets hurt. Slovis transfers to Pitt. Pitt decides this year that, hey, we don't really want to throw the ball at all. What we did last year with a Heisman finalist was no good. So let's just run the ball all the time. Slovis was not that great for Pitt, but Pitt's OC was Boston College's OC last year. And Phil Jurkovec now. Yeah, exactly. So let's follow the dominoes here. Pitt wants to bring in Jurkovec, I think. And then where does Kedon Slovis go? He still has some juice to him. Maybe Missouri. What if Missouri doesn't get Devin Leary? Could Slovis be a fit there? He's from Arizona, so potentially could be a fit somewhere out west. That's going to be one to watch as well.
So it's so funny. Hey, look, we've got a little bit of ACC bias. We can't help it. It's just sort of like where we're from. But the conference of quarterbacks is now the conference of transfer quarterbacks. Like Kedon Slovis, Phil Jurkovec, Devin Leary, Jeff Sims at Georgia Tech. Like it is like all of these quarterbacks that we were looking at as though it was a great strength at the conference. The conference was not strong this year. By multiple metrics, it was the 4th or 5th best conference among college football. And now these quarterbacks that we thought were like this really strong, iconic class, now we're starting to see like 5, 6, 7 of them are on the move. Not necessarily that were all bad and that's why they're on the move, but it seems to be that when we're looking at the quarterbacks that are in the transfer portal, Brennan Armstrong's another one. We're getting a lot of them from the Atlantic Coast Conference.
It was a weird year in the ACC with that too, Chip, because some of the guys who were the best going in, or at least perceived to be the best, got hurt, right? Malik Cunningham was rarely healthy this year. Tyler Van Dyke got knocked out several times and was hurt or didn't play down the stretch. Obviously, we mentioned Leary got knocked out. Jurkovec got banged up quite often. So it was such a promising season for the ACC quarterback-wise, and I do think injuries really caused some problems this year. Virginia, I don't think Armstrong was hurt, but Virginia losing everybody in their offensive line to the transfer portal. And being an academic school and being unable to take transfers in quite as frequently as maybe some schools can definitely hurt Brennan Armstrong. I'll be interested to see where he goes. He's a name that I think some schools will have some interest in just based on how well he did the prior year. But Chip, quarterback is not the only position to check here. When we're talking offense, there are some names here that I think people are going to want to know. So first, I want to talk about Kyle Morlock out of Shorter College. This is a tiny school, right? And if you watch his tape, he's just this huge dude rumbling around. It looks like if we took our boys out and we're just dunking on him, right? It's just he's so much bigger and faster than everybody else in that league. He was kind of a jumbo receiver in high school, kept getting bigger and stronger, has added a lot of weight, and now I know Tennessee's after him, Florida State's after him. Kyle Morlock's going to be a name to know because he can be an inline tight end who's a big dude who also can run, catch the ball, be that true 3-down tight end that you want in your offense. You don't have to use him necessarily as a detached player. So that's one. We do the Maction talk on Cover 3 early in the week. A name that we said matters in the MAC, Dante Cephas. We talked about him. Is he healthy for Kent State? Is he not? When I make my power ratings, I don't typically say, hey, these non-quarterback players matter a whole lot in the MAC. Cephas is one of the few dudes in the MAC for Kent State who really moved the needle when he was healthy. He's originally from Pennsylvania. I would say, check out Notre Dame, check out Penn State there. He's going to be an in-demand player because he's got some size and he has some real wheels. I
want to stay there on Cephas for a second because you mentioned Notre Dame, and the number one thing that I'm looking for if I am Marcus Freeman and if I am Notre Dame is we have an opportunity to change this offense entirely with this transfer portal. There are wide receiver targets that can give us explosiveness that Notre Dame has not had for a couple of seasons. And we've got an opportunity to reset the quarterback position as well. You already know that the fabric of that program, the way that they built along the defensive line, the offensive line, the defense in general, the ground game that they were able to really lean on for the success late in the season. The one thing that we have always come back on for this Notre Dame team has been the lack of explosiveness at the wide receiver position and in the passing game. That if it's not the tight end, they just ain't getting it when it comes to moving the ball down the field. And I had Cephas circled because I was like, if they could get him and bring in a high caliber quarterback with everything else that's still in place there, we all of a sudden answer one of the biggest issues for Notre Dame. If I'm a Notre Dame fan, I am very, very invested in seeing my team upgrade the passing attack through this transfer portal.
You have to. I know we've shared this on the Cover 3 podcast before, but we were texting around after Notre Dame lost to Stanford, right? And we were texting around after Navy shut them out in the second half. And I was like, what did you guys see from coaches who were playing them in upcoming games? And they said, honestly, the defense just said, screw it. We're going to man them up, play zero, play one high, and see if these Notre Dame receivers can beat us. And repeatedly, and that's not just the receivers. The quarterback, Drew Pine, did not play well this year for long stretches. Now, he did have a nice November, to the kids' credit. But they were able to man up Notre Dame. And these are not great defenses. Like Navy, Stanford should not be manning up the Irish and having great success and either winning. And Marshall did it too, to be honest, when they won in South Bend. So I would expect Notre Dame, if they can, and it's a good academic school, so you can't take everybody necessarily, but if they can go out and get an impact receiver or even two, that would be such a huge help for the Irish, especially if they can pair it with the new quarterback. Because I do have great faith that new coach Marcus Freeman is going to get the defense right. The offense is still a massive question for the Irish.
No doubt. Who else is on your radar for some of these other players in the portal?
Let's stick with some of these smaller schools that maybe people don't follow. And I can't tell you that I follow Rhode Island, but Rhode Island's got a dude. A.J. Cornelius, kid out of New York, signed to Rhode Island. If you put on this tape, go watch him play Pitt. Now, we know, because we're ACC guys, that Pitt has some real dudes on the defensive line. And Rhode Island played them early, which was before Pitt's D-line got really banged up. I'm not going to tell you that he dominated Pitt, but he more than held his own against future NFL players on Pitt's defensive line. A.J. Cornelius is going to be a player that, I don't know if he's going to have 130 offers, but I bet you if the teams that were on the bottom of the FBS thought they had a chance they'd offer him, you're going to have a ton of big-time schools, though, offering A.J. Cornelius because it is pretty hard to find tackles in the transfer portal. I mean, he may be one of your top targets in the entire country, depending on who else enters the portal. So he's a name to watch for sure if your team needs some pass protection help. The final guy to watch here, by the way, is Javion Cohen. More of a guard. Maybe he could play tackle in some schemes. Started a lot of games for Alabama this year, which is a little surprising that he entered the portal. I don't know if he'll come back. I don't know if he has a deal lined up to another school, but Javion Cohen was another guy I'm watching here. If you start for Alabama on the offensive line, even if we say that Bama has had a down year, which they have a little bit, sure, you're going to have quite a bit of interest because it ain't easy starting at Alabama, right? There's a lot of other talented kids who are highly rated as recruits that you have to beat out if you want to get on the field there.
How much of a player do you think Alabama is going to be in this portal? Because this is a group that, last year on the offensive side, they go and get Jermaine Burton from Georgia. They go get Jahmyr Gibbs from Georgia Tech. They get Tyler Steen from Vanderbilt. And because of the roster churn that's happening there, there's going to be some exodus as well. I would think that Alabama, being Alabama, is going to be just a huge draw for anybody if Alabama shows up and they'd like for you to come and play or come compete for a spot. Are you expecting to see a lot of turnover, maybe ins and out with the Crimson Tide?
Yes, I think you'll see a couple more kids for the Tide enter the portal over the next couple days. And look, unless Nick Saban is hanging it up, and I don't think he is, he needs to go out and revamp certain positions on this roster. Okay, Bama did not get receiver right in the portal. You can directly tie Alabama missing the playoff this year to its portal additions, Jermaine Burton from Georgia and Tyler Harrell from Louisville, who couldn't stay healthy this year, as not being impact guys for them. They knew they needed impact players at receiver and a couple other spots. And, like Ricks, the corner they took, had some moments, but also had some bad moments and was not playing for quite a while. They certainly hit on Jahmyr Gibbs. I do think Alabama will be a major player in the transfer portal. And, I mean, Bill O'Brien's not landed the job yet, but are they keeping Bill O'Brien around as OC for another year? They've definitely taken a step back under him, despite the fact that they've had Bryce Young there playing quarterback, a generational quarterback talent there for the Tide. You want to hit a couple defensive guys I got my eye on first?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so a couple names here. Again, sticking in the ACC, but I promise you, I think just because the ACC is East Coast, we're having more of these ACC kids enter this morning and probably some more West Coast kids later this afternoon if I had to guess. But Fentrell Cypress for UVA. UVA, obviously, a tragic end to their season. Our hearts go out to them. But not a good offensive year. Defensively, they were still a very salty defense. Fentrell Cypress had, I think, 14 pass breakups this year. He was a guy within the conference you did not want to throw at. He is a player I think could start on a top-level defense immediately and should fetch a pretty big offer in the portal. Well, I'm sure a great opportunity, right? Like nobody uses NIL to bring people on to their roster, but he should go out and get a bag, I would think. Deshaun McCullough, true freshman for Indiana, stud pass rusher. His dad coaches at Notre Dame. He's in the portal. You want to connect some dots there?
Yeah, let's. What do you think? Think it's like his dad's coaching at Notre Dame. Oh, that's strange. It's in Indiana. I don't know. It sounds like he might end up in South Bend, bud.
Yeah, I think if you're putting odds on it, I would say that's likely. So those are the two kids in the transfer portal right now that stand out to me defensively. There will be some more. We'll talk Travis Hunter rather, when we come up to our Colorado discussion a little bit, because he's clearly the top dude there. But Chip, there's some positions I didn't really talk about a whole lot. And I think it's important to remember what you have in the portal, what you don't. We have a ton of stud receivers this year. We don't have good tackles so far. And we don't have good defensive ends so far other than McCullough. Now, maybe we'll have some more, but we don't have those surefire, hey, like this guy is a no-doubt first-rounder at tackle, a no-doubt first-rounder as a pass rusher. Those are the premium positions. Those are positions, even if you don't have your NIL game completely set at a mid-level or lower-level school, you're passing the hat to your boosters and saying, hey, this is a kid that if we lose him, the replacements in the portal are not very good. We need to find a way to NIL this kid to get him to stay on our roster. Even if you're a big-time school, maybe as a potential backup for one more year. In talking to schools, there are some schools out there that are definitely going to need a tackle and definitely need a pass rusher. And we'll see if they can find the answers, because so far, I think those two positions are kind of lagging behind, man, and those are premium spots.
What does it look like in the upcoming 2023 cycle for those two positions? I mean, offensive tackle, it is rare for us to be able to get a true freshman, pluck him right out. He steps in and he's ready to go, especially in big-time college football. Pass rushers, we can see guys flash, especially coming on towards the end of the season. What does the recruiting cycle look like? Because if I'm a coaching staff, I'm looking in the portal. I'm not seeing the offensive tackles. I'm not seeing the defensive ends. Is that something that we can at least address through recruiting to even just sort of build up for the future?
If you are a super elite school, potentially, yes. And this is a fairly good offensive tackle year within the high school recruiting cycle. Defensive end-wise, I would say it's a decent year, but not like one of the best years we've seen. It's not a Clowney year, right? It's not a year where we have 4 or 5 guys who are no doubt top 15 type players as an edge rusher. But the thing is, the vast majority of true freshmen are not going to be able to step in and dominate at those positions. So the teams that can address their tackle needs are really only the very best teams in the country through the high school ranks. That is a difficult thing to do for sure.
Yeah, interesting.
All right, you're a North Carolina guy. We're gonna have this conversation.
Listen, when you talk about window shopping on the message boards, I mean I can like feel the saliva dripping from all these programs, these national championship contending programs that are looking at North Carolina quarterback Drake Maye, and they are thinking, like Bud has mentioned, what is the value to be able to get someone who is a surefire first-round NFL draft pick to be able to come in for their final year of eligibility and immediately be a potential Heisman Trophy contender, immediately make you a national championship contender? The throws that he makes are not normal. He is also a dual-threat quarterback. He's a huge part of the run game. And so there are a lot of fan bases and a lot of coaching staffs and a lot of programs that would love to see that Drake Maye has entered his name in the transfer portal. Now, for those who might not be as familiar with all the layers to this, the Charlotte, North Carolina native is the son of a former North Carolina quarterback. His older brother, Luke Maye, won a national championship on the basketball team. Another one of his brothers is on the basketball team right now, and the two of them are roommates. But how much is the romantic relationship worth? How much are those familial connections worth to the Maye family? And comparing it to what his value might be on the open market and comparing it to what might be a better shot to win a national championship, I am not a member of the family. There's like 13 Maye brothers, but I am not one of them, bud. I can't tell you what the inner workings and the thinking is in terms of his Drake Maye's future, but that is the one player that, as you hinted at earlier, would entirely disrupt the entire quarterback pecking order because he would immediately be QB1 among all the names that are in the transfer portal.
No doubt. Yeah. If Drake Maye were to enter the transfer portal, and at this point, we don't have any indication that he will, right? Like, he loves North Carolina, unless we're expecting UNC to have like some kind of major shakeup on offensive coaching, which I don't think they will, at least not at this point. I don't actually think he's going to enter the transfer portal. But Chip, I start thinking about these numbers and then the downstream ramifications this could have. So think about it. We know that some of these collectives out there are paying close to $2 million, or in some cases a little over that, per year for some of these very best high school quarterbacks. Think about how much one year of the potential number one overall pick for 2024 could be worth, right? If you're giving $2 million to a freshman, look at these baseball contracts, look at these football contracts. These pro teams are very willing to throw out stupid money for 1 or 2 year deals. In this case, one being the analogous test case because you can only play 3 years in college anyway. But there's no real long-term risk for a massive short-term deal. Like if I run the personnel department and I'm in close contact with one of these major collectives at, let's say, I don't know, one of the 2 best schools out there that are losing the top draft picks for the quarterback position, I'm saying, hey, here's 1 year, $5 million. We'll make it back in ticket sales. We'll make it back in booster donations. We'll make it back because if we get him, we are instantly the favorite, I think, to win the national title. Again, that's how big of an impact Drake Maye could have. And then if he went to one of those schools, think about this. Is Bama keeping all the kids they like in their quarterback room on their roster if he were to go to Bama? Is Ohio State able to hold on to Brown, who they like quite a bit? But is he going to be actually ready to lead them next year? This is all hypothetical, but the transfer portal is cool because now we can have some of these trade talk discussions like we have in the NFL or baseball or the NBA, right? We can have these and say, wait a second, what if they got this guy? It would shake up the sport because it would make that team so much better. They could replace a guy like a Stroud or a Bryce Young. And then the dudes transferring out would be major hot commodities on the transfer market as well. And Drake Maye could seriously cash in. I'm interested to see what happens there, although I don't really anticipate anything happening.
Right,
It's
let's
fun.
let's also cap this with, and we do not currently anticipate it because Inside Carolina is such a great part of the 24/7 Sports Network, and they're down bad. Not the site, they're doing fantastic work, but the basketball team just went from number 1 to unranked in the AP Top 25. The football team's on a losing streak, and then to even have to start thinking about the possibility of losing a generational talent at the quarterback position, it's already dark days for the Tar Heels, bud. We got to lay off of them.
Yeah, no, I agree. We were chatting here in the office, like, who's the one name that would set the college football world on fire if his name actually appeared in the transfer portal? And everybody instantly was like, oh, well, it's Drake Maye because he's...
Well, because Caleb's already transferred, too.
Correct,
Like, if
yes.
we're going to actually say, what is realistic, who are the top quarterbacks in the entire game? Well, Caleb Williams, who will be back next year as well, already used his one-time transfer. So he's not leaving USC after transferring from Oklahoma to USC. And if we're talking about the very best quarterbacks for the 2023 season, Caleb Williams can be your 1, but Drake Maye's your number 2 then.
If Drake Maye does stay at North Carolina, which, again, I think we both anticipate him doing so right now. And you're right, Inside Carolina does a tremendous job. Like, that is, I used to run a team site. That is, like, the best run team site in the world. Those guys are just amazing. If he does stay there, you have to think that North Carolina's offense is going to be a great transfer destination, maybe for one stud receiver. Yeah. So do they lose Green and Downs? I'm trying to think off the top of my head here, live TV.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Green's gone, and then Downs already seemed to announce that he's going to be moving on. He'll be an NFL draft pick. But, think about the way that offense was even able to rely on tight ends throughout the back half of that season. Their tight end production was among the tops of all Power 5 offenses. You could be looking at tight ends. You could be looking at wide receivers. Any pass catcher is going to be someone who's going to look at the opportunity to go and play with Drake Maye. I expect North Carolina to be very much active in trying to beef up their offense at the skill positions as well.
No doubt about it. All right, let's head out west. Let's talk primetime. Deion Sanders is now the coach at Colorado. It was announced over the weekend, and already Chip, he did some unconventional things at Jackson State, and he's already doing some interesting things here at Colorado, including announcing during his opening press conference that his son Shedeur is Colorado's new starter. Like this, we're not pulling any punches here. We're just going with it. I do think Shedeur Sanders is a major upgrade for what Colorado has currently on their roster. Like their quarterback room this year, what was a bit of a disaster. But I think there are some macro discussions to be had about Deion and Colorado there. And first, I want to open with this. Colorado was a team that had real problems taking transfers, not getting transfer interest, but actually having the school greenlight the players to come in. I know guys who were on the past couple Colorado staffs, and they would submit a long list of names to admissions, and admissions would submit a very short list of names that they could actually get admitted. If Deion is going to work out at Colorado, and I know our own Adam Munster-Tiger has reported that changes are coming here, which Colorado desperately needs. But if Deion's going to work out at Colorado, he would absolutely fail there under the old transfer admission requirements Colorado was using, because they could not get enough quality players in. And there are going to be some studs, I think, who want to go play for Deion. I don't know what those transcripts are going to look like for those guys. Colorado has got to follow through on its rhetoric that it's going to allow a larger, percentage of potential transfers in, and I think they will. I don't think Deion would have taken this job at Colorado over USF, which you can get a lot of players into USF. I don't think he would have taken this job if he had not had assurances that the Buffs are going to allow a kind of a wider variety of player to come in academically. So that to me is sort of the first thing. When I saw Deion took Colorado, I thought, oh, they have to be giving him some leeway, kind of like Notre Dame did with Lou Holtz back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that are lining up right now where the way that I looked at the Colorado job is changing, because I was looking at, obstacles that are being removed one by one. The first one being the academic requirements for transfers that you already mentioned. We're starting to hear from the athletic director and from people around the university that is all being changed. Number two, there's a real confidence that with Deion Sanders is going to come resources, is going to come money, is going to come investment that I didn't think was there before. The idea of, pledges and how much, cash do you actually have on hand? Yes. Did it seem a little interesting to see a sitting athletic director say, we don't have the money, but we will have the money? Yeah, I laughed. Okay. It sure sounded like you're trying to pitch me on a business. It's like it's Hollywood. Hey, Deion, Hollywood. It's like you're trying to pitch me on a movie that will be making money. But I think that Deion Sanders has that kind of star power that they are going to be able to go out and they are going to be able to continue to raise money. I think the NIL opportunities that are going to exist with Deion Sanders are so much more than what was there before Deion Sanders arrived. I think that being able to get transfers in is going to be so much easier than before Deion Sanders arrived. The Colorado, from a football program to a university community, is hitching itself to the Deion Sanders show. And the thing that is really interesting for me to consider as we watched all those players sign the releases, basically saying, I'm going to be on a reality show 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. My experience as a Colorado football player will also be content for the Deion Sanders show. I think that for a 17, 18, 19, even 20-year-old, the idea of a nonstop reality show is probably more attractive than it is to my washed position sitting here right now at my age. And I think that Deion Sanders and getting the university on board is going to be successful in the transfer portal. I think he's going to be successful not only specifically with NIL deals, but just the idea that you are going to have your own star power enhanced by this content machine that is Deion Sanders. Will that result in wins and losses on the field? I don't know. We went through the schedule. It's a little bit tough. Yeah. You got TCU and Nebraska right there in year one. But there is no doubt in my mind that if you want to elevate your visibility as a college football player, that going to Colorado right now is going to do that almost as well as any program in the entire country.
And look, there's no doubt that there were some challenges with former coach Karl Dorrell. So it was a bit of a panic hire because Mel Tucker, who was a really good hire by Colorado at the time, and I think probably still a good hire by Michigan State, right? Even though he had a tough luck year this year in East Lansing. Dorrell was a bit of a panic hire. Okay, they changed it. Now Colorado's desperate, right? I didn't know that Colorado was going to be able to come up with that kind of money for Deion. But pressure burst pipes, and AD Rick George there is under big time pressure to get this right. If Deion fails there, Rick George ain't going to make another college football coaching hire, man. It's just not going to happen. So if you're able to rally support around Deion, you're able to get NIL opportunities for these kids, both probably from Deion's connections to brands, I would guess, and then also some sort of local collective effort. We'll see. And I don't know that you need, I think a budget for some of these collectives on a per year basis is probably an outlay of like $5 to $7 million, right? I don't know that you necessarily need that at Colorado to get them back to a bowl game, because Deion's celebrity will help you get some kids there, maybe at a bit of a discounted rate. We already saw Travis Hunter last night on his live stream. I think it was a Twitch or something. I was traveling, but I saw the clip this morning say, hey, I'm joining you there, coach. So I took that to mean Travis Hunter is likely going to Colorado. I haven't seen him officially sign with Colorado or anything like that, but I'd imagine if there's some kind of NIL there that he would stick with Deion. Travis Hunter, of course, the number one player in the country last year, according to many services, two-way player this year for Jackson State when healthy, and had some really nice moments. They flipped him from the Noles on signing day last year. If he jumped in the portal and was actually open, he would have tremendous offers, including Georgia, who was trying to flip him down the stretch last year. What I don't know is how many of Jackson State's players actually will be able to go to Colorado and play. If you go through Jackson State's offensive line, which was upgraded amazingly this year compared to where it was in 2021, Chip, most of those kids were transfers from like Louisiana Monroe, Texas State, a backup at ULL, places like that, places that would get smoked by this current Colorado team. So I don't know exactly how many guys from Jackson State will come. Jackson State, if you look at the FCS power ratings, the SWAC is not considered a good conference within the FCS. But I think there will be some individual players that Deion was able to get to Jackson State. And I think the rest of the new players, and they could probably take, 30 new guys, I would imagine. If you saw Deion last night, he told him, hey, I'm bringing my own luggage, and it's Louis, meaning he's got some pretty good players coming, right? They're going to really flip that roster in a quick way. I'm just not sure how many will come from Jackson State.
I am not going through Jackson State's roster and picking out those and picking out the ones that I think are immediately going to follow them to Colorado. Obviously, Hunter's right at the top of the list. I just consider Colorado a player for everyone in the portal. Everyone. Yeah. We saw USC, LSU, and Ole Miss were three programs that all took upwards of 15 to 18 players from the transfer portal and did so with great success. Obviously, LSU winning the SEC West, USC making the Pac-12 title game, and Ole Miss, though it finished poorly, still having an 8-win season and starting with 8 wins in the first 9 games of the year, getting up in the top 10 of the AP poll. I think that that sort of approach, Ole Miss had 44 first-year players, or at least players in their first year with the Rebels. I think that's what we see at Colorado, that between taking upwards of 15, 16, 17, 18 players from the transfer portal, some of which I think will be deemed as blue-chip transfer prospects, I think that they're going to make a lot of noise and get some flips coming down the stretch in the 2023 recruiting class. And I think we're going to be looking at a Colorado roster that does have 30, 32, 34 players that are all in their first year with the Colorado program. And much like we saw the success, the instant impact of some of those first-year players at an Ole Miss, at an LSU, at a USC, I think that that's why, despite having a very difficult schedule, I think that Colorado is going to be able to see an increase, certainly an increase in its win total from 1 win to something that'll be a little bit closer towards flirting with, if not making, a bowl game in year 1 under Deion Sanders.
Totally agree. One final program before we talk Louisville that's going to take a huge number of players this year. I think Auburn actually has room to take 35-plus players. So they may not get a ton of 5-star type transfers, but I do think you'll see Auburn quickly restock itself in terms of quality depth on the roster because they have the NIL stuff together apparently, and they have the roster space. And that's really the conditions that you need at this point, presuming the players are in the portal, and we're seeing them still enter like crazy as I scroll down my laptop here. All right, Chip, Louisville. So we woke up this morning to the news that Scott Satterfield, what have we been calling him on Cover 3?
Hot Cedar Fields.
Hot Cedar
and
Fields.
The way that you calm, you get, your pants are less hot if you change your pants. If you're sitting on a hot seat and you have hot cedar fields, You change your pants, bud. You find new pants, and that's exactly what he's finding at Cincinnati. I get it. It reminds me, Cincinnati moving to the Big 12 next year, along with Houston, reminds me a little bit of Dana Holgorsen at West Virginia. He had been there for 7-8 years or so. They had some great seasons. It got a little bit stale. Relationship with the fan base was a little bit rocky. You could feel like West Virginia was only 1 or 2 really bad seasons away from Holgorsen being fired. He steps out. He makes a move to Houston. I don't know exactly how I would view West Virginia and Houston, especially now that they're about to be, conference mates now. But a generous way to look at that was a lateral move. And I think what we have here is a lateral move where now he gets to sign a longer-term deal than what he had currently at Louisville. He faces different job pressure, where I think that the expectations have been raised at Cincinnati by Luke Fickell in a way that's going to be difficult to meet. We can debate whether, some of the other infrastructure pieces around these two programs, how they might compare. I happen to be a believer that the city of Louisville, the way that community cares about its football and its basketball programs and the way that they invest in them as if they are the pro franchises of the city, I think that happens to be unique. I think that there's NIL that is built out at Louisville that might not be as far along down the path as there is at Cincinnati. But what Scott Satterfield sees in Cincinnati is a program that made the college football playoff when it was just 4 teams, a program that has an opportunity to try to make a splash in the Big 12, and again, less real job pressure, which I think he would have been facing at Louisville heading into 2023.
So, Chip, totally agree. And the most important thing you said there, the most important word was job. Team does not equal job, okay? Cincinnati is not as good of a job in this current landscape as Louisville is. If you look at Luke Fickell and you saw how frustrated he was to lose players that his staff had early identified, got verbal commitments from, only to see them get plucked away because Cincinnati's NIL program is not up to snuff compared to some of these other spots, you could see why he'd be frustrated. But I had a coach tell me one time, because I asked him, I said, wait, why would this guy leave for this spot? He said, Bud, it's restarting the clock. He's got 1 year left at this spot, maybe, because Louisville's boosters have long wanted to try to go get Jeff Brom from Purdue. At Cincinnati, he's going to get a new 6-year deal. What's the minimum guaranteed money he makes off that deal at Cincinnati? $20 million, probably? 6 years?
Oh, it's like, 4 years per, right?
Right.
4 to 5 years per. Yeah.
Don't ever forget that college coaching is a job. They're not doing this because they love the school. They're doing this because they like coaching, and if they're job jumping, a lot of times, it's to win, sure, but it's also to make a lot of money. And Satterfield, that's why we've been calling him Hot Cedarfields. He's not a sure thing there at Louisville when you have Louisville's boosters. I don't even think Louisville's administration was in on this, but I do think Louisville's boosters constantly wanting to go get Jeff Brom played a factor here. Go where you're wanted. Cincinnati clearly wanted him, and the guy has won at App State before, so I think it's probably a good hire for Cincinnati. Now all eyes are on Louisville because Louisville is not messing around when it comes to NIL. They're playing the NIL game at some of the highest levels out there, and Louisville right now has one of the highest rated recruiting classes it has ever had. We'll see if those guys all stick together. We'll see how quickly Louisville can move to make its new coaching hire. I wouldn't be shocked if we have to do an emergency coaching episode on Cover 3 later. You can check out our channel on Cover 3 for that. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 Eastern today. We'll have to see. But that's going to be a very attractive job. And it also doesn't come with the same expectations as Cincinnati. Cincinnati has high expectations coming off a playoff appearance. Louisville is not expected to make the playoff, but they have more resources than Cincinnati does, but less expectations. That's why I think it's a better job. But I totally get why Satterfield decided to take the Cincinnati job, because it's job security.
Is it the best hire that Cincinnati could have made?
It is probably the best hire Cincinnati could have made. I think they were looking at Sean Lewis from Kent State, who I think would have done a really good job there. Obviously, Kent State is one of the absolute toughest jobs in all of college football, and the guy's shown he can recruit, he can build a staff. If Schlee doesn't get hurt this year, I think they're right in it, for the MAC. But Cincinnati's a weird job right now because if you read if you saw what the considerations were, for Luke Fickell, coaches care about NIL now. They care about, can we buy players? Can we retain our own players? And yet Cincinnati fans are not going to be cool with the idea that, hey, just making bowls in the new Big 12 is good. Ask West Virginia about joining the Big 12 after being they were in the Big East, but also the American. It's a much tougher league on a week-to-week basis. So I think it's a pretty good hire. Like, Satterfield knows how to run a program. They could have done much worse.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, is that you were at least, because I was going to compare it to Brian Hartline, where what you were getting is proven experience as a head coach, understands how to run a program, and what he is going to be able to do is identify what worked well, and based on the success of this past recruiting class, maybe tell Cincinnati how to get their act together to be able to say, hey, when I was at Louisville, these were the things that we had in line. This is what it took to be able to pull together this good recruiting class. If you want to stop losing these recruiting battles, here's how you got to do it. So fascinated to see what happens. And like you mentioned, I feel sorry for Purdue. You just played for a Big Ten championship, but it'd be tough for Jeff Brom to tell Louisville no twice.
When Mama calls. All right, Chip, enjoyed it. Thanks for everybody for joining us here on the Cover 3 podcast today on the 24/7 Sports YouTube channel. We also have our Cover 3 YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to both and continue for our all-day coverage of the 24/7 Sports Transfer Portal Palooza.
Shoot, it's my job to get rid of him. Come. I love everything about this institution. I mean, the academics prevalence, no crime, beautiful city, beautiful stadium. We've never had nothing of sort to work out in, to trade in. Our kids would go absolutely crazy to be in this situation that you in. But you don't respect it. Okay. You don't want it. Okay. Some of y'all don't even think you deserve it. I'm coming. And usually when God sends me to a place, he sends me to a place to be a conduit of change. Okay. Uniforms may not even look like they look now. I'm coming. The cleats, I guarantee it's going to be some special. I'm coming. We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage.
Welcome back into Transfer Portal Palooza. We've added a friend to the couch here, senior editor Trey Scott, here to talk about everything that we've seen happen so far today. But before we get into that, let's recap you on all the latest news today. I think the headline has been expect the unexpected and quarterbacks. Arizona's Dorian Singer enters the portal. He's a Pac-12 leading receiver. Been a lot of good wide receivers active in today's transfer portal. Clemson quarterback DJU, Wisconsin quarterback Graham Mertz, haven't talked a whole lot about him. Anthony Richardson from Florida officially declaring for the NFL draft. The Gators will be in the market for one of these quarterbacks, one of these many options for quarterbacks. In total, 803 players are in the transfer portal. We have seen that number go up and up and up and up. But the guys in the portal right now that I'm most interested in, I know most college football fans probably are the quarterbacks, and there's been a lot of movement there today. Is there somebody that stands out to you that maybe it was a bit of a shock that entered the portal today?
Keaton Slovis. You broke that this morning. I was like, wait,
man.
he transferred last year. Well, the DJ is not a shock at all. Yeah. You were just saying DJ should have hit the portal a year ago.
Yeah.
Luke Altmaier's not a shock. Graham Mertz kind of thought he might be at Wisconsin forever. Slovis, like, what's the? I just saw his job just at Pitt. Phil Dracovic took that.
Yeah,
so,
that
like,
was
what's
quick for
Slovis's
Pat
end game
Narduzzi.
here?
I think Slovis, when he got there, he thought he was going to be playing with Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
He thought that he was going to be in a more wide open offense, similar to what they ran a year ago under Mark Whipple, and it changed to more of an under center, pro style, tight end, heavy attack. They used a lot of fullback stuff this year, and he just wants to go somewhere in his last year where he can really throw the ball around and try to rip it up a little bit.
Why was it surprising from your standpoint? I'm curious.
Well, when Keaton Slovis burst onto the scene when JT Daniels got hurt in 2019, I thought he had NFL guy written all over him. And you talked about that a lot last year. And USC was not good. Like, poor Keaton Slovis, he misses the Lincoln Riley era.
Yeah.
And he's playing in the Clay Helton regime. He looked pretty good at times with a really bad offensive line. I thought a year ago he might just test the NFL draft. Then he goes to Pitt. You're right, it didn't work out there. I was like, hey, I don't know how old Slovis is. Like, do you want to transfer again? Like, he is. So I just thought he might hit the NFL draft, especially with next year being such a loaded year for quarterbacks. But I would certainly be rooting for him. I could name a few destinations that would make sense just by reading the tea leaves of schools who might need quarterbacks. Florida needs a quarterback.
Yeah.
Emily, I wonder if Tennessee, Vol fans are going to get in my mentions here because Nico, the 5-star, is coming in, and Joe Milton they apparently like, but I wonder if he would make sense for them. You look at UCLA, I'm pretty sure Chip Kelly's taken somebody out of the transfer portal. Carl Slovis, like, what do you think this looks like for him?
You know, in this market, Slovis has already heard from Florida. He's already heard from UCLA today since he's been in the portal. I think with Keaton Slovis is something that players have to look at. He does have his degree in hand. So when you have your degree in hand, you can take a little chance. He doesn't have to rush to the NFL. He can give it one more year, and then he can be comfortable with his life on however it plays out from there.
That is just, it's the landscape that we're all talking about in college football right now, and that there are these changes. That's why there are special exceptions to the rules. Grad transfers can transfer whenever the heck they want. Also, another exception to that rule is players who go through coaching changes. If your coach is fired, you get 30 days after that happens. And that, he's not going through a coaching change. I mean, Pat Narduzzi's not going anywhere at Pitt for the moment, but you think you're going to get to play with Jordan Addison, and for some of these players too, they think it's a certain situation and then it's completely different and things change, and so you want to have that kind of flexibility. But for those guys who are entering the transfer portal, who are in a steady situation, like you would think with Akeem Slovis, Devin Leary is a guy that, potentially got beat out by MJ Morris. I mean, there's so many fluid situations, but ultimately we're seeing these quarterbacks who have those steady situations look elsewhere. From your standpoint, you're tracking it all day long. I mean, how shocking is just the chaos of all the movement with guys that you feel like should be pretty comfy with where they are?
What do the kids say? Go chase the bag?
Chase the bag. Is
that what it's all about?
They want the money.
I'm not saying Slovis is chasing the bag. He's chasing the opportunity to get the NFL bag.
Yes.
But like Devin Leary, okay, all right, MJ Morris, you got a freshman. Like maybe I've worn out my welcome here a little bit. Not that he wasn't great. You think Devin Leary would love the chance to play at Notre Dame? Maybe I keep throwing out Tennessee as an option, but like there are big name schools.
And even if you're Tennessee with a 5-star quarterback coming on, you got to take a fly on.
I'm taking a transfer if I'm Tennessee. Emily, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Taking a transfer for Tennessee has worked out in the past, I would say.
I'm never putting my future in a true freshman at quarterback.
And I'm as far as Notre Dame, I'm personally ready for them to have better quarterback play.
Okay, but you have to balance the fact that we have National Signing Day coming up at the end of the month on December 21st. We're going to be back at this again on December 21st with all-day coverage, so get ready for that. But you have to balance bringing in players at positions that you plan on signing, a blue-chip recruit, a 5-star player. I mean, what does that do if you're Nico Iamaleava and Tennessee brings in a high-profile quarterback? Does that make you think twice?
Is Nico winning in the SEC in 2023?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
It's just the fire questions.
And he also got a significant NIL deal, didn't he?
Significant.
He
right.
did.
If you're Ohio State and you got 2 5-star kids waiting in the wings, Devin Brown, Kyle McCord, let's say Drake Maye hits the portal. If you're Ryan Day, you got to go get Drake Maye.
You got to go get Drake Maye.
I'm taking proven production, absolute star. He did that when he took Quinn Ewers and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Hey man, and Kyle McCord in the class with Ewers. Hey, we're just going to take the best guys. We don't really care. Like
and
5 years,
somebody's going to leave. It's just part of the game.
5 years ago, you were scared to leave guys. It felt like a black mark on your program if 10 guys left. There are programs who will lose 30 players this year.
It's a tough situation too for a lot of these quarterbacks as they evaluate their next destination. A lot of these teams are in the market for offensive coordinators. You mentioned Tennessee, Alex Skolish taking a head coaching position. There are a lot of offensive coordinator positions open in the SEC right now. Texas A&M, South Carolina, Auburn, of course, building a whole new staff. How much does that go into the evaluation when you're deciding where to go?
Well, I don't think for Auburn or Tennessee it matters as much because the head coaches call the plays. So I think for South Carolina, that matters because you got to see who they hire and who's going to go. I think at Texas A&M it is significant because Jimbo has called the offense his entire career. Does he really give up control? Yeah. Does he really let a guy come in and do what he wants to do? I don't know. It's risky for me.
I'm going to give Jimbo some kudos. I thought a month ago they were going to lose almost their entire 2022 signing class. I don't know if the win over LSU changed things. I don't know if they just remassaged these deals. But Brian Peroni was on. It looks like it's going to be a quiet portal cycle for A&M. I say that now, and we're going to look later, and Evan Stewart's in the portal.
I hear smoke around
freezing cold takes.
You're hearing smoke?
I hear smoke around Evan Stewart. I'm hearing some things. So
okay.
You never know.
Well, I like hearing smoke.
I bet he just better go talk to him.
Okay.
He better go. He better stay close to him.
Smoke. It's such a weird, like, you want to report some of this stuff, and you're just hearing some
Well,
stuff.
I mean, we heard Josh Pate break it down as well, is that some of these guys might enter the portal, and it's just to kind of test their market, to potentially, get more money where they currently are, to scare some people. They love the drama and they love the intrigue. Texas A&M, also a team in the market for a quarterback. What do you think about DJU there?
No, I think A&M's got to roll with Wegman.
Okay.
Now, unless
He's
they're
the
getting like
future.
Devin Leary. Yeah. If DJU needs to, if you're DJU, you have one more chance to find your 5-star form. Well, I don't know. Maybe you have 2 in the portal era. But right now you have one more chance.
Keep Slovis. Never say never.
I believe there is a 5-star quarterback inside of DJ Uiagalelei. I don't know if the Clemson scheme was the best fit for him. But, Tony Elliott leaves and now it's Brandon Streeter. If I'm DJ, if UCLA would have me, I'm going there. I'm getting coached up by Chip Kelly. If Oregon would have me, if Bo Nix leaves, I'm going there. If Florida would have me, I'm going there. I'm going somewhere where there's a proven offensive mind. Jimbo Fisher hasn't coached a good quarterback since Jameis.
You mentioned Tony Elliott. Does he follow him there to Virginia? Brandon Armstrong just entered the portal. They need a quarterback.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it, but at the same time, he didn't have a whole lot of success with Tony Elliott.
Great point.
So I think he should. I think it would do him some
You're
good.
looking at the numbers right now between 21 and 22.
I think it would do him some good to get away from that family of coaches and kind of find something new. We talk about Jimbo Fisher hasn't developed a good quarterback since Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston is probably the reason we think Jimbo Fisher's an offensive mastermind.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I think it's a tough deal. But I think DJU needs a fresh start with coaches he hasn't played for. Break away from that system. And I do agree with you. If UCLA will have you, then you go. Maybe if Arizona State, if you can go play for Kenny Dillingham, another guy who's been really good with quarterbacks that should be in the market for one, I think that you get back out there and you take opportunity. He's good enough to start at quarterback for somebody in the Power 5.
Absolutely. It was a scheme, confidence. You felt for him at times. The receivers are not Clemson standard. Like, I think they'll get there, and I think Dabo probably wishes he had started Cade Klubnik a lot earlier.
Yep.
It'd probably be in the playoff right now, but that's a whole other discussion.
That's a different conversation.
I think
It is a different conversation.
I think DJ will. I don't know if he'll be great. I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen examples of quarterbacks taking cross-country trips to go play for Pac-12 schools, potentially. You saw what happened with Bo Nix and just that change of scenery. I want to hit on something that you mentioned, and that's his confidence. It's not just a matter of system and fit, and we like to just look at it in football terms, but his confidence was shot. I mean, you listen to him in press conferences, and he is cool, calm, and collected. He's so supportive when it comes to what Cade Klubnik is doing and what Dabo is asking of him in his different roles. Dabo comparing him to Steph Curry. Yes, we can all laugh at that, but essentially you do have those bad nights, but it was a bad season for DJU. The year before last, and up and down when it comes to this year. So how do you rebuild that confidence? Is it as easy as just new building, new coach, just new scenario?
It might be. I was at ACC Media Days in July over down in Charlotte, and DJ was brought as one of the player reps, which I thought was surprising because there was maybe a quarterback battle. And the way they have it is Dabo's up on the main stage in the ballroom. You got the players sitting behind him on stools. One of the reporters asked basically, your fan base wishes that DJ was not your starter. How do you respond to that? And I immediately just tracked my eyes on DJ, and he takes it, man. He just internalized it. I was like, I cannot imagine the stuff he had to hear for 2 years. And he handled everything so great. And I felt for him in the ACC title game. I mean, they kept showing him on the sideline. He's got his helmet on. He's like, this is finally over. And I think probably right now he's officially in the portal. I think he's breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
I get to go get a fresh start. What were we saying about Bo Nix last year, to your point, Emily? Damaged goods.
Yeah. And he bounced back.
He bounced back.
We're talking Heisman.
Yeah.
With Bo Nix
Change
for a while.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just not a good fit. Sometimes it's not good timing. You fall on behind somebody like Trevor Lawrence.
All your receivers are gone.
All your receivers are gone. Those receivers don't look the same. Sometimes you just catch it at the wrong moment. You get there a little bit too late. Sometimes guys get there a little bit too early. You miss the dopest part of the run. You know what I mean?
Sure did.
And he missed the most incredible part of the run. And so I think right now that if you're a team with a quarterback, he brings a lot of value, man. And I'm telling you, he can help somebody win, especially if he gets with a head coach, OC, that really understands how to develop the quarterback.
I don't know how much time we have on the couch. I can't leave until I ask you, Colorado. How much fun is this about to be? I saw a guy down the street the other day wearing a Colorado sweatshirt. I was like, man, you've been waiting since 2001 to break that out.
So excited.
I remember when everyone said, why would he go to Colorado? You're out there in the middle of in the Rocky Mountains. They don't have a history. Like, he's going to bring in top 10, top 15 classes. This is going to be bananas.
I'm old enough to remember Eric Bieniemy, Dorian Higgins, Cordell Stewart, Rashawn Salam, all of they had a run at Colorado that was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
The only team who was really in the way of them back then was Tom Osborne's Nebraska Cornhuskers. So Colorado has had success. My former high school teammate, Cortland Johnson, started at tailback for the University of Colorado in the early 2000s, late 90s. They have had a tradition of excellence. And I think that Coach Prime saw that if you have won somewhere before, you can win again if you make the right hire at the head coach. And man, he's the right hire. From the time it's been announced that he is going to Colorado, there has been hundreds of kids who have been inquiring. I'm talking
Trey
about
Sanders?
big time players. Kids call me every day, Coach, can you get me in touch with Coach Prime? I want to play at the University of Colorado. These are 4- and 5-star athletes. Everybody wants a piece of Coach Prime right now. Everybody wants the opportunity to play for Deion Sanders. He's putting together an unbelievable staff. He'll introduce it to you when he's ready to talk about who he's hired. But it is going to be a big-time movement for big-time recruits in Boulder, Colorado.
So you mentioned Nebraska, Colorado, 2 teams that would love to get back to the success that they found in the 90s. We'll see what happens there. I would love to get back over to Studio B because they're always bringing the knowledge and the news. Hey, guys.
We have a lot of breaking news that happened during the past hour. We're going to start out west in the Pac-12. Last night, we had some news come out about Bo Nix. Dan Lanning confirming that he will be playing in Oregon's bowl game, which isn't typical for a quarterback thinking about leaving for the NFL. And then, Chris, today you confirmed the news that Oregon is hiring Will Stein as offensive coordinator, replacing Kenny Dillingham. That's the former UTSA offensive coordinator. So what do you think that means for Oregon's quarterback situation here?
Yeah, that might sound like a lot of dot connecting, obviously. Just got little sticks on the wall and trying to do the detective paperwork, but it matters. I've heard Bo Nix wants to go to the league. It's just really dependent on his NFL draft feedback. We don't really know what he's going to get at this point in terms of a grade, but he does want to return to school. So, he does want to go to the league. So if he ends up leaving, I think Hudson Card would be a really natural fit there. His high school offensive coordinator is Will Stein. They were at Lake Travis together in high school, and those two have been linked for a while. They're very close, and if Hudson needs a landing spot, Oregon would make a lot of sense for sure if Bo Nix decides to go to the NFL.
Okay, so more dot connecting there. Let's stay at Oregon for a second. Justin Flo, a former 5-star linebacker. He was one of the highest rated linebackers in the 24/7 sports system of all time with a 99 rating. He is about to enter the transfer portal. What have you heard about him?
Yeah, Justin's one I thought was happening. That's one of those situations where he just hasn't been able to get started at Oregon. He's one of the highest rated recruits of all time at the linebacker position in our rankings. He's somebody who was just crazy explosive in high school, just dominated the competition. That hasn't really translated. I think you could kind of speculate a couple of reasons for that. Injuries haven't helped. He just feels like he's a bowling ball who runs into a bull in a china shop essentially, and the bull just keeps getting injured. Ooh. And I think some of the instincts for the linebacker position might not be there the way we kind of projected coming out of high school. But this is still a physical freak. This is still a physical talent. And maybe if he's healthy, he can still turn into the NFL prospect we all thought he could.
Yeah. I mean, if you're green but you got the talent, there's always some time there to be groomed into something a little bit more mature. Let's go back to the quarterback market. Florida suddenly enters the QB market with Anthony Richardson declaring for the NFL draft just an hour ago. He posted his announcement on Instagram. Florida, of course, recently lost their backup as well. So what is Florida looking for now in the portal?
Florida needs a quarterback. Obviously, they had the news with John Kitna's son being kicked off the team after some pretty serious charges. And with Anthony Richardson gone, they don't really have any depth there at all. And I've heard just through the grapevine, Florida's been looking for transfer portal quarterbacks for a little bit. I think they might already have their guy. I'm still trying to work to figure out who it is, but this is something and a contingency Florida's been planning towards for a while.
All right, thanks, Chris. For more on the Florida quarterback situation, we're going to bring in our team site expert, Jacob Rudner of Swamp 24/7. Jacob, welcome to the show. Glad to have you here. How's it going over there in Gainesville?
Glad to be here, though. It's a lot going on right now here in Gainesville.
Yeah, busy day for all of us. So let's start with that quarterback situation. First of all, I want to get your reaction to Anthony Richardson. Was his decision to declare early for the draft, was that expected?
Absolutely. This was something that I think people saw for a long time coming. Obviously an extremely talented player who has the physical tools to really be something special at the next level. I think there were some questions at some points throughout the season based on his performances. Is he better off returning to college for one more year, developing a little further, or should he capitalize on that potential and head over to the NFL draft? And as time went on, I think it became clearer and clearer that he would likely go to the NFL draft. And today, obviously, we realized that.
So now Florida has to look at what's next. We know Jalen Kitna recently arrested and dismissed from the team. The rest of the quarterbacks on the roster, not so sure about them. But then you have Rashada coming in. So are the Gators still shopping for a signal caller in the portal?
They are. And it's unclear right now who exactly they're going to target. I'm not sure that person has 100% crystallized. But I would say that they are going to start to look at least, more intensely than they were before for a transfer quarterback. That room will need experience, and at a minimum, it will need more than just 3 players. Like you said, only 2 scholarship quarterbacks on the roster right now between Jack Miller and Max Brown after the Jalen Kitna news, and obviously Anthony Richardson declaring for the draft. Even if you bring in Jaden Rashada, that's still 3 scholarship guys, which is an exceptionally thin room, especially in the SEC. So I foresee them trying to create a little bit of competition within that group, and one way to do that is by bringing in a transfer.
So the Gators are headed west for the Las Vegas Bowl, but they might have to play some walk-ons in that bowl game. Can you tell us why they're dealing with so many roster exits right now?
I think the importance in Gainesville right now is turning this roster over, bringing in new talent, starting anew. It became increasingly clear throughout the season that this roster was not adequate, and that was kind of the fault of this old staff here. Billy Napier comes in and doesn't really have the pieces that he needs to be the most successful. And so this offseason, in my opinion, and based on what I've been hearing, is really just about kind of hitting that reset button. And one way that they plan to do that is by instituting this mass exodus really from the roster, clearing out scholarship spots. If you include Florida's commitments right now, they have 22 in the 2023 class. Their scholarship roster is down to 83 players. So they do already have 2 openings created. And I think that they're going to create more in the very near future between guys who declare for the draft and others who announce their decision to transfer. And that is going to impact the bowl game simply. I think that Florida is aware of the fact that, and the strategy all along was probably to deplete the roster as the transfer portal opened up, which occurred today, obviously, and just kind of start to rebuild. And one thing that will be quite difficult is that bowl game. It's a question of how many scholarship players they'll have available.
Well, when we look at the rebuild, I have a feeling that defense is going to need a lot of that. Their secondary ranked 125th in the country in passes defended. 19 sacks on the year by their edge rushers was 91st in the country. So I imagine some needs will be coming from that area. But what other needs on this roster? Or maybe you could provide more depth there on the defense. What is Billy Napier looking for in the portal?
Well, we can start on the defensive side. I would say that linebacker is certainly a place of need right now. They have just 3 outside linebackers on scholarship on the team right now. 2 committed to the program, but 5 is still a very thin room. Similar to what I said about quarterback, is they are going to have some players come in. The expectation, there's a commitment already, so they should be able to fill out certain scholarship spots. The problem is still the rooms are thin, and so I would say that linebacker is an area of need. Defensive line is a critical area of need at this point after Javon Dexter announced his decision to enter the NFL draft. That's a place where Florida was thin last year and thinner now, so they're going to need replacements for the guys who have already departed. On the offensive side, I think that there's an overhaul that's kind of already happened in the wide receiver room with the guys that they have committed to the program. I see those guys being capable of making an impact pretty quickly, but they could use transfers. Tight end is another spot, even offensive line. So to me, this is a really whole roster rebuild. I think that that's kind of become clear in recent weeks, just especially with the amount of players who have left the program or declared that they plan to.
What's the mood in Gainesville right now? The Gators finished 6-6 after some high wins. They opened the season with the win against Utah, and had some very confusing losses. They finished 5th in the SEC East, which is a division that just keeps getting stronger. So what's the mood over there after Billy Napier's first year?
I mean, I think if it's anything but solid right now, I think people are making a mistake. This is a guy who made it very clear that the talent in the roster was not adequate. He talked frequently about finding players who had the right stuff going on between the ears, and not necessarily being ready to compete in the SEC. And this is the first time where he will have a full chance to put Florida in a better position to be competitive. And so I think that based on what we know about the roster, this was a fine season. Maybe they could have won 1 or 2 more games, especially you look at that Vanderbilt contest. I think that was a real disappointment. But that being said, I think that this was just a year one that was kind of coming before some major roster turnover, and year 2 will really be the opportunity to judge this staff. And for where they're at right now, my big question is, how do they attack this transfer portal? How do they replenish the roster? And if they're able to do that successfully, I think that things are looking up here in Gainesville.
All right, Jacob, thanks for your time. Appreciate your insight as always. And for more news on the Gators throughout this cycle and into the off season, stay tuned into swamp247.com. Thanks, Jacob.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Chris. Well, Chris Hummer has been keeping an eye on the transfer, or has been hearing about the transfer portal all day long. Breaking news for us. Who are some players that you're keeping an eye on right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really busy couple hours in the portal. We had Donovan Smith from Texas Tech, the quarterback, go in. He started a lot of football games for them. He's been really good in his career. He's a really high upside guy, very athletic. He was actually classified as an athlete coming out of high school by 24/7. He was part of a 3-quarterback room at Texas Tech. And he is a pretty important player for this Red Raiders to lose moving forward. I think we had some Trey Sanders news earlier too, right?
Sounds like it. I just went over to his Twitter account, I guess last night, when Deion was blowing up the social media world with his speeches. Yeah, here's Trey Sanders. You got room for me, Unc? So we knew that Colorado would be having quite the influx of talent with Coach Prime over there. But what do you think the chances are of this actually happening?
I mean, Trey Sanders was our #1 running back in the country at one point, like one of the most talented people at his position in that class. He's had a lot of bad luck. He's had some really serious injuries, including being part of a really serious car accident that cost him almost an entire year of his career. But, I mean, if he's healthy, like, I don't see any reason why he can't help at Colorado. I think some people would push back on that Trey's not really the running back he once was, but I mean, Colorado went 1-11 last year. Like, they could use all the help they can get. And even if Trey's not a huge part of your offense, like, Trey's the type of person somebody will follow. He has a huge name in Florida, and I think he would be a really great fit for Colorado if Deion wanted to go in that direction.
All right, yeah, maybe he'll be part of the Louis luggage. All right, let's go back to Studio A now with Emily and Carl.
I know somebody that's really excited to talk about Trey Sanders and everything going on with Deion. Speaking of Sanders, Deion Sanders actually tweeting too, Lord, that portal is jumping. Let me see what's in there. I mean, it's a busy day in the portal. You heard Chris break it all down. Trey Sanders, what do you think about his fit at Colorado?
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Deion already told you that he bringing his own luggage in his
He
Louis.
did.
You know, so
It's nice luggage too.
The question is Trey Sanders Louis material? I guess we'll find out. But Coach Prime just said he's not hard to find. He just put out a tweet
What do you think?
that said that I do think that Trey would be a good fit in the backfield for the University of Colorado. They've been depleted from a talent standpoint. I think that he adds instant credibility. Chris Hummer just said he also has some relationships that will attract other kids. I think it could be a connection here if that's what he wants to do, but we'll see what Coach decides.
I feel like we continue to say this over and over again when it comes to Deion Sanders and what this rebuild looks like. Chris said it again. 1-11, Colorado having a historically bad season this past year. Not a lot of winning up in Boulder. And so you need to kind of temper the expectations a little bit when it comes to what he actually can accomplish in year one, and that'll be an interesting name to look out for. But something that Colorado also needs is a quarterback. So once again, let's remind you of all the available quarterbacks. At the top of the list, Devin Leary, DJU, talked extensively about him. Hudson Card, also another name in the mix. Luke Altmaier recently entering the portal from Ole Miss. We'll see where he ends up. Jeff Sims, somebody that we talked about. Kyron Drones, Brennan Armstrong, Malik Horn. Mikey Keene, too, is a recent addition to the portal. A lot of great guys on this list. Who do you think would be the best fit at Colorado?
Well, they had a best fit, and we don't have them up on our list right now.
Oh.
They're going to have a transfer portal quarterback at Colorado, and his name is Deion Sanders. That's who's going to be the quarterback at the University of Colorado. And he
Anybody on this list,
and he should be up there. Hey, we already know who Coach Prime is going with for the quarterback position. Deion Sanders is going to be the quarterback at the University of Colorado. And so, but we got to get him added to our portal rankings because he has to go through the transfer portal process also.
Where should he be on that list? Should he be named as a top 10 quarterback, even though it's an in-and-out situation for him?
He's definitely going to be. He's definitely in the top 10 on that list that I see up there for sure. I got a chance to just see him in person. His mechanics are great. His footwork is unbelievable. He's got the arm strength to make the throws. I'm excited to see what he's going to do in the Pac-12.
I got to ask, though, bit of a difference between SWAC football and FCS football translating into the Pac-12. How do you anticipate he makes that jump?
I think that the jump is going to be fine for him because there's also going to be a difference in the teammates that he's playing with. And so he's going to have better receivers. He's going to have better running backs. He's going to have a line in front of him that is going to be able to block at a really, really high level. I'm excited to see what they do. And the names I'm hearing at offensive coordinator for the Colorado Buffaloes, man, it's going to be an exciting time in the mountains.
The names are as follows.
Coach Prime got to tell you that when he's ready.
Oh, come on.
When Coach Prime is
we'll
ready
just
to tell
monitor
you,
his
he's
Twitter
got to tell
account.
you
I'm
that.
sure he'll post
he'll
it
let,
at some point.
He'll let everybody know when he's ready to say that.
Okay, but we should be excited about this and anticipate
Everybody's
it.
going to be excited.
Okay, I like it. Let's go back to the Florida conversation. Jacob Brunner breaking it down for us. Florida obviously in the market for a quarterback. We talked about Anthony Richardson declaring for the NFL draft, Kitna, everything that's going on with him. He is not playing football for Florida. Who's the best fit on that list that we just showed? Let's pop it up again here, top 10 here. Is there somebody that stands out to you that would fit in a Gator uniform?
This is going to be who everybody wants, but I just got a text message from one of my buddies that's on the collective with the Florida Gators. The Florida Gators are going to put all their chips in the middle of the table, and they got to try to get Devin Leary.
Okay.
They got to try to get Devin Leary. Billy Napier has made noise recruiting. He has done an excellent job building up Louisiana Lafayette. He's got Florida trending in the right direction. If he can somehow get all of the people in Gainesville behind him and they get Devin Leary, he's going to make an instant impact next year on the college football race. So I think he's got to put all his chips in the table and get him. Remember, the Florida Gators want national championships.
They have.
They want
recently.
Urban Meyer years. They want Steve Spurrier years. You don't go to Florida to be an average 8-9 win football team. They want to play for all the marbles. And so if you Florida Gators, you're going to go after the biggest fish in the ocean.
Yeah, they've had some decent quarterbacks, too, play for Florida. Tim Tebow, obviously, top of that list.
Pretty decent.
He
Danny
did all right.
Warfel.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's dare to dream a little bit, okay? So Florida fans, if you're listening, this has not happened, but let's pretend. I'm sure they're all just envisioning what it would look like. Devin Leary in that Gators uniform. What do the Florida Gators look like next year if Leary is their quarterback?
Well, I think that they're going to be right at the top of the SEC, still a step behind Georgia. But if you go in there with a quarterback like that, you're giving yourself an opportunity to win a game like that.
Okay, so not quite Georgia caliber.
Georgia's a different machine right now, so we can't, we got to talk about Georgia being dominant, the way they built their program, the way they built the team, and the same mindset of the way the Alabama dynasty was built. Georgia's right there now at the beginning of their dynasty. So until I see somebody beat them on the field, I got to go with the Dogs in the SEC East.
Or even just compete with them on the field. I mean, your Missouri Tigers probably played them the best of anybody this year. But when you look at the SEC landscape as a whole, LSU being able to sneak in because it was kind of a down year for the West. Alabama looked beatable for the first time in a long time. So there is opportunity in the SEC as a whole. But playing on the East, it used to be this way when you took a look at the SEC West. But now with Georgia, I mean, do you see them at 2, though? Because Tennessee is also surging under Josh Heupel. They finished as the number 17 in the nation, playing in the Orange Bowl. If they get Devin Leary, are they up?
If they get Devin Leary, they'll be 2.
They'll be 2?
They'll be 2 if they get Devin Leary.
Okay. We'll see what happens with Kentucky as well, also in the market for a quarterback. But that should be very interesting to see how all of that works. What about Brennan Armstrong? He's a guy that, again, in the record books at Virginia, where could he go and make an immediate impact?
Well, very similar to DJU. I think that any of these teams that need a quarterback, he has a tremendous amount of value for those teams. And so everything has to come down to system fit. Everything has to go, like Tennessee is a team that's going to need a quarterback. We're losing Hendon Hooker. Like we talked about earlier, I know the fans will go crazy because Nico is coming in. But you got to ask yourself, do you put all your hopes in the arms and the mind of a freshman? And so you got some quality quarterbacks on the board right now, Armstrong being one of them, that could help several teams. Tennessee, UCLA, Arizona State, Florida, the Florida Gators, teams like that who have a need at quarterback. Notre Dame is another team that has a need at quarterback. So it'll be interesting to see, but I do think Armstrong can fit into any of those situations.
Yeah, you've seen coaches throughout this past season be hesitant to play that true freshman quarterback. Connor Wegman at Texas A&M. Cade Klubnik, we talked about Clemson a lot today. Dabo knew that he wasn't quite ready. Revisionist history would say, oh, you should have just thrown him out there and we'll see where Clemson is at the end of the season. But I want to ask you about something that you said that might have perked some ears up for people, and that's talking about the Florida Collective. And this is not a unique situation to Florida, but how much power does a collective have when it comes to the transfer portal? Because I think a lot of people might look at them in almost this general manager role, and they've got to bring in all of this money to bring in a player that, you know, maybe a coach wants, maybe a coach doesn't want. How does that relationship work between the collective and the university?
They don't have the power. The head football coach has the power, but they do have the money.
They got the money, though.
So you need to have some type of relationship with them. And some of them are very, very aggressive. And you have some collectives that are recruiting just as hard as the coaching staff. And that has changed an element to college football because there's a gray area that those guys can go into. So I think it's very, very important that you have a good collective supporting you because you are going to need the NIL support.
Okay, back to the Colorado conversation. Brennan Lewis is the outgoing quarterback at Colorado. Where do you see a fit for him?
I think that based on what I saw from the University of Colorado last year, and I'm probably one of the few people who actually watched the whole Colorado game, I think that he can make some waves if he goes down to a Group of 5 school that is in need of a quarterback and does very well. That's what I would look for if I was him. I think that I would find a fit like that.
We've seen a lot of great examples of quarterbacks going down to the Group of 5 level and really succeeding. We saw that on the inverse, though. Group of 5 teams are notoriously just picked apart this time of year when it comes to the transfer portal. Guys that have so much success at that level, they want to get their shot at the Power 5. Is there anything that they can do to try to combat just the max exodus that some of these G5 schools see this time of year?
No, they can take advantage, though, of the fact that people are overlooking high school players, and they can go find those high school players that are really good, that they're going to have to keep developing. And then they have to understand that once those guys become first-team all-conference guys, they're going to jump in the portal and move on, and then they need to rinse and repeat the process, and they need to do it again.
You need to find those diamonds in the rough that you keep on your roster for a long time.
This is when you determine if you're really a recruiter or not. Can you really go out there and recruit? Can you really evaluate? Can you really develop? Can you find those guys that can help you fill your DMs? I got about 5,000 kids in my DMs in the last month if you need to know where to start.
He's got the list then. Have you seen it be like this in the past? I mean, I know that you're always the guy that people are going to for advice and for players and coaches wanting to reach out to you and see what it's like. We've referenced your phone and it blowing up and your DMs and everything like that. Is this what it's been like year to year, or is this year any different?
Well, it's more intense now because of the portal. 5 years ago, it was just more about National Signing Day.
Yeah.
What was going on National Signing Day and some of the pieces that were moving around. Maybe a guy gets dropped. Maybe you need a guy at the last minute because a guy declared for the draft. But now with the portal, it's just added another element to it because we still got to get through signing day after this. So this is crazy. But based on what happens in the portal, that's going to make signing day even crazier as well. So now you have 2 or 3 different periods of madness in college football recruiting.
Yeah, I mean, along those lines, if you're a commit to a school right now and you're hell-bent on signing with insert school here, you're getting ready to go, you got your nice fancy pen ready for December 21st to sign your NLI, how much are you monitoring what's happening in the transfer portal right now, and will that affect things between now and the early signing day on December 21st?
What I would tell a recruit right now that was ready for signing day is stay paranoid. Stay paranoid because something can change. And instead of getting in your emotions, you just be ready to change whenever you got to change, and you need to be prepared. If it goes down just like you thought it was going to go down, then thank God for that. But be prepared for at any moment for you to get a call that says, we're not going to take you, or the coach that you thought you were going to have moves on, so now it's not there anymore, and now you got to look over here. Just stay paranoid.
That's not a fun state to be in, but that's the landscape that we're in right now,
Business
right?
is not always fun.
Yeah.
But it is always business.
So from a coaching standpoint, are you fielding phone calls from recruits going, what the heck? Why am I hearing rumors that you're in play for Kedon Slovis if you've got me coming in?
Absolutely. If you got a quarterback that you have signed and you told his parents in the process, you're a guy we may only sign one quarterback, and boom, all of a sudden you're reading on the internet that the school has talked to Kedon Slovis, the school has talked to Armstrong, the school is chasing Devin Leary. Now you're at home and your palms are sweating because you don't know what's going on. So you are reaching out, but you got to be prepared because it might be bad news on the other end of that telephone.
Okay, let's take it one step further then. Coaches that might have missed out on certain recruits, and those recruits are staying paranoid as they should be, and they're paying attention to what's happening with the school that they plan on attending. Do those coaches go back in and say, hey, you see what's happening at Colorado? They're going to replace you. They're going to replace your position. You should come hang out with me at Florida. I mean, is that the next step? Is that recruiting just really never stops, right?
Absolutely that you should be doing that. And you got to be prepared, and you have to be paying attention to it as well. But every player that's trying to position himself, and you worried about, are they going to sign this guy? Are they going to sign that guy? You have to understand at some point you're going to have to go in there and compete and play good football. That should be your number one priority. We got to have guys that are tough enough to compete and actually care about being really good football players, because if you're a good football player, it's going to take care of all of the other stuff that you read about on the internet.
So stay paranoid, keep practicing, and subscribe to the 24/7 Sports YouTube page. If you are a commit right now, if you're a recruit, if you're a player thinking that maybe you want to enter the transfer portal, not only is Carl giving you great advice, but we're also breaking news on this show, so this is a great time to just sit back, relax, watch our show, enjoy it. There's a lot of things that we want to get to. I know we're going to go back out to Clemson, South Carolina, because it has been absolute chaos there. But I want to ask you about another quarterback, because we just have so many quarterbacks here. Okay, I'm just throwing quarterbacks at you. Okay, you ready? Ready for this next one? Hank Bachmeier. What do you think of him?
Hank Bachmeier. You know, it's the same difference with all of the other quarterbacks. I think one of the themes that you're going to find with every single kid, and at that position more than anything, it comes down to the system.
Yeah.
Do you have a system that fits your skill set? Are you a dual read guy? Are you a zone guy? Are you a guy that is more of a West Coast offensive guy, air raid, RPO? What I would tell every quarterback, what I would tell Bachmeier, all of those guys, is look at the system, look at who's calling the plays, see if you're a fit. Don't let your ego be your guide. Sit back and really analyze whether or not you belong.
Yeah, he's an interesting situation entering the portal from Boise State. I mean, back in September, I think his dad told a local news station in California where he's from that he just had to get, quote, the hell out of there. So it should be interesting.
That's an alarming comment, too.
It is,
and I remember hearing that, and it's just, You kind of would like somebody to expound on that a little bit.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just not a good fit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get to a place and you figure out that this is just not for me, and so you move on.
Fit, culture, all of the buzzwords of the day. Carl, you have stopped for long enough. I get so much great information out of this guy, but we're going to get even better information over at Studio B. Guys, what's the latest?
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, I'm welcoming in now former Clemson running back Darian Rencher, who now writes for our Clemson 24/7 team site. Darian, good to see you again. I talked to you just last week. Congrats on the ACC title as well to your former team.
We're back on top.
There you go.
We're in a little drought, mini drought.
All right, let's start with your teammate, DJ Uiagalelei, who we kind of suspected would enter the transfer portal, but Chris Hummer reported it last night. It becomes official this morning. He is now looking for another program. You were teammates with DJU, so what was your reaction?
Yeah, I wasn't shocked. Like you see a lot on social media right now. I think nobody can say enough about how good of a teammate he is, his character, and just how hard of a worker he was. And so it was tough to see it not really play all the way into his on-the-field production, because I would love to see him become that guy who I think he's still capable of being a great quarterback, premier guy who has a chance to play in the NFL. And so was surprised that he would hit the portal after what happened this past weekend, where he has moments of struggle this season, and obviously came to head with the Cyclone loss. And then Cade came in after the second series, and the rest is kind of history. He took advantage of the moment, and I think it was one of those, like the last straw. And he knows DJ coming back, he'll have to compete for a job. I think he knows he wants to go somewhere else and kind of get a clean slate, rewrite his story, and I think he's going to have a bright future somewhere else.
Yeah, Cade Klubnik was kind of nipping at his heels the entire season. Dabo Swinney ultimately makes the move in the ACC title game, benching DJU and putting Klubnik in. Why do you think it took Swinney so long to make that decision?
I think it took so long. You can really credit to DJ. DJ really was so committed this year, lost 20, 30 pounds, trying to just basically respond to the adversity last year. And for the most part, he really did. He had a couple of games this year. I think you put him up there with quarterbacks this year. I think the Wake Forest game, to me, was one of the best quarterback games played this year in college football. So he's had moments to prove that the haters wrong and prove that he could be the guy at Clemson. But at the same time, like we got 2 losses, not in the playoffs again. And the standard's so high at Clemson where best really is the standard. And you want to see that electrifying offense. And this year, in moments, we weren't that. And so it definitely opened the door for a guy like Cade to get an opportunity, and DJ to kind of be the situation he is now. But like I said, I think Cade is well deserving, sat behind DJ all year and came up big. I mean, big in the ACC championship. So happy for him, but at the same time, I think DJ, it will serve him well to go somewhere else and go be the guy somewhere.
How do you think the guys in the locker room feel about Cade Klubnik moving forward with the offensive roster they have right now?
Yeah, I think the sky's the limit. All the guys in the locker room have so much love for DJ, but at the same time, this is a game of business and performance. And whoever the coach puts out on the field, guys want to win and make it a team. And so I think Cade, I've met him a couple of times on my way out. Great kid, great energy, super talented, and gives Clemson, to me, every ability to go be that high-power offense that they want to be. And so I think the sky's the limit. Like, I think he came in last game. If he continues to do that, I think the trajectory is national championships, more conference championships, more wins, and Clemson getting back on top.
Now, I know you're tight with DJ, so whatever you're comfortable with saying here, but where do you think he's looking at? Where do you think he would be a good fit, scheme-wise? And what will it take for him to return to his 2020 star form?
Yeah, great question. I mean, if I was him, I think he's a West Coast kid. He came all the way out here to go to school. I will go back West Coast and probably one of these Pac-12 schools. I think he was a highly recruited guy. He probably can go anywhere in the country he wants that has a quarterback vacancy. And so if I was on to bet, I think Pac-12 would be a great fit for him. And really just, I think it's not far off. Like, he showed moments this year. I think people get really a lot of amnesia because the last couple games he struggled. But this year he showed glimpses of greatness, like being a really good quarterback. And so I think if he could just get to a team and I think just clear his mind of all the expectations and kind of pressures on himself and just go play free again, I think he'll be back in no time. I think he'll have a Hendon Hooker type transfer story where he'll go somewhere else. And I think he could be as good a quarterback as anybody next year in college football.
Would love to see that. Now, when it comes to the transfer portal, Dabo Swinney does not mix words about how he feels about it. And some of these quotes are kind of hilarious. We always know Dabo's good for a little one-liner. But he said back at 2022 Fall Media Day, we're not a catch and release program. And I think it's funny. The only transfer he's ever taken was reserve quarterback Hunter Johnson from Northwestern, who played at Clemson before that. So Swinney ended up calling it, the boomerang portal for us. But do you think this is finally the year that Swinney changes his ways and goes to the portal?
Yeah, so I think people know this, but it wasn't as broadcasted because it didn't finally happen. He went to the portal last year and tried to recruit a couple high major offensive linemen because that was an area we need to fix last year. And they didn't come to Clemson. And so he tried last year. I think his way of doing things will always be different than the way everybody else does them. I think he will get in the transfer portal, but at the same time, he's still going to try to get some of the best kids. And I think he's going to take guys who can play at the Clemson level. So I think it definitely, you probably see it more this year where he'll get in the portal and get some guys from other schools that have great reputations, can fit the Clemson way, come in and play right away and contribute. But like times are definitely changing. But at the same time, I think culture will always be the precedent of his decisions. It won't be just like how can we win? It'll be more so how can we continue to build a good program, bring great young men in here and develop them.
All right, Darian, appreciate your time. Great insights as always. And remember, for all the updates on the Tigers program, to visit Clemson247.com. And we're going to stay in Studio B for a minute because, Chris Hummer, you got some news for us on OK State quarterback Spencer Sanders.
Yeah, I just heard back from a couple people. Spencer Sanders, the starter for 4 years at Oklahoma State, is intending to enter the transfer portal. He told a couple teammates earlier today of his intentions. So Oklahoma State's going to be looking for a new quarterback, and it's going to be very weird to see Spencer Sanders in another uniform next year.
Yeah, so you said he started telling teammates a few days ago. Do you have any idea what that timeline looked like?
It's been back and forth on Spencer. He's somebody for a couple weeks now I've been tracking as a potential transfer portal entrant. I think he's been a little not indecisive with him. It's obviously a huge decision, but he's told teammates different things. But I heard he's likely to be in the portal later today. He's going to move on from Oklahoma State, a school that has had a lot of, I don't want to say like difficulties, but they obviously were a top 10 team earlier in the year. They didn't finish the season strong. Spencer was hurt. Like it might be one of those situations where Spencer's looking to kind of lean in a new situation and figure out what's best for him.
Get a fresh start.
Yeah.
Is there any, is that it for him? Is just, 4 years at one place, gave it my all, give it the best I could, and now it's just, I want to succeed somewhere else, want to win a championship, break some records. Is that what it's looking for? Is there something else at play here? He's had enough of that coaching staff, or what do you think?
I think it's a little bit of everything. Spencer's been a part of that Oklahoma State team for a very long time. He was a 4-star recruit back in the 2018 class after he was a record-setting quarterback at Denton Ryan High School. And he is somebody that's been really successful at Oklahoma State, but it feels like especially the last couple of years, his ceiling has been somewhat limited by the offense. This has actually been a defensive-first team the last couple seasons, and while they were off to a really hot start earlier this year, he got hurt and it really limited him. I've heard there was maybe some friction with him and the offensive coaching staff that made him want to explore his options. So he's going to be a really highly sought after QB in the portal for sure. I think he's really talented. He's one of those guys like we keep talking about with the fresh start, kind of like we saw Bo Nix have this year, Michael Penix, that you can unlock some of the potential we all believed he had in high school.
Yeah. You look at the top 20 teams in the country, half of them started a transfer portal quarterback this year. So it can change the fortunes for the player and these programs. Spencer Sanders is certainly wise to test the waters. I don't know if you have, I'm not going to ask you to speculate, but maybe, just some guesses after watching him play. Where do you think he might fit in?
I was told by somebody that he hasn't really had a place in mind to go to, but there is expected to be significant interest in him, just talking to schools across the country that have been speculating about it. Spencer has been in a system where he's asked to run a lot. That's his strength, obviously, but he needs to find a place that can accent his strength, his athletic ability, and his short and intermediate field accuracy. He sometimes makes difficult decisions that have caused him to be turnover prone in his career. This news is still fresh to me. I'm still working through it. I'm sure there are some schools that are going to be very interested. I don't have anything specifically in mind, but I mean, I always go back to him being a Denton kid. He's from the Dallas area. Like maybe somebody in Texas is interested. There's plenty of quarterback turnover in that state as well, so you never know.
A lot of Texas options. All right, thanks. That's Chris Hummer on Spencer Sanders, the 4-year player at OK State, is looking for something new. Let's go back to Studio A now. Emily.
Man, are there enough teams for all of these quarterbacks? I mean, it's absolutely nuts, guys. Thank you so much. When we were hearing that, we were digesting it as well, and I joked with you, does he have any more eligibility left? He's played a lot of college football, so we have a pretty good indication of what kind of quarterback he is. What's your evaluation of Spencer Sanders?
He's a good quarterback. He did some really good things at Oklahoma State. He's played in a lot of big games, has a lot of value. I think Chris hit it right on the head. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of schools in the state of Texas in need of a quarterback. He's from the Dallas Metroplex area. I think that something that kids need to look at. An SEC head coach just told me this 5 minutes ago while we were sitting here on the couch. This is going to turn into a situation of supply and demand. A lot of good players, not a whole lot of spots. So at some point, it's going to start, after the top guys start filling in some of these spots, it's going to really start to level out, and it's going to make some guys have to make some decisions.
Yeah, I joke. Are there enough college football teams that are in the need for quarterbacks? We talked earlier in the show, Steve Wiltfong brought up the great point of you might be happy with your quarterback until you see a Devin Leary hit the portal. Or again, we're keeping our eye on Drake Maye to see what he might do if he hits the portal. Yeah, you love your quarterback until you see a guy like that is potentially available. Do you envision a scenario where some of the guys that we've already discussed today could find themselves in a backup role and fighting for the starting spot?
Oh, absolutely, because once you go to camp, after you get through all of the talking points, you have to play great football. Yeah. You go into camp, you don't look sharp, you have to pick up a new system. How long does it take you to do that? You can very easily go and end up being in the fight for your life.
It's crazy because I think a lot of these guys enter the portal saying, I'm going to go be a starter somewhere, especially the guys who were starters at their current position. Their goal is, of course, to go be a starter, but you got to fight for it.
If you feel that way, do what Austin Reed did. He went to Western Kentucky, and he won the job at Western Kentucky. Don't necessarily think you're going to go into an SEC, Big Ten, Pac-12 situation and are going to walk in and start without having to compete your tail off in order to be on the football field.
Yeah. Let me know if that nameless SEC coach has any more wisdom to drop. I do find that very interesting to see what coaches are going through on a day like today. We can ask you just from that perspective what it's like, but actually being in those rooms, I envision them kind of like war rooms that we see in the draft. We've made a lot of comparisons to the NFL today. We want to remind you of everything that's happened today because we have been with you since 10 a.m. Eastern. It's now officially 3 o'clock. We're going to check in at each hour to just kind of digest and think about all the things that we have. I will also use this time to remind you that if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We are looking at them. We will answer them. I'm not kidding. I have a million questions for Carl Reed, but I would love for you guys to ask some questions as well. You can also tweet at us, #PortalPalooza. But let's throw up a full screen and show you everything that we have already discussed. Never mind, we're not going to have a full screen telling you everything, but there's been so many things that we have gone through today between a lot of great wide receivers that we've talked about, a lot of great quarterbacks, of course. We've showed you the top 10 quarterbacks. You want Sanders on that list, so maybe they're updating that right now. But as always, when we have breaking news, yes, we go to you, but we also go to Studio B because that is what the B stands for, right? Anything over there, guys? What's going on?
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, we are going to bring in Dave Biddle now from Bucknuts, our Ohio State team site. Dave, thanks for joining us. How are you doing today?
Oh, my pleasure. I'm doing well.
I imagine it's very busy up there for you and for the team with not only the portal opening up, but playoffs preparations too. So I into the portal here. What's the vibe right now? Ohio sneaking in at number 4.
Yeah, it's been a complete 180 from last week. That's for it was like felt like a funeral over there last week, and then it felt like a celebration over there yesterday. So yeah, Ohio State They know they have a new lease on life, as Ryan Day has said himself. I think that's a very good way of putting it. I certainly thought they were done after the Michigan game. Things fell their way, and they were able to get in with that number 4 seed. There's precedent here, though. We saw it last year with Georgia getting housed by Alabama in the SEC championship game and then turning around and beating Alabama for the national championship. We saw it back in the 2011 season when LSU beat Alabama in the regular season, and then Alabama turned around and beat LSU for the title. So we'll see. Doesn't mean Ohio State's going to get a chance at Michigan. Georgia's the favorite, and rightfully so. You got to play them in Atlanta. They're the defending national champions. It's going to be a tough one for the Buckeyes, but I think sports teams are dangerous when they get a second life.
Absolutely. The biggest news of the day in Buckeyes country is star wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba headed to the NFL draft and will not play in the college football playoff. So what kind of impact will this have on Ohio State in their semifinal game against Georgia?
Yeah, obviously, if they had a healthy Jackson Smith-Njigba, that would have been huge for them. He was projected to be the best wide receiver in college football this year. Turns out it might be his teammate Marvin Harrison Jr. who has that mantle. We'll see. But, but it's no surprise to me. I would have been very surprised if he would have played in this game. They, in my opinion, rushed him back twice. He hurt the hamstring in the opener against Notre Dame, and they brought him back 2 weeks later against Toledo. Then they waited until after the bye week, against Iowa, and he kept re-injuring it. And I was told after the Iowa game that he was likely done. So not a big surprise, especially with the way Ryan Day was answering the question when I asked yesterday. He kind of intimated that there was going to be, some big news on the horizon. So, obviously it would have been great for Ohio State to have him, but they played without him for the vast, vast majority of the season, and I would have been shocked if he would have played in this game.
Ohio State has turned into quite the wide receiver factory in recent years. Do you think they'll be looking to the portal to add another skill player to their lineup there?
It's interesting. They'll definitely look. Like I heard, in the previous segment, Emily saying like a lot of these, look at quarterback. A lot of teams might be like, well, we are happy with our quarterbacks coming back. Like Ohio State's one of those teams. You lose C.J. Stroud. They like the guys behind him, Kyle McCord, Devin Brown, both very highly rated kids. Ryan Day handpicked them. But all of a sudden, if Drake Maye is in the transfer portal, are you not going to look? Like, you're going to look. So, they like the receivers they have coming back. I have Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Egbuka for another year. They've got some young guys that haven't really played much that they do like. And they've got a really good true freshman class coming in. Maybe the best class of wide receivers in the country. Brian Hartline does a fantastic job recruiting. But you're still going to look. So, it's they'll definitely take a look. It's such a huge part of college football now, as we all know. It's just another arm of recruiting. We all know how important recruiting is. And you've seen teams like Michigan State, not this past year, but the previous year, completely flip their roster over. Not completely, but almost completely flip their roster over. And then Mel Tucker turns them into an 11-2 team, getting guys like Kenneth Walker to transfer in. So Ohio State does a great job leaving no stone unturned, and I'm sure there's going to be some surprises. And they're going to lose some guys too. But I think it'll be a net positive for Ohio State when they look back on it.
Yeah, you bring up good points. Instead of taking a few years to rebuild a roster, it now takes, a year, 18 months? Ohio State, though, tends to be pretty selective in the portal. What is the approach that Ryan Day and his staff are taking?
You're right. He has been more cautious. He's big on culture. He doesn't like, taking chances on a guy that might rock the boat. So if a guy maybe, is very talented, but, the reason that he's transferring is because of, behavioral issues of whatever sort, Ryan Day's probably going to be overly cautious about that. Now, maybe losing to Michigan 2 years in a row will make him a little bit more aggressive. He's done a great job overall in the portal. Early in his tenure, his first year, he gets Justin Fields right off the bat. They also had a really good offensive lineman they got that year, Jonah Jackson. They got Trace Sermon out of the portal. So they've overall done a good job. It's just recently they haven't. They got Ian Atiote from USC a couple years ago. He hasn't done anything. He's a linebacker. The guys they got this year, they got a kicker who didn't even become eligible until halfway through the year, who was on scholarship. The other two guys were okay, Tanner McAllister and Chip Trayanum. Those are the only three guys they even brought in. So, you're right. Ryan Day has taken a cautious approach the last 2 years. I tend to think he'll be more aggressive this offseason, but maybe not as aggressive as some other coaches.
All right, Dave Biddle, great information. Thank you so much for your time. And have fun covering the playoffs coming up. Busy time for you up there in Columbus. All right, for more updates and news on the Buckeyes, keep it locked into bucknuts.com. Now let's go back over to Emily in Studio A.
Thank you, guys. Okay, first, quick reaction. no Jackson Smith-Njigba playing in the playoff. What do you think?
That hurts Ohio State.
Yeah.
You know, we started the season with him being a potential Heisman candidate, and he's been injured off and on all season. It's a letdown for the Buckeyes, but we just got to wish him his best going into the NFL draft. But he's definitely a guy that would have made a huge difference on their team, especially when you talk about him. Travion Henderson was another guy who missed a bunch of time. The Buckeyes were depleted this year by injuries, but that's why they pay Coach Day the big bucks. He still got to figure it out, and he's got an opportunity to come back and redeem himself after that Michigan loss in the college football playoffs.
We have some decent other receivers on that team, like Marvin Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison Jr. better than D. This the transfer portal show. I can give you a whole show on how I feel about Marvin Harrison Jr.
I know, exactly. I mean, it is a letdown. I definitely wanted to see him play. I was really excited about what he would bring to Ohio State this year after what we saw in the Rose Bowl last year. 3 touchdown performance. Pretty spectacular. But you said it. This is Transfer Portal at Palooza. And as promised, we are answering your questions here. So I'm going to read them right here. We've got one from Watkins Ryan saying, what effect does Michael Penix returning have on potential portal wide receivers, tight ends, running backs? Does he make Washington overall more desirable?
He definitely makes him more desirable. If I was a skill position guy right now, he'd be a guy that I definitely would want to look at, a guy that I definitely would consider going and playing for, because you got a returning quarterback and you have an offensive coach in Kalen DeBoer who has been really great throughout his career at exploiting matchups with receivers and tight ends and running backs, one of the better offensive play callers in the country. I think if you're a receiver, I think if you're a skill position guy right now, with Michael Penix returning, with Kalen DeBoer calling the plays, it definitely makes Washington a destination spot.
Yeah, also a great example of a quarterback pairing up with an offensive-minded coach that he has worked with in the past and them having immediate success. So just adding in more skill players certainly
When
can't
you do
hurt.
that, when you do that, magic can happen.
Magic can happen. You hear that? All right, we've got another question here from Dallas fan DC1 asking, is the Brian Kelly narrative dead for the limitations of talent that Notre Dame can acquire since Marcus Freeman has arrived in South Bend, because enough top college football players still have high priority for their degrees?
It won't be dead until Notre Dame wins a playoff game.
Okay.
When Notre Dame goes and beats a SEC or a Big Ten team in the college football playoffs, that's what's going to be needed to kill that narrative. Brian Kelly did an excellent job at Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman is recruiting at a high level right now. The issue was when Notre Dame went in the playoffs during the Brian Kelly era, they could not compete against the Alabamas, the LSUs, and the top SEC programs in the country. And so that's what the narrative is. It's not about the recruits they can sign. It's about what happens when you actually put those guys between the lines.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the narrative has not necessarily been what happens on the field, but that ability to bring in those high-priced recruits and those guys in the transfer portal. You know, I think what he's asking here is essentially the fact that Marcus Freeman is finding so much success and guys who want to be on Notre Dame's team, that maybe that shouldn't have been an excuse for the difficulties that Brian Kelly went through, off the field related.
I don't know that I wouldn't call it an excuse, but I would say it's a legitimate reason. There is an advantage about being able to take anybody that you want and being able to be limited by academics. But Notre Dame has found a way to still be nationally relevant when other schools have not been able to do that.
You're not wrong there. All right, final question here from Finn Finnegan. What percentage of players do we think have already secured their transfer destination before hitting the portal?
I think about 40% go in kind of having an idea of what's going to happen next, but also things change because you might have worked something out behind the scenes with somebody, but when you get into that portal and other schools start to get involved and other collectives start to get involved, things can change, and all of a sudden now you're a little more popular than what you thought, or you're less popular than what you thought you were going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think some guys hop in knowing, okay, I'm going to have a lot of suitors, right? But it's also, I know we've thrown out the T word, tampering, and that you're not able to discuss these things before hitting the portal. But ultimately, this is a great time to remind people, you enter your name into the portal, you can come out, you can't come back to your school, but your coach is under no obligation to have you back on the roster. So this is a big risk that they're taking. Is it not just smart business to make sure that you know that you're going to have a destination before you take that immense risk?
I think you would be very foolish to get in the transfer portal without having some idea that there was somebody out there willing to let you play on their football team. Giving up your education, giving up your degree, that wouldn't make sense to me at all.
Yeah, a lot of great questions, guys. Thank you so much for submitting them. Again, hashtag Portal Palooza. If you're not sure how to spell Palooza, it's all over. You see it down below. We'd love to take your questions on Twitter and also on the chat here on YouTube. But I want to dig in a little bit more about what you're doing on this couch right now, Carl, because there's a lot of behind the scenes things happening, and we've discussed, you know, communicating with players and communicating with coaches and really just getting advice. What have you been hearing in terms of how the process goes from a player standpoint, saying, should I enter the portal?
I get, in the past hour, I've gotten a lot of calls from a few different kids that are considering getting in the portal, but they want to know, is this a good decision?
Yeah.
Is it a bad decision? Some of them are high-level players who played at maybe FCS or Group of 5 and they want to move up. Some of them are guys who have been backups on Power 5 teams and they want to move into a space that they want to play. But we have to look at some of those factors before you say, hey, this is a good decision, this is a bad decision. It's almost a very similar process to guys getting an NFL draft grade when they're underclassmen.
Yeah.
You'll be a first rounder or a second rounder, or you should go back to school. It's very similar. You'll have a place to play, you won't have a place to play, you should stay where you at, you know. And so just trying to get kids as much information as possible so they can make a sound decision.
I'm going to pretend I'm one of your players right now. Carl, do you think it's a good decision for us to go back over to Studio B?
Well, if they got something that we need to hear, I think that's a great decision.
I think they do. Grace.
Hey, Coach Reed made the right call. Appreciate that. I'm joined now by Tom Loy, our Notre Dame team expert for IrishIllustrated.com. Tom, how's it going up there?
Doing all right. Busy day.
Busy day for all of us, but a fun one. Let's start with the quarterbacks. Junior Drew Pine announcing last week that he is entering the transfer portal after 3 years at Notre Dame. How surprising was that move?
I wouldn't call it too surprising. I kind of expected it. It was more of the timing of everything that really caught everybody off guard. Tommy Rees and Marcus Freeman made it very clear to them in a meeting recently that they were going to look at the transfer portal, bring in a quarterback, or at least, look at bringing in a quarterback and kind of bringing him compete with Drew Pine, Tyler Buckner, and those guys in the offseason and see who's going to start and let the cream rise to the top. And I think at that point, mixed with the potential of Tyler Buckner coming back healthy and starting the bowl game, which is a possibility, I think that just kind of may have left a sour taste in Drew's mouth. And I think he was kind of just ready for a fresh start, kind of ready to do his own thing and look elsewhere to play next season. So at this point, I think it was the right move for him because I didn't see him coming back and being the starter in 23. I think all eyes are going to be on whoever they bring in at transfer and then also watch him competing with Tyler Buckner. So like I said, the decision wasn't a shocker, but the timing, I thought it would happen more in the spring.
Well, Marcus Freeman and the Irish now looking for a replacement. Of course, all eyes are on Devin Leary, the NC State quarterback who just entered the portal today. He is the second highest rated transfer player in our 24/7 portal rankings. How legit do you think these projections or rumors are?
I think people are getting a little ahead of themselves at this point. I think it's far from a done deal. I think, especially with the fact that I think Devin's not even technically in the portal yet, but anyway, Devin's a guy that Notre Dame likes a great deal. He's a guy that had a lot of interest in Notre Dame coming out of high school. So I think that there's mutual interest for sure. I think that both sides would have no issues with it at this point if it worked out for Notre Dame. But I think people need to take a step back, and there's absolutely other names that Tommy Rees and Marcus Freeman are targeting. One being Texas quarterback Hudson Card, who they like a great deal. He's got, I think, 3 years to play too. Ton of talent. Everybody saw what he did against Alabama. He's a dual threat guy that kind of fits the mold of what Notre Dame likes at their quarterbacks. I think you have a more polished passer in Leary, but you have potentially a better fit in offensive style when it comes to Card. So can't really go wrong with either of them at this point. I think there's a ton of upside with both of them. With Leary, you kind of got to watch with the health, how he comes back. With Card, you have a ton of athleticism, a ton of upside there. So a lot of potential. I think he'd be ready physically before. And I think that I was told this morning that he's actually going to graduate in December. So I think with transfers in Notre Dame, I think it makes it a little easier with the fact that he's going to be a graduate transfer at that point. So that kind of would be quickly to be green lighted. So that was a little bit of a pause for a lot of people. So Card and Leary are the guys, but I'm also not ruling out somebody that may not be in the portal right now.
All right, outside of a starting quarterback, what is the approach that Marcus Freeman is taking in the transfer portal in terms of aggressiveness, and what are some of the team needs?
Yeah, he's definitely going to be aggressive. And obviously, we talked about it. Academics are a little bit of a holdup when it comes to bringing guys in, and that's a little bit of a hang up. And we'll see if there's any wiggle room from Jack Swarbrick, the athletic director, and Notre Dame in general. But I think with needs, it's definitely looking at a defensive lineman. I know they brought in Braden Fisk, the Western Michigan transfer. He was in for a visit that went really, really well. He's doing his due diligence and taking his time. But I like Notre Dame to be at least in that final group when he comes to making a decision for his final season of eligibility. So want to get a guy along the defensive line. They want to get an edge rusher. They absolutely need to get a receiver to bring in to compete. So there's a couple names we threw out on the message boards at irishillustrated.com. Dante Cephas, the Kent State wide receiver transfer, as a name to keep a close eye on. So look for them to add somebody to that wide receiver room and really help with some of the young talent they have at that point. We obviously talked about quarterback. The other one I'm watching is potentially a safety. They have Peyton Bowen committed right now, a 5-star out of Texas, who, in my opinion, I think could be a day one starter at Notre Dame. And Oklahoma's pushing hard to flip him. So you have that opportunity to have him come in, be a day one starter at Notre Dame, or you add to the room with a graduate transfer or just a transfer in general and bring him in at safety. So for me, Peyton Bowen is absolutely a guy that could start from day one. So we'll see what happens there. But that's probably the 4 positions that I'm watching closest for transfers in Notre Dame.
All right, well, Tom, you mentioned it. There is an academic component that goes into this. Certainly compared to other schools, maybe other conferences, the standards at Notre Dame are a bit different. So how difficult is it to get transfers into South Bend?
I would say that, at least from what I'm told, there's going to be a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more leeway than there has in the past. I know Brian Kelly's kind of talked about that, the academic rigors and the transfers being a tough thing and a challenge for Notre Dame. Academics, going to Notre Dame is no joke. And when you see their schedule with the academics and the football included, it is no joke for these guys. And I have a lot of respect for the guys that take on that challenge. But Brian Kelly talked about it forever, but I think Marcus Freeman's starting to get some headway, and that would be a big deal because to compete in the NIL era, to compete with what's going on in college football right now, I mean, we're having a day filled with just transfer. I mean, this feels like signing day, but it's wild that we're actually doing this right now. But that's what we're dealing with right now. So to compete in the transfer portal era, to compete with NIL, you got to have a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of leeway, and I think Notre Dame's absolutely moving in the right direction.
All right, Tom, I know it's a busy time for you up there, so appreciate your time and for joining us on this show. Tom Loy is always keeping us updated on Notre Dame, so for all the news on the Fighting Irish, stay tuned to irishillustrated.com. And we are going to continue holding down the fort here in Studio B. Chris Hummer back with us with some breaking news. He's been monitoring his laptop and phone. It is just buzzing nonstop with all the news of the day. We got a few more players in the portal that we want to get to, starting with a wide receiver out of Arizona, Dorian Singer. He was a former 3-star in the 2021 class, but ended up leading the Pac-12 in receiving. So what do you know about him?
Yeah, Dorian Singer came in earlier in the day. We're kind of doing some cleaning up here because there's been a lot of stuff happening, and we just want to catch the audience up on some key names. Dorian Singer led the Pac-12 in receiving this year. This was a surprise for Arizona. They did not expect him to go in. They had a returning quarterback in Jaden DeLaura, who's one of the more productive quarterbacks in the country. They had an offense with Jed Fish that had really seemed to find its stride. So for him to leave was a big surprise for Arizona. I'm not sure where he'll end up. He'll have lots of options. It wouldn't shock me if this is NIL motivated. This screams as one of those situations where a player was induced to go in, but we'll find out more soon, I'm sure.
Okay, you have another wide receiver on your list, Rara Davis, and I'm holding back laughter. Not anything this guy has done, but I'm just remembering Mike Leach saying that his wide receivers might turn into dinosaurs with their little hands that aren't catching balls. So I don't know if he's just a little hurt about that rant Mike Leach went on one time, but tell us about Davis. What is he looking for?
Yeah, I distinctly remember Mike Leach shutting some chairs and preventing people from sitting down too because his receivers didn't deserve to sit. It was very interesting, but Davis was one of the more productive receivers in the SEC. I think we've already seen some movement on this. He's a person who announced that he was officially going to enter, but he is one of the most recent entries in the portal. I think he's going to have significant SEC interest outside of Mississippi State, so he's definitely a name to know moving forward.
And we had a UCLA commitment as well that we want to hit on.
Yeah, absolutely. UCLA picked up a transfer from Cal, a linebacker. Femi Ojowo.
It's quite a name.
Sorry for butchering the pronunciation there.
Follow us on Twitter. It's posted.
Yeah,
247sports.com.
Exactly. You can read it out to yourself. Yep. But I think I want to just talk about UCLA for a second in this regard, because UCLA is one of the most prepared teams when it comes to the portal. They take 10+ transfer portal players every year. And it's because of the way they prepare ahead of time. I heard Carl talk about this earlier, how teams have their board set up. They know who they could go after if that player intends to enter. And this is a situation UCLA, led by their player personnel director, Ethan Young, was prepared for Femi to go in the portal. And as soon as he did, they were offered, and the commitment came pretty quickly after. We saw this happen earlier this cycle with a linebacker from the Ivy League. UCLA offered, and he committed about 2 hours later. So UCLA knows how to strike when the iron's hot with it, and I think they're one of the leaders in the portal for that reason.
Well, and you look at the Bruins roster makeup as well, almost 38% of their starters are transfers compared to the average of 20% for the rest of FBS teams.
Yeah, and I distinctly remember UCLA and Ole Miss getting in an argument earlier this year about who the real portal king was. I'm not trying to settle that debate here. I think both schools have really been really effective with it. But UCLA, which has a difficult time, like you would think with their academics, like it's not as easy for them to get people in, but they target the right guys and they're ready to strike as soon as they're available. And they've done a really good job in the portal because of it.
All right, it'll be fun to watch them throughout this process. All right, let's go back to Studio A now. Emily, what you got for us?
We have a list of the top 10 players in the transfer portal right now. We've run through a lot of the quarterbacks, JQ Hardaway, another player that we're keeping our eye on, especially with all the turnover happening at Cincinnati. But we have somebody here in studio with us to talk about all of it. We have another guest here to what we are calling Carl's Couch. It's Bud Elliott from the Cover 3 podcast. You see that list. Who stands out to you?
I think A.J. Cornelius, right off the bat, the Rhode Island tackle. If you look, he's got a couple really nice games this year. They played Pitt when Pitt was healthy on the defensive line. As Carl will tell you, Pitt has got some legit NFL dudes on the D-line, and he held up pretty well. And last year, Rhode Island played Albany. And who was on Albany? Our #1 transfer portal defensive end last year, Jared Verse. So, and he held up pretty well there. With how many teams needing tackles? Like Ohio State might need 2. That's one team alone. We're not going to have enough supply to meet this demand on tackle. So Cornelius, to me, really stands out as a big dude who can step in and play right away.
What do you think about him?
Well, I love him. I've got a great relationship with him, and he's a guy that right now, like he said, you have such a need at offensive tackle. You have such a need along that line. He's a plug-and-play player for anybody in need of an offensive tackle, and he can play in any of the Power 5 leagues.
Yeah, not as sexy of a position. I know we've talked a lot about quarterbacks.
It's the sexiest position.
It protects the sexy position.
Exactly.
It's the sexiest
it's so
position.
But it's not, it's not going to get all the retweets when we break the news that this offensive tackle is going to this team, but absolutely necessary when you're roster building. But again, we have to talk about the quarterbacks because that is the sexy position that we've discussed the chaos of Spencer Sanders. That was a name that we weren't expecting to see today. And Devin Leary, and we just talked to Tom Loy of Irish Illustrated, and we've got you here, Bud. I know you have a great perspective on what's happening at Notre Dame. Are they just a quarterback away?
I think a quarterback is an important part of it. So Drew Pine played better for them down the stretch, but still not at the level I think that Notre Dame fans probably wanted to. I had texted with some coaches who had watched Notre Dame this year because they were playing them upcoming. I was like, what did you see from Marshall? What did you see from Stanford? 2 teams that the Irish, if they're clicking, should not be losing to at home, right? And they did. And they said, Bud, they just manned these guys up and dared them to beat them. Like Stanford playing man on you, Marshall playing man on you, and the receivers were not winning. So Notre Dame does need a better quarterback. I think Devin Leary would be a great fit there if they can pull him, assuming he's healthy from the surgery. The Irish have also need to be in the market for some receivers who can win one-on-one because Michael Mayer is an awesome tight end. The guys on the outside didn't scare him. And honestly, Navy manned them in the second half and shut him out and almost came back in that ball game because eventually you get desperate. You say, hey, we're going to play 0 or 1. As Carl can tell you, you got to be able to win against those looks, and they did not consistently win enough against those looks.
Yeah, they also have a great recruiting class coming in too. Marcus Freeman working on that rebuild at Notre Dame. Overall, this season, I mean, we talk about the chaos of transfer portal Palooza, but the chaos of the Notre Dame season. You start off with a great fight against Ohio State, and then you mention the Marshall loss and the Stanford loss, leave you scratching your head. The Clemson win. I mean, it's just been absolute madness happening for the Irish. What's your overall evaluation of year one under Marcus Freeman?
Marcus Freeman had a rough start to the season, and the Wolves started to come out and question him. But I think that those are things in certain situations in games that every rookie head coach has to figure out. And being at Notre Dame puts you in the national spotlight like nobody else. But what I think that a big-time quarterback could do for him is change his whole trajectory. Look at what Caleb Williams going to USC did for USC. And even though that they lost, that they laid down in the last week and got an L, they were in position to be in the college football playoffs going into the last week of the season because you got Caleb Williams. If they don't have Caleb Williams, they're not in position to do that. So if he can get one of these top quarterbacks, if he can pull off a Devin Leary, if he can pull a move like that off, then it puts Notre Dame in the real thick of the conversation.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask our friend Bud Elliott about Florida State. You talk about poster child for using the transfer portal correctly. You mentioned Jared Verse, their ability to go into FCS and bring a guy like that in. What's next for Mike Norvell? What should we expect in this cycle?
You know, I think you look at a guy like Kyle Morlock, the tight end from Shorter College, who I know Tennessee's after, Florida State's after, a number of other programs are after him. And if you watch his tape, it looks like a dad playing with his kids. He's just that much bigger and faster and stronger than everybody else at that level. They've long wanted a tight end to come in there, so I would say tight end is a spot to look at. I think they'll probably be in the market for like one offensive lineman. I think Jordan Travis is likely to come back at this point, so I don't think they're going to be in the market for a quarterback. Just it's not done yet as far as I know, but I think he's probably going to come back. And then if they could get an elite speed receiver, that's probably one position they would look at too, as well as maybe a DB. Has
Norvell created a destination for these transfers to know that they can come in and make an immediate impact?
I think so. And, to be honest, I don't think that's what they were intending to do. I don't know that you want the reputation as being, hey, here's a place like to go in the portal. But because they have hit at such a high rate through the first 2 years, I think it does give guys from other schools confidence that they're able to come in there and integrate yourself into the team and be accepted and have a fair shot to play and be relied upon in many cases. So I do think so. They've done a really nice job evaluating that, and their hits far outnumber their misses so far.
Yeah, I mean, you're wearing Florida State colors. What do you think?
Well, at the beginning of the season, I said that I felt like Mike Norvell would win 10 games this year from the way he was putting his team together. But I don't think that, like Bud said, I don't know if it's necessarily transfer destination, but I think he did a tremendous job addressing needs and finding guys that they needed at key positions to take them over the hump. But he's done that. He's been a good football coach. He was a good football coach at the University of Memphis. I expect for him to be highly successful at Florida State.
That's great that you thought that, but for a lot of people, he was on the hot seat entering this season. What can other coaches that might be on the hot seat entering this next season learn from Norvell?
I think it's important that you're in touch with your administration and that you're honest with your expectations from elsewhere in the state of Florida. Billy Napier kind of did the same thing, right? He was intentionally playing down expectations, I think, when he got to the Gators because he saw what was on that roster. If you go in there preaching that this is going to be a real quick turnaround and you're not able to achieve that quick turnaround, I think it sets up expectations that are not met, and then that's how you accelerate your time on the hot seat. They developed the quarterback well. Like Jordan Travis made major strides as a thrower from last year to this year. They hit on some transfer portal guys. They got some breaks on the schedule, but they also won some tough games thanks to good coaching. So I just think being honest with your administration where you are and what you need to be successful is really key.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of that great insight. Bud Elliott, Cover 3 Podcast. Speaking of bees, you know where we're headed. Hey, Grace.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're going to go down to South Florida now, welcoming in Gabby Uridia.
Or are we good?
Inside the U. How's it going down there?
Oh, it's good. It's nice and warm down here, definitely can't complain.
I'm super jealous. In Nashville, where we're broadcasting, it is dark and rainy, so I'm hoping that the sunshine kind of just through osmosis comes through the screen. Let's start with the quarterbacks, as we do for most teams. Tyler Van Dyke obviously had the letdown year. Maybe this system isn't right for him. And then there's Jake Garcia on the roster as well. It was expected, or at least talked about earlier in the season, that Van Dyke might leave. What is the expectation now for this quarterback room?
Yeah, I think Tyler Van Dyke is going to stick around Coral Gables. At least that's the word. That's what people around the program are expecting. Of course, just given the quarterback dominoes that we've seen today so far, I think it's hard to say anything is definitive. Definitely seen some surprises with some of these big name arms and testing the market. And it seems like, maybe it's wise to test the market. But I do think that the expectation is that Tyler Van Dyke is Miami's quarterback in 2023. That's been the plans. I think that's something he relayed to people in Coral Gables a little while ago. And again, I think that's who Miami's hoping is leading the program this coming fall.
Another thing we can expect with the Hurricanes is massive roster turnover in the month of November. At least by my count, 7 players had announced. We are now up to 10 players and counting who are planning on leaving Coral Gables. So what do you think this roster is going to look like by the end of this cycle?
Yeah, it's going to be different. I think that's the plan. That's the hope in what Mario Cristobal, these guys are trying to do. I think that they're trying to create roster turnover. Again, we've seen already double-digit guys leave the program. I think there is an expectation that more guys are going to depart. That's a few more are going to leave. I think, at one point in the season, we were hearing anywhere in between 20 to 25 guys that could potentially walk away from the program. And that means that you got to replace those spots. And of course, in this transfer portal era, it's a lot easier to do that. And, I think Mario Cristobal, his staff are working diligently through names, combing through names. I think they're also going to be patient about the names that they maybe try to bring in. But these guys are absolutely working it. And, I think after a disappointing 5-7 season, the goal is to find quality talent, not only guys that are going to be everyday starters or anything like that, but quality depth pieces. They're losing some dudes in the secondary. I think they've already lost 6 guys back there. So they're going to have to fill in some spots just to have some of the just to fill in, just have bodies back there behind the top end talent. They have guys like Cameron Kitchens, James Williams, those types. So it's going to be exciting. I'm really eager to see what Mario Cristobal and his staff do in the portal, because it feels like this is right down their alley of talent acquisition, which is something that Coach Cristobal is obviously very passionate about.
You said 20 to 25 players you're anticipating to leave. That is just wild. That's essentially an entire class that they're just kicking out the window. Gosh. But, I want to ask you about a quote that caught my attention. I think it was said about a week ago in a press conference. Mario Cristobal, like most coaches, wants to find guys who fit his culture and systems. But he said he's meeting with everybody. And in those meetings, quote, not everybody is asked to return. So what is he looking for when he's building this culture in year 2?
Yeah, I think it's really just a buy-in, right? I think that's the goal for, any first-year head coach or a coach maybe that's transitioning obviously into year 2, where, it's really kind of you're either in or you're out, right? Like there's no in between. Obviously a lot of the players on the roster didn't sign up to play for Mario Cristobal. They signed up to play for a different head coach. If a lot of guys stuck around, there wasn't a mass exodus when there was that coaching transition. I think a lot of people were optimistic about what Mario Cristobal was going to bring. But again, it's not for everyone. He runs a really, really serious camp. It's very physical. It's very intense. The team suffered through a lot of injuries this year. Again, I don't think that that's necessarily a coincidence. I think, this year was about establishing what the expectation is. And if you're not about that life, if you don't want to do what Mario Cristobal maybe is going to ask of you, that's okay. And I think the staff would help guys find new destinations. But that's why I'm mentioning 20, 25 guys. That was a number thrown around at one point where, again, we've already seen 10. So it's not outlandish to assume, 10, maybe a little bit more decide to walk away from this thing with the transfer window opening. So, it's really just, do you want to play for Mario Cristobal at Miami or don't you? And if you don't, that's okay. But he's going to find guys that do. And he's very adamant about getting this roster turned over and winning some games on Saturday.
All right, we know Cristobal is a big line of scrimmage guy, but what are some of the biggest needs on this Miami roster?
Yeah, I think a part of keeping, Tyler Van Dyke in 2023 is really surrounding him with some weapons. I think, finding potentially a few outside wide receivers to help him. I think that's one area where maybe when they got to Coral Gables, they weren't necessarily anticipating to struggle at wide receiver the way they did. They did get through some injuries, but it felt like there was just not enough talent on the outside or guys that just really took that next step. Tyler Van Dyke in that extremely successful 2021 campaign had a go-to receiver in Charleston Rambo, a guy that broke records at Miami for receiving yards and receptions in a season. He left after that year at Miami. It felt like Tyler Van Dyke was never really able to find a groove with anyone else. He suffered through injuries, all that stuff. A lot went wrong, but I think a lot gets solved by surrounding him with some weapons. And obviously, we're seeing the transfer portal, and there's a lot of really interesting wideouts, big name guys. I'm not exactly sure which are the names that they're circling right now. I think they're going to kind of fine-tooth comb through some of these names to make sure it's what they want. But there's definitely some interesting options, between Grant Dubose, between Dante Thornton, Dante Cephas. There's a lot of names that I think could make sense in Coral Gables right now.
All right, Gabby, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate you joining the show. Enjoy the sunshine down there in South Florida for all of us. And for more information and news on the Canes, stay tuned to InsideTheU.com. We are going to keep it inside Studio B right now. Chris Hummer with some official news now. We've talked about it maybe throughout the week and in this show, but now official is Mizzou wide receiver Dominic Lovett is in the transfer portal.
Yeah, I reported that he was going to enter the portal over a week ago at this point. It feels like it's been a lot of conversations about Dominic since then. But he's officially in the portal, which means schools can contact him now. We talked about earlier some schools that could be interested. I've heard LSU. I've heard Tennessee. I know Carl has brought up Colorado as a potential destination. I could see maybe in Alabama getting in the mix. This is the third leading receiver in the SEC. He is going to be one of the highest rated receivers in the transfer portal. He is someone I expect to land somewhere really good. He's going to be a difference maker. But there have been a lot of other players in the portal recently. I didn't mention this to you, but I'll bring it up at the top. Yeah. Michael Furtney, he's the starting right guard for Wisconsin. He just entered the portal. There's no more popular player in the portal than a starting offensive lineman. He's a Michigan native. Maybe he ends up at like a Michigan State, a very offensive line needy team. And I'm sure there's some other people you want to hit on.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to be fighting over any offensive lineman who enters his name in the portal. One name you brought up I think is super intriguing. Looks like Cade McNamara is doing some recruiting to Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, Eric All, the Michigan tight end, he was a former all-conference player, is officially in the portal now. He was considered to be one of the best tight ends in the country coming this year, but he was hurt for most of the season. I know my guy Brandon Marcello had a feature he wanted to run and didn't get to run because of it. But I'm expecting him to have a lot of options. But I think David Eichholt already put in a crystal ball for Eric All to Iowa, and I expect him to eventually end up there, most likely with Cade McNamara.
Any other players we should be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, we should have mentioned him earlier. It's been a really crazy day, but I want to bring up Terrence Lewis, who was a linebacker at UCF. Not too long ago, he was the #1 overall linebacker in the country in the 2021 class. He had a very eventful recruitment. I'm sure Andrew Ivins can tell you stories for days about how that went. But he's back in the portal. He was at Maryland at first, transferred to UCF, didn't play this year, back in the portal. I don't know how many more chances he's going to get, but he is an ultra-talented linebacker that will probably find a home someplace.
Yeah, native of South Florida. He could maybe end up at FAU, FIU.
Yeah, maybe. There's plenty of teams that could use a linebacker of his talent. It's just a matter of dealing with some of the stuff that's come with him off the field.
Right. All right. Thanks, Chris. Good stuff. Emily, let's go back to you.
Interview here. We've got Carl, of course, breaking down everything. We got him a phone charger because that's how crazy his phone has been. But I want to bring in Steve Wiltfong, somebody that we talked to hours and hours and hours ago. But Steve, so much has happened since the last time that we talked. I do believe, there he is. Hey, Steve, how's it going? I appreciate that. There's so much to get through. Obviously, we are very excited about all the latest news that's coming down the block, but you are so helpful in this because you are just as plugged in as any of the analysts that we've had on this show. It's not just recruiting with you. So let's go with Texas A&M running back transfer LJ Johnson. What's the latest with his situation?
Yeah, I actually had a chance to talk to LJ today, and he said he's talked to a few schools already. He said, I'm talking to Oklahoma, SMU, Baylor. I talked to Ohio State, UCLA. He said he thinks UCLA seems the most interested. Nothing's locked in for visits. He wants to get some visits set up for December. He said, I definitely will go out to UCLA, some schools in Texas, anyone really interested for me. And then interested in me, and then he liked what he saw from UCLA and the times he was able to watch them play, the way that their run game went and how they kind of showcased their back. So LJ Johnson, a young man that rushed for almost 2,000 yards as a junior, over 1,200 yards as a senior there in Cypress, Texas, Cy-Fair High. Got some limited carries at Texas A&M, but an explosive back with a lot of potential athletically.
Yeah, how much interest has he gotten early on, just a couple of hours into the transfer portal window?
Well, we kind of reeled off those schools there. So he's getting some interest, some local interest, some interest out west, and then he mentioned Ohio State he talked to as well.
All right, how about Oregon wide receiver transfer Dante Thornton? What are you hearing on him?
Yeah, so I talked to his uncle earlier. He said the phone's been jumping. He goes, oh, man, we talked to some good candidates, talked to Tennessee. If I remember correctly, Tennessee was a major factor in his recruitment the first time around. Auburn, Colorado, Miami. I would think that they could be a player in this with his connections to Cristobal and company, obviously committed to Mario and those guys when he went to Oregon. USC, Washington. Talked to Penn State. He was a one-time Penn State commit. So a lot of quality guys, his uncle told me, and said the phone is still ringing. So glad I was able to fit in there. Dante's finishing up some classes at Oregon right now. Going to get home on Sunday. They're going to start lining up some visits on Monday. So we'll see where he ends up taking visits. Miami is a program that I would think would have some traction with him with his connections to that staff.
Okay, maybe a name that not a lot of people know about from Texas A&M Commerce. Andrew Armstrong, wide receiver there. A lot of people buzzing about him, though. Why is there so much interest in his services?
These are the fun guys in the portal, right, Carl? I mean, we're talking about a guy who's 6'6", 189 pounds, caught 62 passes last year for over 1,000 yards and 13 touchdowns, ready to improve his fortunes as a college football player. We'll see if the grass is greener in the SEC as he's got official visits set up with Missouri and Arkansas. Louisville was another program that was in the mix there. Obviously, they're going through a coaching change right now, so we'll see what happens with the Cardinals. But Arkansas and Missouri are programs that emerged for him. As soon as he went in the portal, he got like 15, 20 offers. So one thing people need to kind of understand with the portal is sometimes like you could be having interest from a college and literally that interest is just minutes. I'm not saying that happened here, but it's moving fast. People are getting in the portal. High school kids are making decisions. Your conversation with a coaching staff while you're in the portal, that might be the only one you have with the staff. So things are happening fast here, but those SEC programs are in the mix for him here. And Missouri was also recently out to see him, so they're coming hard and strong here down the stretch.
Very exciting potential jump for him to enter into the SEC. We'll see what happens there. Steve, a conversation that Carl and I had earlier was about what recruits are doing right now. As we know, National Signing Day, the early signing period, is December 21st. That is just like 2 weeks away, which is absolutely nuts. Carl suggested that current commits right now and recruits, today they need to stay paranoid was the word that Carl came up with. What are you hearing from some recruits right now as they react to everything we're seeing today?
Well, I do think, and I tweeted this not too long ago, that for some prospects, maybe their deadline to commit to an offer that they had was December 4th, because you never know who is going to get in the portal December 5th. And that could even apply to powerhouse programs recruiting blue chip recruits that only have so much space. And it's like, well, X, Y, and Z is in the portal, A, B, and C, so they're college coaches have more to balance and more information now than they did last week. And it will impact high school recruiting to a certain extent.
Yeah, another thing that affects all of this is coaching changes. We just saw one drop this morning. Scott Satterfield leaving Louisville and going to Cincinnati. How does that kind of create chaos, not just in the recruiting world, but this is transfer portal palooza. What are you hearing early on?
Well, obviously you got some Louisville commits that are kind of curious about what's going on. And as I dig into my phone, I was talking to Luke Burgess, offensive line commit from New Palestine here in the Indianapolis area, been committed to Louisville for a long time, chose the Cardinals over Florida State and Miami, among others. And he's like, obviously with signing day right around the corner, the more information, the sooner the better, as he's trying to figure out his future. I think a lot of these Louisville commits are staying patient. There's an infrastructure in place for Louisville that goes beyond the coaching staff there. So, we'll see what happens with some of those Louisville commits, but obviously now Cincinnati, they can get off and running here with Scott Satterfield in the corner office and get back to work on their 2023 class, get into the portal, get his coaching staff in place, and try and continue the momentum that Luke Fickell and company really left behind. And for Louisville, it's a wait and see. Now, I live in Indianapolis area. There's a whole lot of Jeff Brom talk around here. I think that's pretty obvious. My wife could have speculated Jeff Brom, and she works in advertising, so not really going out on a limb here. We'll see what happens with Coach Brom, Louisville, and Purdue.
We need to bring your wife on. She's the one with the real intel. It sounds like, you're like 2 hours away from Louisville, so we fully expect you or your wife to break that news. We'll come back to you later on that. Steve, what's kind of interesting about the coaching, not a coaching portal, but coaching carousel that's happening right now is that so many positions have opened early on, even during the season. We saw openings in September and October, but Louisville just all of a sudden became open. What sort of position is Louisville in right now with, again, 2 weeks until National Signing Day and the portal opening today, not knowing who their head coach is?
Well, they're in good position as far as when you look at the trajectory of the program right now. If all things stay status quo, they have the number 19 recruiting class in the country. I feel like they showed improvement on the field this year, so I think the arrow was up with the way they played. And if you can influx this recruiting class in there with guys like Reuben Owens and Madden Sanker, Aaron Williams, one of the top defensive backs out west. Obviously, Pierce Clarkson, their quarterback, is under center for the best high school football team in the country, arguably. Stanquan Clark is a linebacker from South Florida that programs are still trying to flip late. They got some bona fide dudes in this class to come in and help with what is a program that I thought was on an upward trajectory in the ACC under Scott Satterfield and company. We'll see how quickly they can get a new head football coach in place. There were some rumors, a father of a Purdue football player hit me up recently saying that they thought the Louisville job could come open. So apparently this news wasn't wasn't a surprise to everybody. So we'll see what happens.
Well, it was a surprise to us, maybe not so much a surprise to you. Louisville, number 9. Surprise. Okay, but surprise to most of us. Louisville's a number 19 overall class right now. You said if this class stays status quo, they'll be in a good position. Do you expect it to?
I do right now. I think that eventually if these young men don't have any idea on what the trajectory of the football program is schematically and culturally, I do think that you could have some upheaval. And there's some guys in this Louisville class that are already marked for flip watch. You look at a guy like DeAndre Moore, took official to Georgia and Texas, hearing some Texas buzz late in the process for him as they try and recruit a second straight top 5 class under Coach Sarkisian and company. But right now, I think guys are being pretty patient with it.
All right, Steve Wiltfong, thank you so much. Get the spatula ready. I heard that flip watch, a little bit of that going on here too. Appreciate you coming on and bringing all the insight. Let's go back into studio here. We have a friend joining us on the couch, everyone. It's Josh Pate from Late Kick. We talked to you a couple hours ago. Some things have changed. What stands out to you?
Well, I think so far, people being taken by surprise by what's happened today, even though we've talked about it for months and kind of knew it was coming, but it's like if you go to the north for the first time in the winter and you grew up in Georgia and people tell you you're going to Wisconsin, it's going to be cold, it's going to be 3 below zero. You can gear up all you want to. You can mentally prepare all you want to, but the first time you feel 3 degrees below zero and you grew up where 45 is cold, yeah. So I think the transfer portal and the wave that we saw, the initial wave, I think it's taken a lot of people by surprise. I also think that a lot of staffs may be finding out they aren't prepared from an infrastructure standpoint to deal with this. And it's not because they didn't know it was coming, okay? But you can know you need a lot of things. You've got to sell the administrative class on the fact that we need funding for these things. So there may be roles that head coaches are watching this program right now thinking, we knew we needed this role. We knew we needed these 5 extra people over here in this department, but we can't convince the administration to fund a department that didn't even exist 5 years ago to the degree we need it. So I think a lot of people are wearing a lot of hats today that they're not exactly comfortable wearing.
What are you hearing from staffs, Carl? Are they scrambling right now?
They're scrambling, and I equate it to back in the day when Nick Saban first beefed up Alabama's player personnel department, and he made it very similar to an NFL scouting department. There's going to be a program who realizes they need a transfer portal department that's almost, Josh, exclusively separate from the high school recruiting department to be able to handle this on both ends. Think about this. National Signing Day has been the biggest day in recruiting for 50 years. But now we are having an 8-hour show on the transfer portal. So that shows you the dynamic in the way that it's changed. And guys knew it was coming, but like Josh just said, I don't think everybody was fully prepared to deal with it from an infrastructure standpoint, and I think that that's the most important takeaway that I have from today.
You got to also understand, so Carl, what you're saying to build off that, guys go in the portal. That's not the starting point. You got to already have them scouted, and we're talking about a fully formed college scouting department. That's really what he's talking about here. That is having at least a loose idea on what I think about NC State's second string outside linebacker if he goes in the portal, which is just, you laugh because you realize how crazy that is, how new a concept that is. 50 years you have had to do that for sophomores, juniors, and seniors in high school, but once they hit college, except for the rare exception, you were done with them. I mean, if I'm at Vandy and you go to South Carolina, all I'm going to see you is when I play you on the field. I'm certainly not in any position where I need to scout you and have at least a loose, skeletal working scouting report to know if you match our critical traits, if you're a corner, if you match up with the factors that I want at corner. I never had to do that before. All of a sudden I have to do that now. And a lot of places, even though they realize they need it, it's one thing to convince yourself you need it. It's another thing to go convince your bosses, because head coaches aren't always the end of the road. Not everyone's Nick Saban, in other words. And so sometimes you got to go convince a chancellor or a president or an athletic director, hey, I need $750,000 more to form a new department. And what's that department? Well, here's where it's really going to throw you for a loop, sir. It didn't exist 5 years ago. We kind of need to create a new department. And if you say you want to win and you're trying to tell me you want to match those guys across the street, that's what they're doing.
A Power 5 head coach told me earlier at the beginning of the last week that he asked his personnel department to evaluate over the course of the season every FCS player that they felt like had the potential to play in Power 5 a year from now so they can be prepared for this. So they tracked all the FCS games as the course of the year was going on, who's got an NFL grade in FCS, who's putting up ridiculous stats, because you have to anticipate those guys going in the portal, and when they hit, it already has to be really done from an evaluation standpoint, like what Josh said.
Wow. You guys are so serious right now. This is, you're supposed to be fun. This is loose. This is Palooza. I mean, when you put the moniker of Palooza on something, that means it has to. Is this a fun day for some of these staffs? We talk about, right? I mean, there's players that they didn't even know were going to be available that hit the portal, and they're just salivating at the possibility of getting these players. Notre Dame is a great example of quarterbacks that we thought they might be in play for today, and you just blow it all up when Devin Leary hits the portal, right? Can this be fun for some of those staffs, Josh?
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay.
So
Back to being serious.
Think about this too. So we're talking about 2 windows. This is the first one.
Yeah.
So what if I know I need a quarterback and one of them is ready to come to me right now? And I think I may have an idea that a couple of guys I would have higher on my board are going to be post-spring portal entries.
Yeah.
You're talking about some of the same decisions that you used to have to make in the high school ranks of, do I take a kid do I take 3 offensive tackles this cycle, knowing that I got a really big one in my backyard next cycle? I don't want to maybe scare him away with a loaded depth chart, and that's its own conversation. But you got first window and second window conversations happening right now too. And so that's with things being orderly. Now imagine adding in the wild card you just added in when a guy may go in the portal that none of your staff expected to go in the portal. And I've had a lot of staffs send me, screenshots of our show being on. And, some people who claim to be my friend are calling me right now, even though they know I'm on air. But they're sending me screenshots of the fact that, hey, we're watching you guys because you got the live chat right now that is updating every time a new guy goes in the portal. And in some cases, you got college staffs out there finding out what's happening the same time we do. Yeah. And so I used to think growing up, naively, when I was a little youth down in Georgia, I used to think by the time I know about it, boy, those staffs have known about it for months and months and months. And maybe at one point that was the case. In the world of the transfer portal, sometimes we know about it before they do, which is wild.
Yeah, weren't the windows supposed to make this a little bit more uniform and simple? It sounds like that might not be the case.
I think that what the windows did do a good job of is stopping guys from quitting during the season. That shut that down, so it made college football more enjoyable. We had great games going into the last week of the season, which is why I'm against playoff expansion, but that's another conversation for another day. All right, but in dealing with this portal, it's just here, man, and the kids are calling, the coaches are calling, and everybody's scrambling, and this is where we at. And I'm interested to see, though, which coach masters this system and turns into the guy that dominates the next 5 to 10 years of college football.
Someone's going to do it.
Can it be mastered, or will it change?
I think it can be to a certain extent. I just think it's not necessarily going to be someone who embraces it from a philosophical standpoint. In other words, it's not going to be someone who says, man, I love this so much. It is going to be someone who says, this kind of secretly sucks, but I got to get on board with it. And it may be a guy who's not known as a premier recruiter. It's not always going to be the guys out there who have always dominated on a traditional National Signing Day. It could be guys who maybe aren't as great in the living room, and they know that about themselves. And they know they don't have that on their staff, but what they do have is they got some guys who can win on Saturday. And the thing about getting a kid from the portal versus getting a kid from high school is you don't use the same bait all the time. You don't use the same sales pitch all the time. And a lot of times when guys have already gone through that 3-ring circus of high school recruiting and they got that out of the way, you got the cotton candy approach. Now I want the steak approach. Now I just want to go where I can win and where I can get developed. Well, that kind of staff we're talking about can appeal maybe a lot more to a guy that's been enrolled 1 or 2 years. But then you get back to that balance of how heavily do we want to lean on the portal as opposed to going the high school route.
Because what Josh is saying too, it requires 2 different skill sets. When a guy's coming out of high school and he's dealing with Saban or Kirby or Lincoln or one of those guys, then what happens in that situation is it's a big show. The in-home visit, your mom is cooking dinner for the coach. That guy comes in and he Pied Pipers the whole family to sleep until you commit. But from a transfer portal standpoint, like I said earlier, it's speed dating, and it's not that kind of process. It's a completely different skill set. So it's going to take a different kind. A guy who might not be as great in the in-home visit might be great at the analytical part it takes to fill his roster through the transfer portal.
So it's relationships, it's recruiting, it's also an ability to break down film and to find those FCS guys. This has just been absolute chaos, and we're going to continue to talk about just the relationships that are so important. And you and I have discussed, what Nick Saban told ESPN, and that it's so different nowadays. And to keep those relationships, and you mentioned the director of player personnel, but I'm curious your thoughts on how you build that staff to handle all of this. Do these schools that we think about having this influx of cash, and these, LSU that has spaceships for lockers, and just, they should have all the resources available, right? Are they just not doing it, or is it just not possible to cover all of it?
Well, it's new. Everything's new. So I will tell you this, I was being on the road every week, I get to see everyone's facilities. Yeah. And one of the biggest talking points inside college football right now is the programs that happened to build new facilities in the last 3 or 4 years, that they are thanking the good Lord above, because they know we are the last round of major facility overhauls. Because this point moving forward, all the money is being redirected. It is not so much the bells and whistles anymore. It is not how many waterfalls you have in your locker room anymore. It's NIL, what can I facilitate directly to you instead of facilitating into our infrastructure to attract you. So if you have not upgraded your facility since like 2011, 2012, you're probably not getting the allocation of cash that it would take to have spaceships for locker rooms. LSU, Georgia, places like that, they've recently upgraded, and they're very thankful for that around there, because it's not like it was a grand master plan. They didn't necessarily know it was going to change like this. But as for upgrading the staff, it takes trial and error. It takes learning. You know, we are not 10 cycles into this. I would argue really in the, what do we want to call this, the window period, the window transfer portal period, this is the first time around. And it doesn't really take you going back that far to remember when the early signing period was first put in play. And I remember going into that what was it, a Wednesday, I guess, in mid-December, and there were coaching staffs really kind of up in the air. Alabama was one of them. They didn't know how many kids they should take. Georgia went full speed ahead and landed the #1 class. Well, what did Nick Saban and company do next time around? They filled their entire class on that early signing period. So this is no different. Guys and staffs all over the country are figuring out where they need to boost up their resources and their infrastructure. But also, I think a byproduct of this is there are a lot of folks watching this who have longed to get into college football, but they've never played and they've never coached. And there are new jobs opening up. You know, there are new roles and avenues opening up, just like it's opened up and exploded in the graphics and design field over the past 5 years, thanks in large part to what LSU and those folks did in 2019. Now you've got folks making 6-figure salaries doing that. Who's to say there's not someone working at an accounting firm right now? Who's to say there's not someone working in logistics for a shipping company right now that could master what a lot of these college programs are looking for when it comes to really spearheading all that it takes? It's like being an air traffic controller, but for 19 and 20-year-old kids.
Oh, gosh. That sounds like a very difficult job.
That's all
You're
it
not
takes.
allowed to leave. You're not allowed to leave either, even though all of these new jobs are coming available. You two clearly seem to know a lot about this, but you're not allowed to. Actually, you're allowed to leave right now, though, because we have more stuff that we need to get to. And you're going to come back here in about half an hour and talk and bring in another friend that we haven't heard from yet on this show. So,
Yeah, we got a buddy
you.
named
What is
Cooper Pategna.
Oh.
Coop's coming.
We'll bring him in.
Okay, I'm sure he's going to have some fun things to say. Josh, thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it again. Let's recap all the chaos of today. These are the latest headlines. Currently 912 players. That number just continues to tick up and up and up. They are in the transfer portal as of late. Oregon linebacker Justin Flo to enter the transfer portal. That's a new name. We've talked about Spencer Sanders. That news was broken by our own Chris Hummer just a few minutes ago. And Mississippi State wide receiver Rara Thomas entering the portal. I have to imagine that when we're talking about all these big picture topics, that Chris Hummer and Grace Remington are behind the scenes working hard to bring us some news. So let's head over to Studio B.
Thank you, Emily. We want to talk about one program in particular that is receiving some angst from some of its players. We might see an exodus, and that is Oklahoma State. I want to start off by reading this quote from freshman wide receiver Braylon Presley. He was asked by Tulsa World why he is transferring, and he said when he was recruited there last year as a high schooler, that he was told, I was never told that I would never be used in the backfield. He goes on to say, I just feel like our backs weren't being used correctly, and if I'm being completely honest, I just didn't feel like they were being coached right. So clearly some issues there with the offensive scheme, and the stats kind of back it up. The Cowboys averaging 131 rush yards per game, which was second worst in the Big 12. So, Chris, what is the tea you are hearing on OK State?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think Oklahoma State as a program is at a bit of an inflection point right now. There are a lot of rumors circulating around Oklahoma State football about really significant players who can leave the program. We've already seen a couple, including Spencer Sanders, who is arguably the face of the Oklahoma State program outside of head coach Mike Gundy. So I think we're going to see more players move on from here. But I think this quote from Presley, who's actually the brother of Oklahoma State's leading wide receiver and a player I think is also in transfer portal watch, is telling about how the Oklahoma State Cowboys feel about their offense and the coaching right now. We were only 3 years removed from Oklahoma State being a top 20 offense. They finished 76th or worse nationally in yards per play each of the last 3 seasons since Casey Dunn has taken over as offensive coordinator. And I think there was some friction there in terms of the offense and some of these guys like Spencer Sanders about Sanders and where they could go. And that's definitely causing some of these players to leave. And I also think Mike Gundy is an old school coach. Like, he's not 40 anymore, obviously. He's definitely like a man still, I'm sure, but he's not 40. And coaching has changed. Like, players can leave at any time. And I think you have to have a bit of a softer touch in this era. I'm sure Carl can speak to that better than anyone, given his role in life and as many coaches as he talks to. But yeah, I think all of those things are kind of combining to create an environment where Oklahoma State could lose a lot of key pieces.
Yeah, you mentioned Braylon's older brother. That would be Brennan Presley, who finished the year with 61 receptions for 739 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. His brother, Braylon, as a freshman, they were redshirting him. He only saw game action in 4 different games. He had 5 receptions for 26 yards. But, given the fact that the younger brother, Braylon, he's brand new already expressing his disdain for what's going on. I mean, Brennan is a junior. What do you think is going through the minds of the older players? What's that locker room sound like, or the group chats?
Well, yeah, I'm sure it's popping. And, Oklahoma's, we forget. It wasn't too long ago Mike Gundy was in a bit of a firestorm himself because of some off-the-field stuff. Mm-hmm. And that locker room went through a lot of turmoil. They seem to rally. But we've seen this year after Spencer got hurt, the season kind of fell apart, and I'm sure it's difficult on Brennan just like anybody else. Brennan, if he decided to go in the portal, would be one of the more popular receivers out there. He's a really dynamic slot threat, just a vibrant personality too. So I think I would bet there's quite a few schools circling Oklahoma State right now because Spencer Sanders leaving feels like chum in the water, essentially. We saw that with Auburn last year, actually, when Bo Nix entered the portal. It signaled that a ton of Auburn players were on the way out, and obviously it didn't work out for Auburn this year. And I think the quarterback can also often be a bellwether for the rest of the team. And in this case, I think it shows that the winds are blowing not particularly positive change towards Stillwater right now.
Yeah, when the leaders leave, they take a lot of guys with them. But like you said, with Mike Gundy, we're seeing a lot with these old school coaches. You got to adapt to the new school ways. All right, Emily, I know you're good at adapting. You've been adapting all day on this show. What's up next for us?
Me adapting? You guys, I think you lost a camera, but you are still crushing it over there in Studio B. Really appreciate all the great insight from you too. Speaking of insight, let's head out west to Brandon Huffman, our national recruiting analyst. Brandon, thank you so much for joining the show. We've already asked every single guest that's been on here, what's today been like? It's been busy. I'm sure it's been busy for you as well. I want to ask you about Justin Flo, though. That just coming out recently. We actually posted about his availability and him hopping into the transfer portal, and we got an interesting response that I want to get your thoughts on from Deion Sanders responding to that wide receiver hitting the transfer portal saying, "Excuse me, I'm not that hard to find." What do you think about Flo in Colorado?
I think that could actually be something that happens. And I think you're going to see a lot of those high-end players that Deion is going to be attracted to, whether they're from the West Coast, whether from the Midwest, whether they're national. He is going to hit the portal hard. We saw it with Lincoln Riley this year, the quick success. You can even look at what Washington and Oregon did with quick success at the quarterback position. But Colorado needs a complete fix of their entire roster, and especially on the defensive side of the ball. So what do? You go after a guy who was one of the top linebackers coming out his senior year. Injuries have kind of slowed him in his time in Eugene. Has not been the player we thought he would be coming out of high school, but largely because he's just not played healthy. But that could be the match that makes his career get back on track. And I think you're going to see a lot of these guys that put their name into the portal, that were high-end players that Deion's familiar with, that he was familiar with 3 years ago, refamiliarize himself with them, and they might find that that's a perfect marriage to kind of recalibrate their career.
I'm curious, obviously, Deion is going to go after a lot of talent. He has made that abundantly clear since stepping into the role in Boulder. But what is it about Flo that could really transform this roster?
Well, I think, he comes in with such an energy. He comes in with a reputation. He comes in with a lot of, attention that he brought onto himself as a high school player with some of the most viral hits that you would see on Twitter. He was the perfect defensive answer to viral videos. You would see guys that would have these great touchdown runs. You would see these guys that had these great one-handed catches. But he was kind of that first defensive guy that really took Twitter by storm over the last 3 or 4 years with the hits that he can make. And we know the kind of player that he has been. It's just been a matter of, can he be that same player again? And perhaps a change of scenery is necessary. Remember, he was recruited to Oregon by Mario Cristobal and Andy Avalos, the defensive coordinator at Oregon at the time, who's now the head coach of Boise State. He ends up playing for 3 different defensive coordinators in his time at Oregon. So you take that, you couple that with injuries, and you have a career that maybe hasn't been up to what we thought it was going to be coming out of high school. But Deion's a defensive guy first. He's a defensive guy at the heart. Now, he might be a DB, but he wants to win with his defense. And if his offense can score points, even better. So you go get a guy who can be a classic inside linebacker, a guy that can stuff the run, a guy that can drop into coverage if necessary. And maybe he just needs that change of scenery to kind of recalibrate his career. We saw kind of in the reverse way, Christian Gonzalez leaves Colorado, goes to Oregon, has a great season. Now he's declaring for the draft. Perhaps Flo goes the other way, reunites with a former NFL star himself in Deion, and that change of scenery gets that career back rolling like we thought it would be when he came out in the 2020 class.
And Justin Flo, Travis Hunter apparently could be a part of this Colorado defense. I know Buffs fans are going to be dreaming about that. But let's be real, there's going to be a lot of suitors for this guy out there. Who else should we keep our eye on?
Well, I think like a lot of cases, what we've seen with players from Southern California who leave the region, both the USC and UCLA coaching staffs are probably going to kick the tires there with Justin Flo. USC used the transfer portal to magical levels in the 2022 season. Lincoln Riley, in his first year, had them on the doorstep of a playoff berth, largely because of those guys that they found in the portal. UCLA under Chip Kelly has really used the portal with a lot of players. Zach Charbonnet, the most notable guys that were from the Southland who left the region, came back, meant business. You know, Chris was talking about it a little earlier. It might have been Carl who was saying it, where, you know, they were talking about the business decision these guys make the second time around. Justin Flo now has the opportunity to come back to a USC, to a UCLA, where they both have upperclassmen linebackers, and maybe those are the fits for him. Maybe he needs a change of scenery to be back to a more familiar scene, and that's his home in Southern California. And with 2 schools that have used the portal to their absolute best, USC and UCLA, both those schools, I would imagine, are going to make a push for Justin Flo.
All right, speaking of players from Southern California who have left and could potentially come back, what are you hearing about DJ Uiagalelei?
Well, with DJ, I think you're going to hear pretty much every quarterback position that opens up. You're going to see his name tied to it. Whether there is serious interest on either side remains to be seen, but I think you're going to see his name with a lot of these schools, whether that's Arizona State with Kenny Dillingham, who took a transfer in this year from Auburn that he had coached when he was at Auburn, and Bo Nix. Perhaps now that he's at Arizona State, DJ gets a little bit closer to home without coming back to the Southland, but maybe Arizona State's a match. Obviously, you're going to see Notre Dame's name pop up. You're going to have UCLA. It seems like UCLA's name's been flowing ever since the first but you certainly don't expect a team to go up against the guy and then 10 days later, him leave the school that you just played and then announce that he's coming to you. But that's where we're at in 2022. UCLA gets a guy who had nearly 100 tackles. He played as a true freshman in 2021, started every game this year for Cal as a sophomore, so he still has 2 years of eligibility. UCLA's got a very senior-laden linebacker group. He's got an opportunity to come in and play right away, and he gets to stay in state. He's a Sacramento kid who went to the Bay Area. Now he's going down to the Southland. Doesn't even have to change his California driver's license to keep playing his college football.
Yeah, interconference transfers were rare too, because that's if the head coach would allow you to transfer within the conference, another part that has completely changed as we sit here in the year 2022. Also, some things that have changed. We've talked about UCLA and haven't even talked about what the heck is going on with the Pac-12 and teams leaving for the Big Ten. How have you seen that news change today's landscape when it comes to the transfer portal and how it applies to the Pac-12?
I think you might see some more of those Big Ten guys that go into the portal be much more open to going to the West Coast. And obviously, you look at UCLA star player Zach Charbonnet. He's a Southern Californian, but he was at Michigan for a couple of years. I mean, imagine that running back room that Michigan had with Zach Charbonnet and Blake Corum. And now Charbonnet led the country in all-purpose yards. He already made the move back to the West Coast, so maybe it was a proximity thing, but I wouldn't be surprised to see more Big Ten type of players, Big Ten transfers, look at a USC, look at a UCLA. Yeah, they're going to be going to California to go to college, but they're going to have an opportunity to play in front of 5 or 6 different Big Ten crowds when they're on the road, play those Big Ten schools. So I think you're going to see more and more schools or more and more players be open to going to those 2 schools. But at the same time, I think it might also hurt UCLA and USC to an extent where the other Pac-12 schools that aren't leaving the conference, maybe they benefit more. It's interesting. We talked about all the talk about Caleb Williams and him transferring to USC and what that did for the Trojans this year. Let's not ignore the big news that came out on Sunday night with a former Big Ten quarterback in Michael Penix Jr. announcing that he was going to return for another year at Washington. Former Indiana quarterback. He's from the Southeast, but he went to Indiana. Now he's on the West Coast. You're going to see some other of those Big Ten kids. I mean, they've got 2 Big Ten guys on their offense right now. Giles Jackson, again, another Bay Area guy, but he played at Michigan. Now he's on the West Coast in the Pac-12. When you see the success that these transfers have had, whether they come from the Big 12, the Big 10, the SEC, or the ACC, that's going to make it that much more attractive to those players that maybe the change of scenery to the West Coast of the country is not going to be as big of a jump as maybe it would have been when they were fresh out of high school. You might see some transfers making better business decisions and going to play in the Pac-12. With USC and UCLA's departure, there might be a better chance to get on the field at those other schools and be able to be in the spotlight in the Pac-12.
Yeah, you said some Big Ten players might be interested in going out to California. I am not a Big Ten player. I am interested in going out to California. Seems like a nice place to be. But who are some names? Who are some guys that we should keep an eye on that could make that cross-country jump?
Well, I think obviously, the big name we talked about earlier. We talked about DJ Uiagalelei. I mean, just given the fact that he is a Southern Californian, but he's in the ACC. Brennan Armstrong, his name's going to come up with just about every opening out west. Oregon State's going to be the one school besides UCLA, with Penix announcing he's coming back, with Caleb Williams still have another year of eligibility. Oregon State and UCLA are 2 of the schools that I think are going to really be looking in the portal for a quarterback. And with 6, 7 names from the ACC, Devin Leary, maybe he finds that a West Coast school is the place. I think Jonathan Smith, you look at the job that he did this year, winning 9 games, holding USC to their lowest point output of the year, giving them their biggest trouble, having a chance to beat Washington on the road, and then beating Oregon. They were a quarterback away from maybe playing for the Pac-12 championship. Cameron Rising could come out after this season too. Maybe Devin Leary's a good fit there. I know they're excited about some of their younger quarterbacks that they have. Drew Pine is another name that you're going to probably see some of those West Coast schools that just really all they're missing is a quarterback to take that next step. I expect a lot of those ACC quarterbacks. Spencer Sanders is another name. You've got 16 guys that have left one Pac-12 school in Stanford that are now going to be available. Maybe those guys want to stay in the Pac-12 footprint. Stephen Herron, who's from the Southeast, but he's been in Stanford for the last few years. He could be a guy. And then don't sleep on some of these FCS receivers. We've already seen in the last week the same conference that produced Cooper Kupp, the all-world receiver for the LA Rams, the Big Sky. Xavier Guillory out of Idaho State went into the portal. He's already got double-digit offers, including a lot from the Pac-12. Yesterday, Freddie Roberson out of Eastern Washington, the same school that Cooper Kupp played at. He's already got Pac-12 offers. So it's not just going to be the big name national guys. You will not be surprised to see a lot of FCS and a lot of Big Sky players that maybe were overlooked coming out of high school now make themselves available to those Power 5 schools, and Pac-12 schools were already checking those guys out.
Brandon Huffman, thank you so much. You gave us a lot to chew on, a lot to think about. Just, I mean, how many times we got to use the word chaos here? I mean, so much is happening. When you look at USC as a team in particular, they are in play for Justin Flo. That's what Brandon just told us there. Is a bit of a silver lining to not making the playoff that they are able to be in play and be very active. As we know, they're coming off the #1 portal class in 22.
Well, I don't think it's ever a silver lining to lose and not be in the playoff the way
Well,
they
yeah,
did.
but is there any positive?
It does give them a jump start on
Yes.
dealing with the portal today, and because they're not getting prepared to play in the playoffs, and so they do get a jump start, on the recruiting process of it.
All right, so you can, take solace in that, knowing that your coaching staff is very active right now. Speaking of active, that is the transfer portal. You're taking a look at the top 10 players right now. Fentrell Cypress II is at the top of that list. If you do not know that name, you're about to hear it a lot in this next segment. We want to bring Steve Wiltfong back in to talk about Fentrell Cypress II. Steve, what's going on with him?
Well, first I should tell you guys that his nickname is Deuce.
Love
And
it.
So he's
Deuce, okay.
That's what when I talk to people about him, they call him Deuce. So
Okay. So what's going on
be a
with
household
Deuce?
name there on an island, Deuce's Island, for powerhouse program next year somewhere.
Where?
Ohio State, the latest to call right now, getting a live text right now. So Ohio State has reached out to Deuce. Being a graduate transfer, I think he's tailor-made for schools like Michigan, who I know is going to be looking for some defensive back help in the portal this go-around, and Notre Dame as well. Tennessee, there's going to be a call with Tennessee tonight. UCLA is pushing as hard as any program right now. Today I'm hearing USC, transfer portal U there, also in the mix for Deuce. Several programs. People are going to covet all conference players in the portal of all positions. And then him being a graduate transfer is also in his favor. All ACC player last year, broke up 14 passes from Virginia.
So are potential suitors looking at Deuce as a turnkey guy and somebody that can make an immediate impact, whoever is lucky enough to land him?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a young man that's not picking a school to be a role player either. He wants to be developed and potentially hear his name called in the first round of the NFL draft. That's his transfer ideology right now. He's going to a place where he can play championship level football and be developed into a first round pick. That's kind of his checklist here going into the portal. He's already got his degree from a very prestigious program, so that box is checked.
All right, the next box to check is, of course, the NFL draft. We'll see if he's able to do that wherever he lands next. Another guy that I want to ask you about is Arkansas quarterback Malik Hornsby. We've talked about him a lot in that some teams might not look at him as a quarterback. What are you hearing early on?
Well, I talked to his private quarterback coach, J.P. Tillman, who said that Malik's been on the phone with Florida. He's talked with LSU. He also said that some recent calls have just come in from Texas A&M. Louisville's been in touch. But he said that Malik's got a keen eye on the Pac-12, wants to go to a league where he's going to get a chance to really sling the football around 30-plus times a ball game. He's mentioned that he had a great relationship with Kenny Dillingham in high school when he was being recruited as an All-American before he settled in and ultimately ended up at Arkansas there. So Pac-12 is an area that he's got his eye on, and there's some Pac-12 programs definitely looking for quarterback help.
Is there a landing spot that you think would be ideal for Malik Hornsby?
That's a Carl Reed wheelhouse question there.
Okay.
I think, again, he's just looking for a place to go be the starter and get a chance to throw the football around 30-plus times. Obviously, we know he can run the football. He's one of the more dynamic, athletic quarterbacks in college football. But he wants to showcase his arm talent, get a chance to show NFL scouts that he can throw the football.
Okay, well, if it's a Carl Reed question, then we might as well ask Carl Reed about it right here. Steve, thank you so much. hopefully see you in a little bit later with some more news. We appreciate you coming on and giving us the latest. Carl, real quick, before we send it over to Studio B, what sort of market is there for Malik Hornsby?
I think that there's going to be some schools that are going to be in need of him, like we've been talking about all day when you talk about the quarterback position. But you brought up a good point. There are some people that look at him more as an athlete. He may have more value if he's willing to move from the quarterback position at some of the bigger schools. But if he's committed to staying at a quarterback, I think Group of Five might be more his wheelhouse.
All right. Speaking of valuable, Studio B, what you guys got for us, Grace?
We have quite a few
Hey, you're
updates
back.
on you. Yeah, great to see you again.
Hello. What's up?
We have quite a few names we want to inform the masses on, catching you up on all the names going into the transfer portal today. Starting in Indiana, linebacker Dasan McCullough is leaving after his freshman season. Now, what's interesting here is we know all of these family ties that cross all the boundaries in college football, but McCullough, his dad was a star player at Miami, so there's that. But his dad has coached all over the Midwest. So are there any possibilities there for him?
Yeah, I think first it's important to note Dasan McCullough was the highest rated recruit in Indiana history. He was just a huge land for that Indiana staff. They actually beat out Ohio State for him. It helps that his dad was actually a coach there for a little bit. He's now at Notre Dame, but it did help them land him. And to lose him after this first season is a pretty big blow. He was one of the top overall true freshmen in the country this year. Caused a lot of havoc off the edge. As for schools that could be a fit, as you said, there's a lot of connections for him. But what I'm hearing early on is Oklahoma is very likely. I know Steve mentioned that early in the broadcast. I've heard the same thing. He has some family ties that might bring Dasan and potentially his brother to Oklahoma at the same time. So that's definitely a school to watch out for.
All right. Brent Venables would like to add another gem to his defense. Alabama expecting some attrition in their secondary this cycle. So this is not a name they want to see in the portal, but it's former four-star cornerback Kyrie Jackson from the 2021 class. What do you know about him?
Yeah, this one's not a surprise. There was an eventful saga earlier this week. He went in the portal. He wasn't really allowed to go in the portal. Alabama entered him anyway. He then had to be removed, which caused a whole thing on social media. But Kyrie was likely headed to the portal anyway. He started a game for Alabama this year, but he ended the season suspended, so he was unlikely to return. But DBs of his talent level are at a premium, obviously. I've had a couple schools ask about him already, just kind of vetting him to see what was going on behind the scenes there. And I think he's going to land at a good school. He's a very talented cornerback, and he's just a name to tuck away along with hundreds of others today that could land at a really good spot.
Yeah, speaking about premium DBs, Avante Williams, safety out of Miami, he was a former top 50 prospect, and now he is on the hunt for a new program.
Yeah, Avante was one of the most ballyhooed prospects at Miami in recent memory. It didn't really work out. He was injured for most of the 2020 season. He played a lot, showed a lot of potential in 2021, but for whatever reason, it didn't really click this year with Mario Cristobal. But again, these players often transfer for a reason, and sometimes it's just not going to work out in their careers, but the clay is still there to mold with Avante. I think he's going to have plenty of options. I think he'll still be a Power 5 player. He's just another one of those guys that you should write down because he might be showing up at a Power 5 school near you soon.
Do you think that was more Williams' decision, or is that Mario Cristobal going through the rebuild and pushing guys out?
I think it's probably maybe a little bit of both. I'm not sure in this particular instance. I know Mario is aggressively doing some house cleaning this offseason, so that could have been part of it. That's normal with any new head coaching staff. I know Mario's in his second year, but they obviously had a really bad season, so they have to clean house a little bit. But I'm sure either way, Avante will find a good spot.
I know we hit on this one earlier, but our Iowa reporter, David Eichel, has just put in a crystal ball for Michigan tight end Eric All to follow his buddy, Cade McNamara, to Iowa. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, as I understand it, Eric All and Cade McNamara are very good friends, so it's not surprising. I've heard Cade McNamara has been very aggressive recruiting players in the transfer portal already. I think David also put in a crystal ball, or will be putting a crystal ball soon, for a pretty notable receiver who's not yet in the portal. But yeah, Cade's being very aggressive on the trail, and Eric All is like an NFL tight end. If he didn't get hurt this year, he'd probably be going to the league right now. But he was out the whole season, and I think at Iowa, a place that's produced tight ends as well as anyone, he's a really nice fit potentially. He'll do really well with Cade McNamara.
And we got one more player to hit on, and that is Vonta Bentley, the former 4-star linebacker from the 2019 class. He is leaving Clemson. So what do you know about his situation?
Yeah, Vonta, I think this is important to put into context. Like, Vonta was not a starter for Clemson. He was a key contributor. I think he had 20 tackles this season, 3 tackles for loss. Like, he played like 200 snaps. He's not like gonna hurt Clemson long term to lose Vonta Bentley. The thing is, Clemson's lost several depth pieces today, and that's kind of what I want to talk to you about. It's the idea that Clemson continuously loses depth. These players that aren't playing want to play elsewhere. These former highly ranked recruits, we see it with Kobe Pace, EJ Williams, Dakari Collins. All of these guys want their chance to play elsewhere when they're not starting. And losing that amount of depth adds up over time. And that's a problem when you're not bringing in new pieces to replace them via the portal. I think Dabo Swinney has to go to the portal this year. I think he probably will go to the portal this year, but he still only signed 1 transfer in his history. Yeah. So that's just something to keep an eye on. Clemson's losing a lot of depth and has lost a lot of depth the last couple off seasons to the portal, but they're not replacing it.
And that 1 transfer was a reserve quarterback. So, hey, maybe he gets a bunch of other reserves to get that depth right back. All right, I'm hearing Josh Pate is back on set. Josh, what do you got for us?
National Signing Day rolling on. No, that's not what we're doing, actually. It's just that kind of coverage. Transfer Portal Palooza is what's rolling on. Cooper Pategna joining me. Sir, how are you today, by the way? I haven't spoken to you so far.
How we doing, my friend? I feel great, brother.
So there's a lot of talk out there about departments, a lot of talk about who's going where. You've actually been in there, though. You've been behind the curtain. I haven't been there. So I know a lot of folks have to be scrambling. You probably heard from folks like I have today about how ill-prepared some departments feel. And the thing about it is, Cooper, it's not always we didn't know this was coming. It's, hey, we knew it was coming. It's just we weren't able to get staffed the way that we need to. A lot of folks probably are going to use today as a case study to take and put in front of their administration saying, give us the resources to create a new department because we kind of need a new department right now.
I just got off the phone with a Power 5 director of player personnel, and that was the sentiment. I asked him, how's your day going? And it's just, hey, man, it's chaotic. You know, the one thing you got to think about is this is the contact period right now for all these college coaching staffs around the country. Their coaches are on the road over the next 3 weeks. So when you throw in the transfer portal window opening on December 5th, obviously there's a lot of chaos that a lot of people aren't adept to. This is the first time that we've seen it. So over 500 names, I believe, at noon Eastern time. There's a lot going on. And Josh, you talked about programs being ready. I think I can count on 2 hands how many programs around the country are prepared for this day. And that's not to say that they haven't been prepared over the last months that they've tried to get together. But this comes down to resources. And this is something that I think a lot of programs right now are forced to be reactive rather than proactive. It's going to be interesting to see that play out. I would also expect a flurry of names to hit the portal as well after bowl games as well. That's something I'm hearing from a lot of directors of player personnel.
Hey, so you're talking about basically a spike there. I mean, we're seeing a spike, obviously a day 1 spike, but is there, I mean, do you think there's a world now where instead of just this kind of being a steady stream of 5, 10 guys going in every hour, 100 guys going in every day, you think it's going to spike and then maybe we have bowl season, then we see another spike after bowl season?
For sure. I think the other thing that helps is that, you know, a lot of these players have made their announcement before December 5th. I think when you talk to some teams around the country, that's something that comes up that has helped them prepare for this moment. And there's not a lot of surprises really on December 5th. Maybe Devin Leary, one of the names that's kind of been the biggest surprise of the day that catches you a little bit off guard. But a lot of these teams have been able to prepare because of the public announcements beforehand. And then you talk about after bowl games, and really what I've heard around the country has been expect maybe more of guys that have been at programs 1 to 2 years to hit the portal after the bowl game, because they're seeing a lot of these guys who really are graduate transfers or only have 1 or 2 years of eligibility hit the portal. That is an opportunity for them to step on the field, put some good tape available during the postseason, and obviously that makes them a little bit more of a better option for the teams out there trying to target them.
Well, you also know there's something in play here that I know as well, and that is you got staffs out there trying to make a decision. Some guys going in the portal immediately, and if you and I are sitting over here OC and DC respectively at Pate State, and we know I need a running back, and you need a corner over there on the defensive side of the ball. Yeah, we can look at the guys going in now, but see, you and I also know something else is true. Or if we don't know, we're going to find out the hard way. You're going to have a second window, and we're going to have a lot of guys go through spring ball and then exit spring and decide to go in the portal. And so how do we figure out when we want to roll the dice? Do we figure out whether we want to take a guy from this window and just know we got him, but then potentially put ourselves behind the 8 ball and not be able to get a guy that we got graded higher, that we think would be a better fit for what we think a critical factor is at that respective position, but he's not going in for another 3 or 4 months. So, and we don't even know that he's going to go in. So, I mean, there's got to be a big balancing act today for a lot of these staffs.
There comes that opportunity cost conversation for sure. And I talked to a Power 5 head coach a couple weeks ago who was trying to find the balance of, hey, when do we strike here? And you see a lot of these names coming to the portal. I think brand awareness of your program and where you kind of fall in the pecking order is very important here over the next couple weeks. We'll see a lot of teams trying to figure out, hey, is now the right time to pull the trigger at a position of need? And you talk to teams around the country and staffers, it's all about need. That's how they build their board right now. Teams that are contenders can afford to go into the portal and build through BPA, best player available. Other teams around the country, you see teams trying to fill need in a short amount of time. But it's a really good question. I take a look at a team like Florida with the departure of Anthony Richardson. Sure, if a guy like Devin Leary or DJ Uiagalelei express interest, that is something that you have to consider. But there are a couple quarterback battles that have to play out here over the next couple months into the spring that make you want to be a little bit patient. I'm looking in Tuscaloosa with Ty Simpson, the former 5-star, and Jalen Milroe, who would be an ideal fit at a couple of programs across the country. I think you look at Oregon as well with Ty Thompson, a former highly touted quarterback prospect out of the state of Arizona. And then you have 5-star Dante Moore coming in as well. So you look at situations like this all across the country. And I think teams like Florida, who understand their brand and can be a little bit more selective, are in a spot where they can afford to be patient. Other teams, that might not be the case.
What do you think matters to kids right now? I mean, I know everybody wants to win. A lot of folks want to get paid, and there's nothing wrong with either one of those things, especially in 2023 and beyond in college football. But there's a feeling out there. You and I have talked about this many times on the iJosh, so let's just talk about it here live. There is a feeling out there that playoff access matters. And I'm talking about like top of the priority list matters to kids. I've never believed that. I think it matters. I certainly don't think it's nearly as high on the bullet points of priority listing as some people think. I say that to tee you up with this. We just expanded the playoff, or we're about to, and so there's a thought that that's going to inject more parity into the game. If we keep everything else the same, everyone's offering the amount of money through NIL that they're going to, all of a sudden access to being a 9 seed one year is going to make me go somewhere, whereas otherwise I wouldn't go there. I say that very mockingly because I don't think it's going to play out that way. Do you disagree? Where do you disagree with me? Where am I wrong?
I don't disagree with you. I think access to playing time and access to exposure with the opportunity to get developed and earn the opportunity to play on Sundays. And then the other factor that you talked about here is money. I think compensation, NIL. And I think we've talked to a lot of people around the country who said, hey, listen, a lot of our guys are going to enter the transfer portal trying to gauge the market for what they can get in a free market. And maybe a lot of those guys decide to come back and end up making the decision that, hey, at the end of the day, the best opportunity I have is already in front of me. So I think in that order, Josh, you talk about it. I think it's about the opportunities for playing time and how accessible is that. And is that going to put me in a position to play on Sundays? And if I can get paid doing that, then that's already another benefit that I have to consider as well.
So I was talking to Miranda about this earlier, who no one watching knows, but she's an integral part of the behind the scenes here. And I told her, I kind of workshop all of my rhymes on her. And I tried out flippers versus dippers on her this morning, and it worked. And that's why I said it on air. And you just referenced it. We've got some dippers. We got guys that are legitimately throwing up the deuces. They're headed into the portal, and they fully intend on moving on to another program. But we've also got just maybe a dipper. So flippers go to the other program. The dipper, it's still new. The dipper is the guy who's going in, who doesn't necessarily intend to leave, but he just wants to kind of get himself back to the surface, get himself back to the forefront, get some new market value in here, see what kind of bids I can get, see how many more NIL dollars I can get from my own program. I don't know what the percentage is, but I think the percentage of guys who go in the portal and stay at the program they're at is going to be a lot higher than whatever the over-under would be. Now, I say that to ask you over at Patania Sportsbook, what would we put the over-under at, percentage-wise? Guys who go in the portal and are going to leave versus guys who ultimately end up staying?
That's a great question, because right now obviously there's more supply than demand. I believe it. I think there's a lot of teams out there that are super needy. But listen, if you are one of those prospects that is interested in going into the transfer portal, engaging your individual market value, to me, why wouldn't you wait till that second wave? There's 2 portal windows now. The other one comes in May 1st to May 15th. And I think that's it. Listen, there's going to be some business acumen to this as well in the NIL era. I think these guys, if they are going to test the waters, I think we'll see more people really in that spring portal window try to see what their value is there. And I think you'll see teams at that point, they'll come back, reevaluate from spring practice and say, hey, we maybe thought or miscalculated here. What was going to be a comfort spot for us is now a need. So I think that's also going to be an interesting dynamic. But I agree with you. I think there are going to be a lot of players that enter the portal that feel like there's going to be more of a market than there actually is. I think the guys that have a real opportunity to make some money here, and let's just be frank about it, are the guys at premium positions. I'm talking about offensive tackles. I'm talking about defensive backs, strictly at the corner position, and then front 7 defenders as well. Big bodies are a premium coast to coast. Everybody's looking for those.
Hey, what do you think the balance is here? I know it may differ program to program, but it seems like everybody's talking about this. Every coach that I have spoken to, people in our world, everyone's asking, what's the balance we strike of getting kids out of the portal versus getting kids out of the traditional high school ranks? And then you compound this with the fact that this is having a disproportionately negative impact on the high school recruiting scene and high school football in general. I mean, if we're running a program here, and let's say we're a big-time program, we're not cash-strapped, geographically we're not isolated, so we can truly choose to do whatever we want to. Give it time. Give it 5 years to play out. What do you think the perfect balance ends up being?
In an ideal world, that's a really good question. But in an ideal world, let's say you're Kirby Smart and the University of Georgia, they have not really had to lean on the transfer portal as of late. But I think you look at some of the programs across the country, there's going to be a nice balance. LSU last year under Brian Kelly in the first year ended up taking 15 transfers out of the transfer portal. They were able to microwave that, win 9 games, and appear in the SEC championship where not a lot of people gave them a shot. Lincoln Riley was able to do the same thing out west. They took 20 players in the transfer portal. I think if you ask both of those coaches, the foundation of who they want to be and how they want to build their roster is going to be through high school talent acquisition. I think you want to sprinkle your roster with some experience in needs, which they're going to be year in and year out. So there's 85 players that you can have on scholarship. Listen, I would save at least anywhere from 12 to 15, depending on the year, for transfer portal players and the ability to go in there and have that roster flexibility where you can add immediate impact players, especially if you're at a prominent program. We talked about brand awareness and why that's important. These programs are able to attract some of the best in the country.
Can you imagine sitting around right now knowing how pivotal and how important culture is to the long-term stability of a program, the short-term stability of a program for that matter, and saying all the right things? You and I both know, everyone within it with a lick of common sense, as Meemaw would say, knows how important culture is. But far fewer folks ever master the concept of instilling a culture, having a top-down buy-in, everyone sings from the same hymnal. And it's because you have to make tough decisions sometimes. Because the fact of the matter is there's not an ocean of talent out there. There may be thousands of kids in the portal, as it turns out, but really if I have a specific need, you know, if I got an outside linebacker need, if I got a center that all of a sudden I've lost or he's portaled out and I got to fill it, there may be like 5 or 6 kids who from the jump fit the critical factors and traits that I want at that position. And then we got to ask ourselves, okay, what do we believe in? What are our core tenets and philosophies? And do any of these kids align with that? And then you find out, like, okay, out of the 6, 2 of them do. Then you got to find out which, or if either of them are interested in you. And so all of a sudden it sounds like you go from thousands to being whittled down to maybe 2 or 1. And sometimes that answer is none, Coop. Sometimes that answer is we don't have any kids that we would grade any higher than like a C+ when it comes to fit. They may be talented, they may be skilled, but they don't necessarily fit here. Now here's the question. Do you pass on them and leave a gaping hole on your roster that, for all we know, could be the difference in 10-2 and 7-5? Or do you roll the dice and do you say, I think if we take this guy and we insert him into an otherwise stable culture, maybe this bad apple won't spoil the bunch. Maybe, we can rewrite the laws of mankind just this one time. Those are the conversations folks are going to have. And it's not like it's a new conversation. The difference is, it used to be that it was a more long and free-flowing conversation, whereas now you're having to make decisions like that because guys are hopping in the portal on you on a moment's notice.
Well, it's an accelerated process, and you talked about that. Talking to people in the industry, I think part of the reason, or part of the reason that they feel so unnerved about this process is because you got a lot of meticulous people in coaching staffs that do prioritize character in their evaluation process. They are now being forced to make very quick decisions, and usually calculated decision makers are now put on the spot in pressure situations where they have to say yes or no in the matter of a week to 2 weeks to address a need. And like you talked about it, Josh, it is a dry market depending on the situation and where you are at the program. We kind of went through this at Washington pre-portal, and it was a very interesting philosophical conversation. But under Chris Peterson, who was known for his Built for Life program in emphasizing character and coining OKG, our kind of guys, it depends on what your goal is and how high is that ceiling as your program. Chris Hummer talked about Clemson earlier on the show, talking about Dabo Swinney's reluctance to use the transfer portal. To me, what that does, that limits the ceiling on a place like Clemson. Sure, I completely understand why Dabo Swinney holds in such a high regard the character and the football character of his program, because he's had a lot of success. That being said, I think he's limiting their program, and I'm just using the Tigers as an example, from being able to keep up with teams like Alabama and Georgia, etc. Teams that are able to go to the portal and not only stack top 5 recruiting classes, but being able to attract some of the best players in the country via the portal. And the only reason that I would say, hey, I'm a little skeptical of that philosophy is because you have one of the best cultures in the country. To me, if Dabo Swinney fully embraced the transfer portal, this is one of those teams that I believe could be a top destination spot via the portal because of what he has built is so special. Now, he has kind of gone the opposite route and said, hey, I want to protect this. To me, I think he should open his arms, let people in. I'm just using them as an example, but it is a case-by-case situation, and that's why these coaches have to have a pulse on their locker room. Hey, are we going to be able to take in these type of players that maybe, hey, yeah, they're not the exact fit, but they upgrade our roster? That's why you have the resources and the coaches there that make a lot of money, and also the player development coaches as well. Those are the type of decisions, $1 million decisions, that head coaches have to make.
So if you're just tuning in today, I want you to realize the day has been unprecedented and the day has been pretty insane. I got a comment over here in the live chat that I want to address. So Briley said, hey, I know this is kind of uncharted waters, but the punditry said today would be crazy. And all it's been is the creation of a really long list. Where are all the commitments? Let me be careful, because Briley, I really appreciate you watching. Today has been every bit, if not more crazy than we expected. What we have seen so far is just the equation of spilt milk all over the place. The milk still has to be put in the jugs. We'll find out eventually where the milk goes. Right now, this is the biggest mess because it's just all over the place. So yeah, we got a list, and it's not a list that fits on this piece of paper. You know, it's a very, very, very long list, and it's growing and growing and growing. The sun hasn't even set on day 1 of a 45-day window. I don't think anyone, or at least I didn't, Cooper, you can tell me, I don't think we expected a flurry of commitments at all today. This is sort of the beginning. We just landed which took off. Now we got to find out what actually happens when we're in the air. But I do want to ask you, so specific teams, like I got my eye on Auburn. I'm curious what Wisconsin does. I think Miami could feast in this environment. Who are you looking at?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, I think Miami as well. You know, that's one of those teams that obviously had a lot of expectations this year. They end up going 5-7. I think they could. That's one of those programs when really the NIL era and the transfer portal came upon us in college football. I looked at programs like USC, UCLA, in Miami as well. Kind of NBA markets is what I call them, but markets that are attractive. Hey, I'm going to go play down in South Florida for a year or two, and albeit I'm going to get paid while I'm doing it. So I look at those programs instantly. To me, the contenders as well, they've been so selective. I kind of got my eyes on Alabama and Georgia. What do they do at the quarterback position? Obviously, there's a lot of confidence in Ty Simpson and Jalen Milroe. We've gotten to see what he can do a little bit this year, but I'm interested to see what they do with that quarterback battle. And, there was a time last year where I looked at LSU, that quarterback situation, what they had, Miles Brennan, Garrett Nussmeier, that was a room that they felt fairly confident in. They go out there and they get Jaden Daniels. He completely changes the dynamic of their season. So I think there is one of those moves to be made. I love Oregon State, the job Jonathan Smith is doing. This is a guy that's leaned into the transfer portal as long as he's been in Corvallis. I would expect them as well. I'd expect it to be busy. I think LSU is another team that still needs a lot of help. They took 15 guys last year. I wouldn't be surprised if they're hovering around double digits again.
Hey, I wanted to get your thoughts on a program like Arizona State for just a second. Kenny Dillingham's taken over out there. We've got some off-the-field stuff through no fault of his or his staff's own doing that will hover over the program a little bit. But, I've got a feeling that lingering clouds of potential NCAA infractions, it may not mean what it used to mean. Because it used to mean you can't get kids to come here because they feel like they're locking themselves into a situation that they can't get out of. And now it's not so much that. I mean, you can truly look at your college career, if you so choose, you can look at your college career as kind of a year-to-year proposition. Certainly it's not the way I would prefer the sport to operate, but I'm a realist. I get what's happening right now. How well do you think they'll be able to traffic in this sort of environment?
I don't think it's going to be an issue. If you're talking about an NCAA investigation being a potential obstacle for Kenny Dillingham and company, I don't expect that to be any type of issue at all for them. You're talking about maybe a potential postseason ban, if that's what we're talking about. And Josh, how much time have we just spent talking about, hey, how much emphasis or actually, do players really care about postseason appearance or playing in a bowl game? I wouldn't say much. So I think it's about opportunity, being able to play an exciting brand of football. And now you're talking about a 12-team playoff here, Josh, coming pretty soon, which I know is a topic you get fired up about. But the national exposure that you could play in just to be one of those top 12 teams. I look at the Pac-12 now with USC, UCLA departing. I think that makes the conversation a little bit more open. I think Kenny Dillingham has a lot to sell.
Yeah, so let's keep this in mind now. The whole selling point, so I'm not pushing back on you because you're kind of just playing devil's advocate here, but this selling point of, man, you want to go somewhere where you can be in the playoff because of all the exposure. There's something else that we've spent a lot of time recently talking about. Well, some of us have. And that is every conference entering into a new media rights deal. It's not just the SEC that has one. The Big Ten has one. Big 12 just signed one. Pac-12 is going to sign one. Translation. All of your games are going to be on TV every week. This is not just like a 1978 Notre Dame concept anymore. Like everyone's on TV every week. I mean, even what you would call G5 level conferences, Sun Belt, you've got major network deals with everyone. In other words, if your priority is just being seen, you don't have to go to a place where they're going to make the playoff slam dunk guarantee next year in a 4-team or 12-team field to do that. But I understand that it helps. I'm not pushing back on that. Let me also ask you about a place like Auburn. I mentioned them a second ago. I want to roll back around to them. There are going to be some folks, right or wrong, who point to some of these situations like Lincoln Riley taking over in Southern California and bringing much of his team with him. And it's probably a pretty radical expectation to set. But I think for a little while now, there's going to be this idea that anytime we get a new head coach in, it's as simple as Number one, bringing any player he wants from his old team. And number two, bringing anybody from the portal he wants. And then voila, we hit spring practice and we're an entirely different program than we were 3 months ago. Again, not realistic, but that's sort of the expectation that's going to be out there. So if you would like to poison pill that theory, take this opportunity to do so and sell me on what a more realistic expectation is for a program like an Auburn or like a Wisconsin, anywhere where a new head coach is walking in the door.
Yeah, that's very difficult to do. We've seen that done on a larger scale. I mentioned Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly at USC and LSU, the success that they've had this season. But I would expect those guys to be calculated. Listen, especially in the first 3 weeks, it's going to take quite some time to get familiar with your roster, understand the strengths and weaknesses and what needs that you have to attack early on in that process. So, it is interesting, but listen, I do think the expectations, especially at a place like Auburn for Hugh Freeze in the SEC, this is a guy that's kind of pounded the table and say, hey, I can have success early on in my tenure wherever I get started. And I think that's going to be the case with Auburn. I think Auburn's going to have some expectations next year, and I expect them to be aggressive. I keep going back to LSU because I'm very familiar with their process, what they did last year, but people want to play on the biggest stage in college football. I think Auburn is going to have a lot of opportunity in terms of what they can offer there. And I think Hugh Freeze, Luke Fickell, who I expect to be a little bit more calculated with how he goes about his business. But I'd expect those guys to kind of circle the guys that are from that area of the country, whether in the Midwest with Wisconsin, Madison, or whether it's in that Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Southeast region with Auburn. But I do think it is realistic, Josh, to raise the ceilings of year one because of the transfer portal.
Yeah, here's the other thing to think about. And I always circled Miami, to an extent the other two schools in Florida, but Southern Cal could fit this description too. I always think about the programs who just so happen to be situated on a map where a lot of talent resides. And the talking point forever, at least on Late Kick and anyone who's paying attention to this sport, has been, feels pretty top heavy. Feels pretty top heavy, doesn't it? Well, I've always been of the belief that it's been top heavy because there's been a talent exodus from South Florida. There, until recently, was a big talent exodus from the state of Texas. There has been, for a while, a talent exodus from Southern California, and it's because to varying degrees, the programs in those geographical locations weren't keeping talent home. Okay, so maybe that's changing on the front end of the recruiting practice, but I'm thinking about the transfer portal aspect. You got a lot of guys in any given year that are from Texas, from Southern California, and from South Florida who hit the portal, and they may just be looking to go closer to home, and it may not necessarily be that Lincoln Riley or Mario Cristobal or Sark or Jimbo's ever even met the kid before. As expansive as those recruiting staffs are, it may just be that they're lucky that a really talented four-star caliber kid doesn't like where he is, 1,000 miles from home, and he wants to come home, and all of a sudden you've got the added benefit of waking up one morning down there and finding out a kid's ready to fall in your lap that you haven't even done work on yet.
What I like about the transfer portal, to me, on these guys that you would put in the category of bounce back players, to me, a lot of these guys end up at the end of the day at the spot that they were intended to be at in the beginning of the process. And we look at some of these players, and I think you mentioned it, Josh, the correlation in terms of geography is really relevant when it comes to the transfer portal. We're talking about DJU right now, one of the hottest prospects in the transfer portal, and you immediately think of the West Coast contenders out there. And on the other end, we're talking earlier in the show about Malik Hornsby from the state of Texas, and the quarterback transfer from Arkansas wants to go out to the Pac-12. So I do think there are very good fits here in terms of the wide scope of what you can do in the transfer portal. I think geographically, it offers a very good opportunity for players to come back closer to home if they want to. But also a guy like Bo Nix, maybe you don't want to be close to home, right? He had an up and down roller coaster career at Auburn, ends up going as far away as you possibly could to Oregon under Dan Lanning and Kenny Dillingham, and really resurrects his career, now looking like one of the best moves he ever could have made in terms of getting ready for the NFL draft.
This felt good, brother. Your lighting looks fantastic. You look fantastic. Let's link up for early signing day. Let's talk in a couple weeks. I feel like we got something here.
I'll have my white tee on. I'll be ready to go, baby.
All right, man. Cooper protecting. Let's toss it back over to Emily and Carl.
That's most of the comments right now is, where is Pate's white tee? I think that's just especially reserved for Late kick, though.
Yeah.
Pate and Patagna on the portal. It just makes sense. Thank you, guys. Now that we have hit the top of the hour, top of the what hour, girl? The final hour of the show. That's right. We are going to get you wrapped on what some of the headlines are right now. Currently 944 players. I believe we started the day at about 400, so that is a big jump there. And the number 1 ranked player, Fentrell Cypress, has been contacted per our Steve Wiltfong by Ohio State, UCLA, Tennessee. We'll see where he ends up. And Oklahoma State leading tackler Mason Cobb has now entered the portal. As we enter the final hour of this show, let's send it over to Studio B for the latest. Hey, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. We want to catch you guys up on some of the names that have entered the transfer portal since the last time we talked to you. This first one we want to discuss, maybe not the biggest name out there, but it is a sign of things to come for Oklahoma State, which we discussed earlier, and that's Thomas Harper, the senior safety, another prominent player leaving Stillwater.
Yeah, he had obviously already announced, but he's officially in the portal now, and he was a multi-game starter for Oklahoma State this year, been a pretty consistent member of that secondary for a couple years now. It's just another one of those Oklahoma State players entering the portal. I think we'll see more. It's just a team to watch over the rest of the day and in the coming days. I think we could see a lot more Cowboys.
So obviously we've been talking about high caliber quarterbacks entering the portal all day long, but I mean, a lot of those, might be looking for a more lucrative NIL deal, trying to boost their draft stock, but some of them are actually just simply looking for more playing time. And so we have 3 that we want to touch on here. That's Donovan Smith out of Texas Tech, Nick Evers, the backup at Oklahoma, and Zach Calzada, who has been through it at Auburn. So what can you tell us about all their situations?
Yeah, we'll start with Calzada. He went through it at Auburn without really ever playing. He transferred there this offseason with the intention, well, I should say, I think a lot of people in that program thought the intention was he was going to be the starter. He got hurt, and then it just never worked out. He never really played for Auburn that year. They had 2 other quarterbacks in that rotation, and now Zach Calzada's on the way out again without ever really making an impact at Auburn. I don't know if he gets another chance in the Power 5. I think he's probably destined for the G5 at this point, just given his history. But talented arm. Clint Brewster, for example, was really high on him last offseason. If you want to talk Nick Evers, I think it's really interesting because he was a 4-star prospect in the 2022 class, a true freshman this year. Oklahoma had almost no quarterback depth, and they didn't really go to Nick when Dylan Gabriel got hurt, obviously in that game against Texas, so that's notable. Nick wasn't really committed to Jeff Lebby, the offensive coordinator there, Brent Venables. He had committed under the previous staff, and Lincoln Riley. He was actually committed to Florida for a long portion of his recruitment. So it got crazy there for a second with him after Caleb Williams left. And I'll be really interested to see where he goes. I think he was a top 10 quarterback for us in the 2022 class, a really talented guy who just never really got going at Oklahoma. So he should have another opportunity on the Power 5 level, but it'll be a mystery as of right now where he'll head. He's another Lone Star State kid, and I always have a crush on those guys because of my Texas ties, but he's definitely one to follow. And then Donovan Smith's the last name you mentioned. He was a starter for Texas Tech for significant chunks of the last 2 seasons. Texas Tech's had a weird QB situation. They've had 3 guys that have played a lot because of injuries. Donovan Smith came to Texas Tech almost more of an athlete instead of a quarterback, but he really showed an aptitude for the position the last 2 years. He's a little turnover prone, still makes a lot of mistakes. I think he was a little frustrating for Texas Tech fans at times. But when you talk about the total package of somebody who's a really, really athletic quarterback with a strong arm and who has shown the propensity for making plays in big moments, I think he could be a really intriguing option for a quarterback-needy team.
All right, lots of quarterbacks looking for a new home, and there's quite a few Alabama players looking for a new home too. Here's some of the notable ones that have officially entered the transfer portal. Left guard, Javion Cohen, wide receiver, Christian Leary, defensive back, Kyrie Jackson, running back, Trey Sanders, and reserve offensive lineman, Damian George. To talk a little bit more about this, let's welcome in our next guest. It's Travis Ryer from Bama Online. Hey, thanks for joining the show. Travis, how's it going in Tuscaloosa so far?
Everything's great. Glad to be here.
Good. Happy to see you again. Let's start with that list we just showed on the screen. So quite a few notable guys there. Would you classify this as a mini exodus, these guys going out on their own terms, or is this more of a processing?
I think every case is different in all likelihood, and I think we can say that for most of the guys that you all have talked about as we approach 1,000 players in the transfer portal. I think Javion Cohen probably the guy on that list that's going to attract the most attention because he is a 2-year starter at the guard position. He also has some background at tackle, so he's projectable at a couple of different positions as a starter at the Power 5 level. And so it's interesting because you don't typically see starters at Alabama moving on, but they feel really good about Tyler Booker, a true freshman that saw a lot of action rotated in there with Cohen and Emil Ekiyor this season. The problem for Alabama is Ekiyor's moving on. He accepted an invite to the Senior Bowl earlier on Monday. So they're going to have some questions to answer there on the interior of that offensive line. Again, Booker can help fix a lot of that. But they may have to really look to develop one of these younger players. Maybe it's Terrence Ferguson. Maybe it's a player that's at tackle right now, or center for that matter, that they're cross-training between the guard and center and guard and tackle positions. But, yeah, I'd say Cohen right now sits atop their list of 9 guys that are in the portal.
And there will be quite a few schools clamoring for him. Offensive linemen come at a premium. All right, it's no secret that Alabama has been looking for a proven wide receiver for the last few seasons. They picked up Jamison Williams through the portal in 2020. Last year they took in Jermaine Burton and Tyler Harrell. Those guys didn't really make much of an impact. They're still looking for their star wideout. Do you think they go to the portal again this year?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think tight end is an extension of that you could also look at, but perhaps. But absolutely, they hit a home run with Jamison Williams a couple of years ago. This most recent cycle, they felt good about Jermaine Burton. He played a lot in the 2022 season. He actually really came on down the stretch, so that was encouraging, maybe a little bit late, too late in some instances. But Tyler Harrell had an injury throughout the season that he never seemed to be able to get on track from. So it'll be interesting because those guys have eligibility remaining. You know, if Burton comes back, if Harrell comes back, maybe that changes their approach where the portal is concerned. But I think if it's a legit number 1 type of guy, especially with an emphasis on the vertical passing game, they'll have interest there. So they've got some things to figure out in the passing game in general.
Let's talk about the quarterback situation, because this is an interesting one. Bryce Young hasn't confirmed he's going to the NFL, although we all saw the curtain call that he gave to Bryant-Denny Stadium after that Iron Bowl win. Below him on the depth chart, it's Jalen Milroe, and then the former 5-star Ty Simpson, who might be competing for the starting spot. Or is Bama now in the market for a quarterback?
It's kind of the X factor in all this, and thinking about how they may approach that, I think it has to be an absolute right person, right player, maybe even to the extent of what a Caleb Williams was the last time around. That doesn't mean they might check in on some guys. I think they're going to vet and do their due diligence on maybe even some of the guys that we've heard about here in the last 12 to 20 hours or so that have gone into the portal. But I think they still like their room. You know, Jalen Milroe was up and down in his opportunities this year, came off the bench, did some really good things in that game against Arkansas, and then he gets the start the next week against Texas A&M and has a real issue with turnovers. It wasn't a confidence-inspiring sort of performance for Jalen. To be fair, again, the sample size both ways is pretty small where Jalen Milroe is concerned, and I don't think they're at the point yet where they don't believe he can't get the job done if he's needed in 2023. But you know, Simpson is a guy with a lot of talent, a lot of ability in his own right. Like Milroe, a guy who can extend plays with his legs, kind of like that, and make all the throws you need him to make in that Alabama offense. So I think they've got some capable options right now at the quarterback position, and they may get opportunities as early as the Sugar Bowl coming up, depending on Bryce's availability for the postseason. And from there, we'll see. Again, they've got a 2-quarterback class committed for 2023 right now, so numbers shouldn't be a problem for them just from that perspective. I think it's got to be the absolute right guy for them to go that route at quarterback.
Yeah, that is a really interesting position to watch because they always tend to go the homegrown route when it comes to the signal caller. But Alabama, right on the edge of the playoffs this year at number 5, what kind of changes are they looking to make on this roster? How aggressive will they be in the transfer portal to get back into the top 4 next year?
I think they're still in cherry pick mode. I don't think it's going to be a situation where, we see 8 to 10 additions. Now, look, who you lose has a lot to do with that as well. The problem more so for Alabama where the portal is concerned is that it impacts their depth and their ability that they've leaned on so heavily in this great run, which has entailed player development. I mean, they've done that second to no one. I know the recruiting gets all the attention, and rightly so. They've been great in that area, but their ability to develop, as you alluded to, not just at the quarterback position, but really across the board, has been the secret sauce, really, in a lot of ways for Nick Saban. So, they've been hit from that perspective already, maybe more so where depth is concerned. But for the most part, they're going to be looking for frontline guys, the Jahmyr Gibbs, the Jamison Williams types, Jermaine Burton, Tyler Steen was an every-game starter for him at left tackle this year. So I think it's going to be more along those lines than just sort of this mass overhaul of the roster is as long as they don't have to do it. If they're able to retain a good bit of their roster that they anticipate coming back, I don't see them sort of going that route.
And they certainly have all the resources to retain the guys they want. All right, thank you, Travis Reier, for joining us. Appreciate your time as always, and for all your Crimson Tide updates. Remember to keep it locked on Bama Online. Let's go back over to Emily in Studio A.
Hey guys, a great conversation there with Travis about the status of Alabama right now, and we've mentioned all the great quarterbacks that are already available in the portal, but this is Bama. This is Nick Saban. If there is a guy out there that they're interested in that might not be in the portal right now, can they work some magic through some back channels and say, hey, come to Bama?
Absolutely, it can be worked out. You just have guys and fielders and trainers and high school coaches. If you want to let somebody know that you winking at them and to jump in the portal and you got opportunity for them, those conversations are easy to have, not just for Bama, but for any school.
We know Nick Saban loves to talk about Alabama. We saw him very active yesterday and throughout the weekend, just pleading his case to the college football playoff. But they're just on the outside looking in. You heard him talk about it, number 5 there. Travis Reier was asked, will Alabama go after a quarterback? Carl, should they?
Well, it depends on if they believe in Ty Simpson. I think that Ty Simpson has to be the focal point of what you looked at. The backup quarterback, I can't call his name right now, that played when Bryce Young went out. He already showed some struggles. Don't know if he's the guy going forward. So if you believe in Ty Simpson, then maybe not. But can you pass up on a Devin Leary? Can you pass up on another guy that we haven't talked a lot about today with these quarterbacks? Hudson Card has shown that he has some value. Can you pass up on a talented guy like Hudson Card? Nick Saban is the best at evaluating in the business. And so he'll make that determination. But I think if he loves Ty Simpson and thinks that he can take them back to the promised land, they probably don't. But if he doesn't, you have a lot of options out there.
I mean, a prolific passer in high school, definitely a lot of excitement surrounding Ty Simpson. Carl, is the Nick Saban era and the dynasty, no, just kidding, I'm not going to do that to you. I almost got you there for a second. But in reality, though, I mean, we're talking about Alabama, and we're putting up a little bulletin at the bottom of the screen that says mini exodus. Take the pulse. What's going on at Alabama right now?
The era has changed. What's going on at Bama is what's going on all over the country. Coach Saban over the years has been able to out-recruit people, out-evaluate people, out-develop people, and stockpile talent and get guys to stay until it was their turn to play, and there was an assembly line to the NFL. At one time, they had Alvin Kamara, Derrick Henry, TJ Yeldon, and they had like 5 pro running backs. And that situation just doesn't exist anymore. If you're not playing now, you're going to leave. The guys are going to transfer out. And so that's just the name of the game today. I don't think it's anything specific to Alabama. I also think the COVID year probably hurt Coach Saban more than any other coach in the country because of how extensive his evaluation process is and the way he had recruits dialed in to come to Alabama to work out in front of him before he lets you know whether or not you could play at the University of Alabama. When the COVID year happened, they made some misses in recruiting because their process was not able to be as thorough because guys were not allowed to come on campus.
Yeah, the game has changed, and when you look at Alabama and Clemson, two teams that were mainstays in the playoff, out this year, is this an example of the transfer portal and NIL leveling the playing field a little bit in college football?
Absolutely, it levels the playing field. And it's making guys like Coach Saban and like Coach Swinney maybe have to do some things that they're uncomfortable doing. Coach Swinney is a guy who hasn't liked the transfer portal. Now he's going to have to use that. You know, Coach Saban is a guy who wants to develop you, who wants to coach you and take you through a program, and not able to do that. One thing I do know about guys who win consistently, though, the way that they do, they will adjust to the way things are, and they'll find a way.
Oh, yeah. You see Nick Saban adjusting in his coaching style, too. You mentioned Derrick Henry and all the great running backs that they've had. They've now moved into airing the ball out and having these great quarterbacks that come through. So you assume that he will adjust. But all day we've been talking about the chaos of the transfer portal and how it needs to be fixed in the wild, wild west. So is this a positive to all of it? Is that it's giving other schools a shot to compete with Alabama?
Absolutely. It's created the parity that people were looking for. TCU, are they in the playoffs without the transfer portal, without some of the guys that they were able to get and secure through that portal? Was Tennessee gets Hendon Hooker at the quarterback position, and look at the run that they have this year. It definitely levels the playing field, and it gives schools an advantage in being able to compete. And also it hurts the depth of programs like Alabama and Clemson, and since it hurts their depth, that also helps other teams be able to compete with them.
Certainly, depth very important in college football. Let's switch gears to Jackson State. Again, you were there this weekend. You saw firsthand that program. Deion Sanders moving on to Colorado. 7 players right now currently in the transfer portal from Jackson State. Where does that program go from here?
I think that they have an excellent athletic director, and I think that he had the foresight to hire Deion Sanders. He has made some tremendous hires in his men's basketball and his women's basketball program, the athletic director, Ashley Robinson. And I think that he's going to make an excellent hire for who's going to be the next football coach at Jackson State. I think that they're going to be fine. They might win differently than the way that Deion did. It won't be as many cameras around because that's more Coach Prime's thing. But in terms of them being able to compete and have a competitive football program, I think that they'll still be fine.
Does it need to be, I mean, there's nobody like Coach Prime, but does it need to be a big name? Because Jackson State, not the only school that we've seen HBCUs going after some of these big names that people know to bring excitement to some of those schools.
I think what people don't understand when you hire Coach Prime is that Coach Prime was actually coaching.
Yeah.
And he had a passion to be a coach. From his youth program to the high school program he was a part of, Trinity, to his involvement with the Under Armour All-American game. He was coaching. So you can't just go grab another guy because he played in the NFL and think he's going to be able to do what Coach Prime did, because Coach Prime's passion was coaching. So if some NFL guy is sitting at home and he hasn't been coaching and you bring him in, he's not going to probably be successful because coaching isn't his thing. What I think needs to happen, in my opinion, and not just at Jackson State, but Bethune-Cookman has an opening. Arkansas Pine Bluff has an opening. I get calls from black college coaches that are assistants at Power 5 and Group of 5 schools all the time that they have a passion and a yearning to be head coaches. And some of these guys are very dynamic. And I think that some of them should take the opportunity to go and run some of these HBCU programs. But so far they haven't been willing to, because more important than them being a head coach, their gated communities become important to them. The private schools they send their kids to, and all of them don't have the courage to bet on themselves. But I get calls every week from black coaches that want to get involved with head coaching jobs, and they should take the opportunity and bet on themselves to go to some of these HBCU programs and show that they can win and run programs, and then they'll have the same opportunity that Coach Prime had. But as long as they sit in the assistant coach's office and just run their groups, most of them will never be head coaches. And I think that a lot of them should really look into that and take a strong look to go help some of these HBCU programs, and at the same time help themselves. Rod Broadway is a guy that comes to mind. Anybody in HBCU football knows Rob Broadway, a legendary coach and recruiter, Florida Gators, University of North Carolina, wanted to be a head coach, goes to North Carolina Central, turns them around, goes to Grambling, finished his career at North Carolina A&T. More guys that are black assistant coaches at the Division I level should look at that opportunity.
When it comes to Deion Sanders, you said it. It's not just the name. He is a darn good coach. It's no mistake that he is at Colorado now and coaching for a Power 5 school. But has he created some sort of blueprint for coaches to know that they can have success at a program like Jackson State and that it could potentially be a stepping stone?
I don't think that he's created a blueprint that you can follow because you're not Deion Sanders. But I do think that he's shown that you can compete at that level and that you can make a program special. I don't think that you could take exactly what he did, though, and bottle it up because you don't have the resources that he has, the name that he has, and some of those things. But there are a lot of coaches that are really good coaches that know how to recruit, build the relationships. They've been in programs that can win. And they don't necessarily have to follow his blueprint and do it the way that he did it. But there's a lot of guys out there that could have success at these programs.
Should be interesting to see what happens next. A lot of excitement with Deion at Jackson State, but that program will still be in good shape. Let's talk about one of the players that isn't in the portal quite yet, but will be soon, Travis Hunter.
Jackson State defensive back Travis Hunter took to the transfer portal today. Everybody remembers how good he was back in high school. He was the top overall prospect in the 2022 class. He made eye-popping plays throughout his career. Now he plays at Jackson State with Deion Sanders. You can see right here how special he is in coverage, off man, looking back at the quarterback as he's covering the wide receiver. He had 2 interceptions in limited time this season. He also had 7 pass breakups. As you can see with some of the plays here, he's in lockstep out on an island in man coverage. And he's just so fluid, so smooth in coverage. Like I said, 7 pass breakups in limited time this season. And just how he can play the ball in the air is extremely special. Then you see him on offense right here. He can be used on offense. He takes the end around here. He's got the speed. He's got the athleticism. He's just such a special player with the ball in his hand. He'll be a 99 overall grade for us, meaning that he has the potential to be a top 5 NFL draft pick. Could we see Travis Hunter in Boulder? We'll see.
I'm here, Coach. That's what he's that's what he's telling Deion Sanders. We'll see what happens next with Travis Hunter, but that is a difficult jump for him to make, though, going from the FCS level to a Power 5. But we've seen examples of it before. Jared Verse in the past having a lot of success at Florida State. Do you worry at all about Travis Hunter's ability to make that jump? You're shaking your head.
No, not at all. This is not Travis Hunter, like I said earlier on our show, is completely box office. He's the real deal, and he would have started as a true freshman at Florida State. He would have started at any school that he went to. A lot of programs could use him. He's going to go to Colorado in the Pac-12 and make an instant impact. He is all of that. He's everything that you think he is.
I'm excited to see more of Travis Hunter on my TV screen, but let's go back to talking about Jackson State because there's a name that we didn't say on this show yet, but I've heard you say before when it comes to a potential opening at Jackson State or the next Deion Sanders in terms of bringing that notoriety, bringing college game day and all the excitement to an HBCU, and that is one Cam Newton. Please expand upon what his possibilities are at the coaching level.
If I was an HBCU, no matter who it is, I'd call Cam Newton and ask him to coach my football team. When you're looking for name recognition and you're looking for somebody who can dominate in the culture, you have to look at what Cam has meant to the culture of black people in terms of sports and athletics and trends. Cam Newton also, he's coaching football. He's involved with the Under Armour camps. He has one of the top 7-on-7 programs in the nation. He goes out there and spends his money and actually coaches kids. He knows who to recruit. He knows who all the top players are. Jackson State freshman receiver Kevin Coleman played on Cam Newton's 7-on-7 team. You have definitely some parallels for Cam. I think Cam would be an excellent choice, not just at Jackson State, but at Bethune-Cookman, at Arkansas Pine Bluff, at any of those programs that were trying to compete at the level that Jackson State was just at. If you're going to talk about former NFL people, I think that Cam Newton makes the most sense, in my opinion.
How about talking about a former NFL quarterback who played and won a Super Bowl in Trent Dilfer, headed to University of Alabama at Birmingham. He's a similar situation in that he has those connections to the Elite 11 camp, to that level of recruiting and the high school prospects, and obviously a great coach here in Nashville at Lipscomb Academy. Do you see a similar trajectory in that an athletic department could go after that name that also has the connection to the high school level?
Absolutely. I absolutely love this hire for UAB with Trent Dilfer for the same reason I love the Deion Sanders hire, and that I think that you should take a flyer on Cam Newton, because Trent Dilfer was coaching kids. He ran the Elite 11. He coached at Lipscomb Academy and won state championships. He actually has shown that he has a passion for coaching and that he knows the kids and he has the connections to recruit. It's not just the fact that he won a Super Bowl and he played in the NFL and he's sitting on the couch. He is actively coaching, developing his plan, and I think he's going to do some great things at UAB.
We talk about here on this show, we're kind of drinking through a fire hose with all of this information. I have to imagine you make that jump from high school to college on a day like today in the transfer portal. I mean, what do you think is going through Dilfer's mind right now? He just fresh off winning a state championship. Congratulations to Lipscomb there, but now it's, I mean,
I'm sure he had a complete plan already. You know, he just didn't find out he was going there the day that they announced it. He's probably known for several weeks that he was going to be the coach, putting his staff together, getting out on the recruiting trail, evaluating the transfer portal. He knows all of the kids. He ran Elite 11.
Yeah.
So how many of those former Elite 11 quarterbacks are in the transfer portal right now? When I think about some of those guys, Jeff Sims is one of those guys. Tyler Macon that is leaving Mizzou is one of those guys. You know, so he's had Elite 11 quarterbacks. He knows who all of those guys are. I expect for him to make a huge impact right away.
Do you anticipate seeing him being active in the transfer portal early on? You mentioned the connections to the Elite 11. I think of the connection with Deion and Travis Hunter, and you have a prolific corner and a really great corner coming up in the college ranks. Is there going to be some sort of quarterback connection when it comes to Dilfer finding his guy?
I think he'll get a really good quarterback out the transfer portal, and I would be very surprised if they weren't somebody who had an Elite 11 background.
Whew, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens there, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens over across the way at Studio B. Hey, guys.
We'll just riff.
What's up, guys? Love that conversation. Carl, with all the scoops there. Okay, we are catching you up on a few more names that have officially entered the transfer portal, starting with Donald Harris. He's an edge rusher and was a former top 50 player. Let's in the class of the 2020. Is that right? Yeah, there he is.
Yep.
4-star, right on the edge of becoming a 5-star with a grade of 97. So what do you know about him?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Harris, as you said, was a former top 50 recruit in the country. He actually retired from Texas A&M earlier this year medically. So it was a bit of a surprise to see him announce recently that he was going to come back and play college football again. But he's officially in the portal. I think that's the most notable name of the last hour. After a very hectic day, I would say it's slowed down a lot. But since we're on the topic of A&M, it's probably a good time to discuss the Aggies. I think there were a lot of people saying that they were going to have an exodus, and we did see one of their names today enter the portal in PJ Williams. But he was somebody who was suspended this season. He had a very eventful thing with a backpack. I encourage you to Google it. It's interesting. But he left. I think he'll have a lot of Power 5 offers, former top 50 prospect in the 2022 class. But for the most part, like, that 2022 class has stayed intact, and I think a lot of people thought it would just be a mass exodus.
You think the PJ Williams was more of a pushing out, trying to reform the culture there?
Yeah, I don't think PJ Williams was expected back there. Denver Harris, the cornerback, is the same way. He wasn't expected back at A&M. There was one more suspended player, is Chris Marshall. He was a 5-star receiver in the 2022 class, but it seems like he might be trying to work his way back. I think we assumed those three would definitely transfer, but maybe even Chris Marshall stays. And it only takes one really good game to change the vibes around a program, and it really feels like that win over LSU, at least in the short term, changed Texas A&M's fortunes. Obviously, I heard Carl earlier today mention that Evan Stewart could potentially go somewhere. There's still scuttlebutt about that, I will say that. That is a topic of conversation. Always is with Evan Stewart, to be honest. But as of right now, nothing has happened. So if Evan Stewart stays, I think that A&M class is going to mostly stay intact, which is a huge accomplishment for Jimbo Fisher after what was a nightmare season.
Yeah, momentum is a real thing. And I think you saw the losing. It was a historical losing streak that A&M
6 straight.
Yeah.
With the number one class. They had a losing record with the number one class in the country. That's never happened before. It's unprecedented.
So to see it get back on track after one win, I guess the hope returns to College Station. All right, we're going to show you a list now of the teams with the most portal entries today. Virginia Tech at the top with 11. That makes sense after their season. Texas A&M right there with 10, followed by Clemson. We've spoken about the depth players who are leaving. Ole Miss, Washington State, Louisville, Memphis, Mizzou, Virginia, Tony Elliott taking over. That was a disappointing season, but Oklahoma State is the one that we wanted to hit on here. We've been discussing them all day. They have quite the exodus going on right now. And Cody Nagel from Go Pokes 24/7 is joining us now. Cody, sounds like it's been a busy day for you down there. 6 players so far have left the portal today, and it seems like they're not happy with the way Mike Gundy's running things down there. What's going on in Stillwater?
Yeah, I think it's actually up to 7 now, and counting. I expect that number to continue to increase. We're only in day one of this. I believe it's 2-week period or month-long period or whatever. So that number is going to increase throughout the days here. And yeah, like you mentioned, there's a lot of frustrations going on. A lot of frustrations with players, the coaches, and then obviously the fan base is frustrated too with everything that's going on. It's kind of crazy to think this is a program that was, in the Fiesta Bowl last year, in the Big 12 title game last year, even started 5-0 and was up 24-7 against BCU earlier this year, and a team that's in the playoff now. So, things were looking so high down here, and then obviously the back half of the season, it's definitely taken a turn for the worse.
Things can change oh so quickly. Spencer Sanders, I feel like, was the first domino to fall. Anytime you have a 4-year starter, and when that starter is a quarterback, that's going to make some waves. But then Mason Cobb and Thomas Harper, some other notable guys in there. Who do you think is the biggest loss to the portal so far?
Yeah, obviously Spencer's a big one, but I think with him putting in his 4 years here, he also had that redshirt year before he was a starter. So he's been in the program 5 years. He's put in his time here. I don't blame him for wanting to go, explore his options and see what else is out there. He's been banged up a lot as he's been here. Offensive line's kind of been a question mark, and if he can get somewhere where he's got a good offensive line and good protection, I think he'll really see his strengths, and he could probably increase his draft stock for the NFL too. But Thomas Harper and Mason Cobb, those are 2 starters on the defensive side that they'll lose. But another kind of big one, and kind of one that's flown under the radar a little bit, maybe nationally, is former top 24/7 4-star receiver, true freshman Braylon Presley. I know you guys were talking about him earlier with Chris on the show, but his older brother is a junior receiver here, leads the team in receptions and receiving yards. That was kind of a little bit of a shocker. There were some whispers that he might be on his way out. So to see him enter was definitely big for the program too.
I'm glad you brought up the Presley brothers, because I was going to ask you about that. I thought it was interesting that Braylon went on the record saying the reason he was leaving was that he essentially doesn't like how the offense is run. We know Mike Gundy is an old school type coach. So when you have all these players deciding, where they want to go, which scheme they fit in, what does this mean for Gundy? Does he have to make some changes here in order to bring in some talent or retain the guys he has?
Yeah, I think he really needs to sit down and figure out, do we keep running the same offensive system we've been running for, basically his whole tenure here? Casey Dunn's in his, I believe, 3rd year as the offensive coordinator here, but is the longest tenured, assistant that Gundy's had. Before he was the OC, he was, just the receivers coach, and he's still one of the best receivers coaches in the country, in my opinion. You look at some of the guys that he's put in the NFL. Des Bryant comes to mind. Some of the standouts that they've had here, Justin Blackman. But yeah, they need to sit down and figure out, do they change their offensive scheme? Do they, modernize? I mean, it's still modern. It's, the air raid type offense, but they just haven't had the success that you saw in those early years of, back in 2011 when they kind of first started this system. But yeah, it's, for Braylon to go on the record, kind of throwing the coaches under the bus a little bit. I think that shows just, where the level of frustration is with these players. And I think it's on both sides of the ball too. You see some of these defensive guys that are entering, it's not just an offensive issue. There's frustration throughout the entire roster right now.
On the flip side, star edge rusher Colin Oliver and safety Kendall Daniels did announce that they would return. How close was that decision, though?
Yeah, I'm not fully sure if that one's done yet. They didn't they didn't say they're coming back. If you go on Twitter and look at the interaction, it kind of hints that they're coming back. Yeah, I'm not fully sure that one's over yet. But as of right now, it looks like they are coming back, and those are two key pieces that they needed to retain. I posted something late last night, earlier this morning, about 6 or 7 guys that Oklahoma State needs to bring back, and those were 2 of them. The top 2 on there. So to get those 2 guys back would be big. Those are 2 of the younger stars that they have on defense that they can build around. So it's not all doom and gloom around here, but to get those guys back is definitely positive.
Those are 2 that we will be keeping an eye on. But Mike Gundy, he said he's not a fan of rebuilding through the portal. He would rather develop the talent he brings in himself. Do you think with the way that college football is going, is he going to have to change that approach? And how soon might he do that?
Yeah, he definitely needs to change. I don't want to come on here and be real negative towards the program, but I think fans are frustrated with how he's kind of approached the portal. He's, like you said, he's come out and said, he doesn't want to, build a team with a bunch of portal guys. But, if they have a lot of star pieces leave, he's going to be left without a choice but to, go to the portal and find some guys that can, come in and make an immediate impact. And, it's not like they haven't used the portal at all over the years. They've brought in a few guys here and there. So maybe, his quote with that, wasn't, he didn't want to just revamp his entire roster with the portal. I understand that, but, I think people want to see him go out and land some of these big name portal guys that are out there that can come in and make, immediate impact, and aren't guys that, are here for a couple of years. Maybe they play a few games, maybe they don't. So yeah, they definitely need to change in that aspect as well.
All right, Cody Nagel, thanks for your time. And for more information on the Cowboys, remember to check out GoPokes247.com. Emily, let's go back to you.
All right, we have a guest back here on the couch. Trey Scott is here, senior editor. Let's do a little role play here, okay? We've got our coach, and we're just going to pretend that, Trey, you are not good at football. It's a really tough thing for us to imagine, but let's just try our best here. Coach Carl, what is the end-of-year meeting and the conversation like when you're sitting your player, Trey, down and saying, man, you got to go to the portal?
Trey, it's the end of the season. We're all about to go home for Christmas break. And when we recruited you, we had a lot of big plans for you. We thought you were going to be a great Sam linebacker for us. But right now, with what we need, we have to go into the transfer portal, and we also have to sign a high school kid. And we think that's going to put you in a position where it's going to be really hard for you to play here. And so I think that the best thing is for you, because I know you love to play football, is for you to look at some other options and move on. And I think that you should go into the transfer portal.
But you promised me when you recruited me in my living room 2 years ago that I would be a guy.
You know what, Trey, and I thought that, and I really thought that it was going to work out that way. But what's happened is it just hasn't happened. You don't cover the ball. You don't cover well in pass protection. In passing game. Shocking. You don't fill your run gaps very well. You don't blitz the quarterback well. And we wanted you to add value on special teams, but we put you on the kickoff team. And in 3 plays of the kickoff team, those are the only times that we got scored on a kickoff return. And so I'm going to keep you on scholarship for the rest of the school year so you can get another semester of classes in. All right. I'm not going to rush you out, but that's going to give you some time to figure out your next move.
All right. So we're gonna. Okay.
That was so nice.
It was a sweet
Come
way.
on,
So
that was
sweet.
That was well done.
All right. So like just asking you this question though, like we see the teams with the most portal entries today, and like Clemson's got 9, Virginia Tech's got 11. That's a new staff, and then the Clemson guys entering like. And the media who we're in, obviously, we might go, look at they've been gutted. Some of us are probably like they got those guys.
They got those guys off the team.
Is that like? Did this happen before the portal?
Yeah, because the scholarships have always been 1-year renewable. So you were always getting rid of guys that you didn't think could help you because you wanted to fill the scholarship with an impact guy. You know, I got Trey Scott in there. He's not playing well, but I want to sign Josh Pate. You know?
That's a fair. Yeah.
I want to sign Josh Payton. So in order to do that, though, I need the scholarship.
Yeah.
So I got to let you go.
It's like the Casey Thompson, the Quinn Ewers, yeah.
And what a lot of college coaches are doing, this is a thing that some college coaches do that people don't know about, or you do the random drug test. And then you come in and you say, hey man, you failed a marijuana test, bro. That's against policy 11.5. I can't tolerate that you smoke weed. You got to go.
This is interesting.
Man, I mean, we need to reevaluate your position here on the couch. I mean, you can't cover, you can't pass protect, you can't block.
Yeah.
You're using banned substances. I mean,
yeah.
In all seriousness, though, if we can kind of rein this back in, this is what happens with the final 20 minutes of the show as we start to go off on a tangent here. But from your perspective, listening to him with that conversation, this is something that you have been a part of, you have not. What do you think it's like? Put yourself in the player's shoes. I know we joke that you are the player in this situation, but how tough does that have to feel?
Well, I think they would. I think there's probably a decent amount of them that would blame coaches, scheme, their quarterback if they're a receiver, and sometimes they're right, but let's put it back to Bo Nix. All right, I don't know what happened with him and Harsin after 2021. All right, but I wonder if Harsin was like, hey, you move on, or Bo Nix was like, I wanted to move on. I thought one of the stories of 2022 was the reclamation project that the portal provided so many guys. And I think hitting the portal is a really good thing for players who are not working out at their schools. There are some guys, like you look at Frank Ladson last year, a receiver from Clemson. He's probably like, hey, I was supposed to be the next guy. My quarterback couldn't get me the ball. I'm going to Miami where they got Tyler Van Dyke. It didn't work out. But most of the guys, especially the highly rated guys, they found greener pastures. They found the ball, and they found NFL draft stock
guys
going
like
through
Charlie
the roof.
Jones from Iowa.
You go from Iowa, and Iowa's kind of like, we don't really need you, or we don't really have a use for you. We're not going to throw you the ball.
I like the portal from a standpoint it gives you a choice. But like I tell every kid that calls me, be able to live with the decision that you make. It may work out better, and it may not. You may find out that the first coach was right. This level is too high for you. You need to go down, or football is not your thing, and you need to really focus on your degree. I know that you said you wanted to be an architect or whatever it is that you're trying to do in business, and you need to pay attention to that. There's winners and losers in the game of football, just like there is in life. Everybody's not going to the NFL. Everybody's not going to be first team all conference. There's going to be a bunch of dudes on every team that are just backup guys, and they're good locker room guys. They practice hard every day, but they're not going to ever get to play. And they get an education from that, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't think we've mentioned the number today, but usually in most years there's about 35 to 40% of the FBS players who hit the portal don't stay at the FBS level.
Yes, absolutely.
You have to be okay with not finding a home.
You have to be okay with that. I tell that to guys every year. You want to leave? Are you okay with going from the SEC to the OVC?
Yeah.
And if you're okay with that, if you can live with that decision, then I'm okay with you going in the portal. But we're going from a full scholarship with the cost of attendance check and maybe a little NIL money to maybe a 70% scholarship. So you have to think about all of that when you're chasing football dreams.
How receptive are players to that kick in the pants, Carl?
I'm usually the first person that's ever told them that they might not be as good as they think they are. And so if I'm the first person who said that, that's a tough conversation for a lot of them to think. But I do think that that's a conversation that needs to be had. And I think coaches should be honest. I think you should be honest with the kid. I think that you should be honest with the parent. And we might have missed out on you in recruiting. We might have misevaluated you. You might have been a really great player and you played against a bunch of small schools and we thought it translated, all right, but it didn't. You might have played at IMG or Don Bosco and we thought that you were great because your team was really great, but now we find out that you were just a spot filler on that team and you didn't pan out in the way that we thought. And so instead of beating around the bush, it's very, very important for us to have that conversation with each other so that we can move on and decide what we're going to do. Now, some coaches really like certain guys and they let them stick with the program because they really like them and they like, look, but the player might really want to play. The player wants to play. And so if he wants to play, he has to go somewhere different, and that's okay.
The list of schools with the most portal entries today, there was a common theme for a lot of them. First-year coaches who just finished their first year. Brent Pry, Virginia Tech, Jake Dickert, Washington State. They evaluated their roster, and now it's time to purge.
Yeah, new coaches come in and they make changes. They change the culture. They change the way they want to get rid of it. Think about some guys, and I'm not saying this is the case with Jake Dickert. I know him really well. Jake, sometimes you're in a situation where you were an assistant coach somewhere, and some things that the head coach let go on, you say, man, if I get this job, I'm not going to let some of those things go on, and so I have to change the culture. Some of these guys are really hard to coach. All of the I've told players that I've coached over the years, all of you guys aren't pleasant guys to deal with every day in the coach. Some of you guys aren't fun to coach at all. And so what you have to evaluate as a player from this standpoint, I've told this to my son when he played for me. I've told this to some of my other kids across the country. As long as you're playing football at a high level, people will deal with some of your character flaws and issues. But the moment and the second that you no longer can play football like that, you better instantly be ready to behave. Because if you don't, you out of there.
Antonio Brown.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's an extreme example.
Yeah, it's very extreme.
It is apt to this conversation. You mentioned the mistakes that recruiters make and taking second looks at guys when they do hit the transfer portal. There will be mistakes made by these players as well. It's all about what you do with that opportunity. And we have an opportunity to talk to our senior editor here. Oh. You touch everything. You were all over every part of this day. You anticipated it to be absolute chaos. Some people in the chat saying it's not chaos. What is this day in terms of living up to your expectations, or maybe not?
As a content junkie,
yes,
I wouldn't have minded maybe one or two of those expletive moments. All right? Just a quarterback we might have talked about at the beginning of the show, Drake Maye. There was a lot of smoke this week about what he will do. So much smoke that he had to address it. All right. So that's at that point that becomes a story. And we're on day one of day 45.
Yeah.
So we could sign off and something could happen. The A&M, they have 10 guys transfer today. Other than Denver Harris, who seems like he has some off the field issues going on, none of them are really there's no Walter Nolan in there.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no Evan Stewart. There's no Connor Wegman. I mean, he's the guy. So no big bomb there. I think we'll get a few in the next few weeks. I know that there are rumors out there. Chris Hummer is trying to confirm some things that you're hearing too. But it looks like Xavier Worthy, I think at Texas, he's sticking. The trend though is this number. We're at close to 1,000 players in the portal. By the time we're eating dinner tonight, there will be 1,000 players in the portal. Once the West Coast compliance guys get going, there will be more players throughout. I mean, think about this. Louisville just lost their coach today, okay? And the result of that could be Purdue losing its coach, Jeff Brom, if he goes to Louisville. You've got other coaches breaking in new players at Cincinnati and wherever else. Arizona.
Stanford is.
What's Stanford doing?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Can we get a coach at Stanford? Are we going to do that?
We have no idea what's going on. Nobody knows what's going on.
So we're going to have, something close to 2,000, 3,000 last year. We're going to hit that. I think it's been a very busy day. With a ton of quarterbacks. I feel like a lot
of quarterbacks.
I'm like, man, are we doing too much quarterback talk? But it's like quarterback, DJ and Djokovic goes to Pitt and nobody's even talking about it. And Slovis hits the portal. People were shocked that would happen. We've seen a lot of quarterbacks. I think interesting point. We haven't seen Michael Penix. He's staying at Washington. He's coming back. So the Washington quarterback dominoes. Could we see Sam Heward, former 5-star? Could we see him transfer? Okay. Bo Nix. He might come back to Oregon. He's going to play in the bowl game. Stetson Ty Thompson in the portal. Got a ways to go.
So many quarterback
That's
dominoes.
a lot of smoke.
It's crazy. And we talk about these dominoes when it comes to recruiting. And I think there are a lot of comparisons that we can make with recruiting and what we're doing now. And especially if we peel back the curtain a little bit here at 24/7 Sports, our recruiting team works on giving these guys the 4-star tag, the 5-star tag. They rate, they continually reevaluate too. Take me behind the scenes of what the portal process looks like with all of our portal guys working behind the scenes and making ratings for a lot of these players today. What's it been like?
I wish everyone could go see Clint Brewster back there in the
Working
lab.
so hard.
Yeah, just like the Kermit. But like it's a rating system similar to the recruiting system. It's a team of people grading the transfer portal players on a 75 to 100 scale. All right, so a 100 would be your potential number 1 overall draft pick. A Caleb Williams last year was a 100. That looks like a pretty dang good grade. Quinn Ewers was also a 100. If you watch the Oklahoma game, that looked like a good grade. Other games, we'll see. Drake Maye, if he hit the portal, would be a 100. And then you go down, all right? You got your high 90s, like your Eli Ricks last year, your Jahmyr Gibbs last year, your Jordan Addisons last year. Your mid 90s, there were a ton of them. You get to your 80s, that's really good college player, probably not a bona fide NFL guy, such as a Bo Nix.
Right.
So it's based on production. You're still having to project, especially with with how young a lot of these guys are. Like a Dominic Lovett. Okay, he produced already in the SEC, but he's so young. You would imagine he still has a ways to go. But he's also burned a year of eligibility. So it's not like a high school player where you're like, hey, this guy, I have 4 years of this guy. For transfers, it's like I might just have 1, so I can't go as high with someone. So it's a mix, but projection, production, level that he projects to play at in college, and then at the NFL, it's a big. You put it all in a pot, you get out your rating. They've done a lot today. The top list of transfers looks very different right now than it did this morning.
I'm gonna tell you something that we haven't talked about all day.
Ooh.
Division II and FCS playoffs are going on right now. And most of those games, they televise on the ESPN affiliate networks. Power 5 and Group of 5 coaches are watching all of those games, and they're going to take the best players off the FCS and Division II teams. They're going to get those guys are going to get invited into the portal by people, and they're going to be moving up to the higher levels. Every Power 5 and Group of 5 coaching staff has their eyeballs right now on the FCS and Division II playoffs.
Trying to find the next Cam Ward, next
Jared
Verse,
next big
Austin
time guy.
Reed.
Austin
He's
Reed.
hitting the portal
He's a
today.
guy.
Florida A&M.
AJ Cornelius, lineman from Rhode Island. They're trying to find that next guy, and they're thoroughly watching.
I like the idea of a portal invitation. It's a nice way of saying that. And all the great work that you talked about from our portal crew, putting together all of these rankings. This isn't just for us to talk about. It's online right now at 247sports.com. They do these rankings just like you'll see with recruiting. So if you have a fan of a team and maybe your friend is a fan of another team, you can still go back and forth about which team is better in the portal. And we have some questions too, because we've been taking them all day long. Hashtag Portal Palooza. So you guys want to answer some questions before we wrap up?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's start with Florida State. Do you think that they established themselves in the portal this winter? If so, is defensive line and edge a reasonable avenue for them, considering, talked about it, Jared Verse, and the possibility of him departing for the NFL? You take this one.
Well, I think that Jared Verse, his NFL grade, they got him, I think he's a top 30 guy right now, so I would be surprised if he went back to school. He hasn't announced that yet, one way or the other, so you would need to find a replacement for him. I haven't seen an edge this year yet so far on the portable. Like Trey said, we only on day 1, but I haven't
find one.
I haven't seen an edge that makes me feel the same way I felt when I watched Jared Verse on film. But I'm pretty sure we'll find a guy in there.
Yeah, but we asked Pate this earlier. Does this create sort of a destination for a guy like Jared Verse to say, I can go play for Mike Norvell and I can become a Jared Verse?
The proof of concept for Jared Verse was Jermaine Johnson the year before. The former Last Chance U, number one JUCO player, went to
Where
Georgia.
is he now?
Just kind of
He's all over the place.
He's on the Jets. He just kind of got lost in lost in Georgia. All right, so he goes to Florida State, monster off the edge, becomes a first-round draft pick. So when Jared Verse goes to Tallahassee, you're like, yeah, he's next. So if Florida State finds that edge you're looking for, the edge you fall in love with, they could go 3 straight first-round edge guys out of the portal.
Yeah, they could.
That would be proof of concept. Thank you, Chaz Crawford, for that great question. This one comes from Colton Horn. How exactly do coaches and schools reach out before players enter or announce that they will enter the portal? I know you got the last question, but you're the coach. You got to answer this one.
I can't answer that.
How does that work?
High school coaches, trainers, somebody that they know has a relationship, there's going to be some conversations there.
Okay, what do you think about that? You don't have to necessarily answer the question, but what do you hear? I mean, you're in the know.
I think there's a lot of behind-the-scenes conversations.
A lot about it's.
I think if you hit the portal, you know where you're probably going. I think the most interesting thing is schools having to re-recruit their own players.
Yeah.
Chris Hummer's report a few months ago on the Xavier Worthy, Jahdae Barron situation. Like, there was a portal deadline last year as well, and you had to enter on May 1st if you wanted to be eligible immediately. And Texas had to swat away some West Coast teams with a sizable amount of NIL money for Xavier Worthy for him not to go.
Very interesting. All right, this is another one from OwlsFan954. What happens if a student athlete does not satisfy the one-time transfer exception criteria, but still decides to transfer?
What kind of mood is the NCAA in that day?
You're not wrong. Yeah,
No,
I mean,
a
lot of it is contingent upon the NCAA.
Yeah.
It's totally their call. So do you want to put your situation in their hands? It just depends.
Okay. This next question comes from me. Overall, takeaways from today. Let's start with you on the end of the couch. Wrap it up for us. Tie a bow.
Last year, 50% of FBS starting quarterbacks were transfers. Based on today's activity, that number will meet or exceed that in 2023.
My biggest takeaway from today is that NIL money is going to be the most significant factor for the top kids that go in the portal. Their relationships are mattering less and less, and the kind of deal that you can put to get a guy the most money possible is going to be the determining factor, more so than the football piece of whether he comes to your school or not.
I want to put a number on
Another
this.
final.
I want to ask the question, and I'm going to give you a safe name, okay? Because he's going to go to the NFL. If Bryce Young decided he wanted to play one more year of college football, but he wanted to transfer, how much NIL money is he pulling in?
$5 to $10 million.
Okay, I go at least. Yeah.
It's not enough to take him away from the NFL.
Not
right?
for what? Not for. No. Not he's going to be number 1 or 2 pick. Not enough for him.
Guys, thank you so much. I want to bring in Studio B here and get your guys' final thoughts on what has transpired today. Super duper quick. Grace, what do you think?
I feel for these compliance directors. That might be my takeaway. That's a lot of typing.
That is. What about you, Chris?
Yeah, I feel for compliance directors, player personnel folks. Yeah, it's just been a day. My brain is mush at this point. But
we almost ended at 1,000 players total.
Yeah.
Right? We're almost there after today.
We're almost at 1,000, over 500 for the day. I think we're going to have some really big news coming out right after the show ends.
Follow him on
Twitter. We're trying to figure that out, so follow us at 24/7 Sports.
Don't worry about any news that might happen tonight. We will make sure that you are up to date. I've been telling you all day long, subscribe to the 24/7 Sports YouTube page. If there is news, it will be there on YouTube. It will be there on Twitter at 24/7 Sports. There's a special Twitter account for transfers when it comes to all the news that Chris Hummer is dropping. And don't worry, we're going to be back here tomorrow, not for an 8-hour marathon, but there's still going to be news. You talk about that. Yeah, guys, we're going to be back.
Whoa.
Are you ready? Am I just breaking news to you guys right now?
Yeah,
This
you
is my
are.
first breaking news of the day.
I was about to go fill up on coffee, so thank you.
Don't worry, we will be back here tomorrow because as we have said over and over, this is just day one of a 45-day transfer portal window. So chances are there's going to be a little bit more chaos. We also have to find out where the heck all of these guys are going. Yeah, I know. It's going to be absolute chaos, but we will be there for you through all of it. Thank you for being here with us today. There's also the recruiting component of it. We will have our regularly scheduled recruiting show tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Steve Wiltfong will of course join the program. We'll have all of our analysts, and I have a feeling that we're probably going to talk a little bit about all the things that went down today and how that affects the recruiting. So thank you guys, as always, for joining us, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.